Chapter 6, Part 2 of Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion by Friedrich von Hügel. Chapter 6 on the specific genius and capacities of Christianity, studied in connection with the works of Professor Ernst Troeltsch. Part 2. 2. Reality of mind, sense of what really is and what really matters, insight into the actual, driving forces of this our difficult, rich human life and task and end. How rare are these entrancingly noble things! Perhaps my previous study has already given the reader some experience of such reality of mind as it works, massively alive, in the fundamental problem of ethics of Professor Troeltsch. Here I now want to penetrate into further, even more many-sided, instances of such awakeness, whilst reserving for the penultimate division of this last paper the consideration of a certain abstractive, attenuating temper and current that perhaps everywhere more or less misfits and hampers this great soul's noble religious realism. Only one point shall first be taken from the monograph What is meant by the Essence of Christianity? 1903, Gesammelte Schriften, Volume 2, 1913. And then 5 groups of questions shall be studied, partly in an order of my own, from the monumental work The Social Doctrines of the Christian Churches and Groups, 1912. Amongst 6 characters which Troeltsch finds to be involved in the idea and method of the essence of Christianity, that of the essence as criticism is particularly important when brought to the following application. As soon as we go beyond history of the purely empirical, inductive kind, and venture upon such high matters as the determination of the essence, we cannot continue to cling to the ethically indifferent point of view of the mere understanding of the interconnections, to the mere measuring of so many happenings by an immanential impulse of development. We have at this point to recognize that all the values which proceed within the human spirit from a feeling of their necessity are everywhere more or less opposed by negation, by an isolating, disintegrating self-seeking, by crude animal instincts, by a sloth and luxuriousness which refuse to be dislodged, by a dullness of apprehension which drags down all things to pettiness, or at the least, by a commonness busy with turning them into coarse objects of sense. Whosoever combines, with the conception of the essence in history, the conviction of a value and an end springing from an ideal necessitation, cannot fail simultaneously to admit the operative existence of radical evil. At all events, we cannot ignore this evil when we come face to face with the great systems of ethico-religious life. Monism, whether of the more materialist or of the more spiritualist kind, is indeed sufficiently questionable also in other provinces of thought, but on the territory of history it is an incredible delusion, for it contradicts every unprejudiced impression of the actual working of life, and is directly refuted by that bit of history which each one of us knows well, since each one of us lives it, our own personal experience. The determination of the essence thus involves a criticism of all that has proceeded from the dullness and vulgarity, the passion and short-sightedness, the stupidity and malice, the indifference and worldly cunning of mankind. Theology cannot evade the reproach of a moralizing conception of history, much as such a conception should be forbidden to touch the details where a casual explanation of the various connections is in place. For the whole and at the end, this ethical conception is simply unavoidable. Indeed, a general insight into the essence is sought after all, only in order to secure a sound judgment as to what is essential, whence we can not only ignore what is unessential, but also condemn what is contrary to the essence. And from hence light accrues to a conception which, in many ways, confuses the determination of the essence, the conception of the necessary. Necessity in the psychological casual sense is one thing. Necessity in the teleological and ethical sense is another thing. Psychological casual necessity concerns empirical inductive history, and such necessity never means more than the linking of an event to certain forces which lay at the back of it. The various possibilities with which man, whilst he is in action, reckons as with so many undeniably extant alternatives, have no place in such empirical inductive history, where the effect which actually occurred is attributed to the motives which have been proved the strongest precisely by the result which they have produced. Thus the psychological casual necessity reached by this explanation is not coextensive with the teleological ethical necessity which invites the decision of the man who deliberates for his coming action as to what is the consequence of an idea demanded by this idea itself. Only the latter kind of necessity is in debate when we speak of the necessary development and elaboration of a principle, and for the estimation of necessity in this sense, only an interior conviction and personal decision can furnish the test and solution. I take this distinction to be as important as its application is difficult, but I cannot help finding here two excesses in Troelt's own position. When this virile thinker, ideal Ward, reached his last earthly years, he came to see clearly, I remember, how in his feeling and his writing he has been too prone to, unspeakably, incredibly, and the like. So here, as often with Ward, when pressed back to his last entrenchments, Troelt's, after his quiet, complex yet converging arguments and thinkings, appears finally reduced to a vehement judgment of an apparently quite subjective and inherently problematic kind. He thus, I think, does his actual convictions some real injustice, since I take him to hold that if such judgments inevitably contain an element of risk and daring, yet also the previous training, experience, insight are all necessary to it, and again, that the risk and danger are in reality necessary here, only because, through our human sensible rational, temporal spatial conditions of apprehension, and our many passions and self-involvements, we never can, hic et nunc, hold all our achieved, still less all our possible experience and evidence, fully present and luminous before us, at least not in far-reaching and deep-going questions such as these. We have thus, here and now, by an act rendered possible and rational, through all we possess and know and are, to exceed and thus to complete the evidence here and now before us, an evidence which, in itself and in the long run, is sufficient for these our convictions and decisions. And again, Troelt's finds that such a critical judgment concerning the essence of Christianity as is here propounded by himself is possible only to Protestantism, with its strong appeal to the individual judgment and sincerity. I believe this would be true were the judgment a purely personal affair, such as some of Troelt's words and antitheses suggest it to be. But if, intrinsically and at its best, we have here something personal, rather in the sense of the deepest and most fruitful syntheses and hypotheses of science, then Catholicism, at its deepest, not only is capable of such judgments, but it is, in some important respects, better furnished for the, in any case very difficult, task than is Protestantism. For these scientific syntheses or hypotheses no less require all the great facts that went before them and a wide experience and generous appreciation of these facts than they need intuition and courage fully to penetrate, indeed to exceed these facts, and thus to see more in them than ever before. And the church type at its best, for example, Catholicism at its best, possesses a longer, wider, and more many-sided experience of the religious facts and capabilities than does any other type or group, only if all seeking after and adhering to methods and standards special to the several subject matters to be studied, experienced, penetrated, and awakened by the human mind and soul, only if all such dispositions, as is sometimes implied, were to be tabooed as subjectivism or private judgment, Only then would Catholicism be really debarred from the judgments concerning the essence, as, I submit, these judgments actually have to be. But then we are still a long way from such a Catholicism, which would, in very truth, become an idol in the desert, a church thus vigorous in the destruction of its own supports, stimulations, and subject matters. It is not easy to furnish a short yet useful account and criticism of Troelt's Soziale with its nearly 1,000 pages, its bewildering variety of topics, and the range and delicacy of competence it so strikingly reveals. And all this is here subservient to certain few, closely interdependent, central convictions and conclusions, and again these self-commitments are only reached across surging seas of the strongest feeling and closest networks of objective complication. And then, too, as I must attempt to show in my penultimate section, there is a relic, a shadow or echo of subjectivism, frequently, perhaps always, haunting the outskirts of Troelt's convictions, or rather of their formulations, which, I believe more than anything else, prevents his religious reader from settling down with perfect peace and buoyancy under the influence and guidance of this large, strong mind and soul. I must regretfully ignore the instructive autobiographic preface and the dry but important introduction, with its fruitful distinction between the sociological scheme and action developed by the three types of religion: church, sect, mysticism, within their own organizations, and the social idea and attitude developed by them with respect to the non-religious organizations of life. And even from the three gigantic chapters composing the body of the work, I can but take certain culminating points of the last two chapters. The wonderfully close-knit and rich conclusion shall furnish my final translations and suggestions. 1. The very great medieval Catholicism chapter is, in the first instance, busy with the full expression of the church type. Let us here fix upon three passages. 1. As to the problem, Troelt's describes how the ancient church indeed organized itself with a full, firm, sociological articulation, but its social attitude, its attitude toward the state and society, was a curiously mixed thing, partly a recognition as of entities sheltered by the natural law, partly a theocratic subjugation and utilization, partly a propping of the powers of the state when these had become insufficient for their purpose, partly a rejection of the state and society in general, expressed in the theory of the sinfulness of everything founded by the relative natural law, and in the practice of the renunciation of the world. A Christian civilization possessed of an interior unity existed neither in fact nor in principle. The whole idea was foreign to antiquity. And the decisive difference between the Middle Ages and antiquity consists precisely in the possession, by the Middle Ages, of such an ideal, in their practice, and still more in theory. Indeed, even in official Catholicism of our own day, this ideal, with some adaptations to the modern world, is still active in all its social doctrines. And Troelt's cogently insists, the significance of the question of how at all and in what way this ideal and solution could arise in the Middle Ages, and only then, fails to be duly estimated by all those who ascribe already to the ancient church, or even to Christianity generally, such a striving after a unified Christian civilization. Yet in reality, for Stoicism and Platonism, and still more for Christianity, a doctrine of society and civilization based upon the values of the free personality in its union with God and of the universal communion of mankind offered the greatest difficulties, and Christianity, in particular, produced indeed a mighty, purely religious organization, and ordered within it the conditions of its members' lives in tolerable conformity with its own principles. But, during its first 8 centuries, the Church, in this its organization, was hostile to the world at large. It failed to discover any bond and link between itself and the complexes outside. The Middle Ages, however, lived to see the development of the Church to a social entity inclusive both of the sociological circle of religion itself and of the politico-social formations also, and which thus realized in its own way what had haunted Plato in his Republic as the true end of a single state, the rule of the wise and of the friends of God over an organic, many-leveled social entity, and what the Stoic cosmopolis had sought, the share of all men in an ethical, universal kingdom. 2. As to the contrast between the ancient Christian and the medieval Christian positions concerning man's nature, place, destination, Trost is deeply instructive. The decisive point here is the conception, peculiar to the Middle Ages, of what is Christian as supernatural, or rather the full elaboration of the consequences involved in the idea of the supernatural. The supernatural here is not only present in the miracle of the God-man, of the Church, and of the sacraments, in the great, complex miracle of man's redemption from out of the world, corrupted by original sin. It has no longer, as in the ancient Church, an essentially apologetic significance, but the supernatural now unfolds itself as an autonomous, logical, religious, and ethical principle. The creature, even the perfect creature, is only natural, possessed of natural laws and ends. God alone is supernatural. And accordingly, the essence of Christian supernaturalism consists in its elevation of the creature above this creature's connatural limitations to God's own supernature, to participation in his nature. The mediation necessary here lies thus no longer, as in the ancient Church, between two kinds, respectively perfect and relative, of the one sole natural law, but between natural law in general and supernature generally, and especially all ethics and social philosophy now rest, in the last resort, upon the mediation between nature, perfect or imperfect, and supernature. The Decalogue, in reality, is not yet the Christian ethic, and the natural law, identical with the Decalogue, stands, to the specifically Christian ethic, to the Nova Lex, as near and as far as precisely does the Decalogue. Biblical now means revealed, but not necessarily Christian, for the Bible represents, for Aquinas, a process of development moving through universal history and possessed of varying stages. The Decalogue persists in the legislation of Christ, but as a stage preliminary to the Christian ethic, and as an instruction in the exterior application of the new motives springing from this ethic. The formula, on the other hand, for the specifically Christian moral law is the Augustinian formula of the love of God, as the highest and absolute, the entirely simple, moral end, an end which contains the demand of the love of God in the stricter sense, through self-sanctification, self-denial, and contemplation, and the demand of the love of our neighbor, through the active relating of all to God, the active interconnecting of all in God, and the most intimate, mutual self-sacrifice for God. We have thus a self-love in God, which loves not the natural self, but the self united to God, and a brotherly love in God, which loves not the natural fellow man, but the brother in God. This ethic, a mystical interpretation of the evangelical preaching, forms an unmistakably strong contrast to the this world ethic of the natural law, Aristotle, the Decalogue, and natural prosperity. But this cannot fail to be the case, given the entire fundamental character of the Christian ethic. This same contrast indeed appeared also, clearly enough, in the life of medieval society, in the relations between church and state, between laymen, monks, and priests, and was still at work within the ethical demands made upon even the simplest laymen. Has Aquinas, on the ample questions here discussed, been anywhere penetrated as delicately and deeply, as generously and justly, as is done here in these noble sections of a truly great book? 2. And yet the culmination of interest and power is reached by the Social Lateran, where also the sect type, and later on where the third and last type, the mystical, appear at their fullest on the stage of history, and where, with their contrasting strengths and defects, and their tough vitality and far-reaching operation and use, they bring into full relief the abiding truth and meaning of the church type, together with the character and range of their own types. Let us attend first to the sect type. 1. The main historical origins and stages of this sect type appear to be as follows. Paulinism already prepared the orientation of Christianity towards conservatism, yet already alongside of Paulinism, there existed a radicalism which was indifferent or even hostile to the world. So in the communism of love of the primitive community, and in the chiliastic apocalyptic rejection of the world. Similarly, alongside of the social development of the ancient church, which continued the Pauline conservatism, the radicalism persisted in the Montanist and Donatist sects, and, at least as regards extension and importance, especially in monasticism, the latter influencing various fathers of the 4th century in their teaching as to an original communism and equality. The first clear emergence of the problem is in AD 393 through 420, in the conflict between St. Augustine's sacramental, hierarchical conception of the Church and the Donatists. But its decisive appearance follows only upon the completion of the Church concept in the reform of Pope Gregory VII, AD 1073 to 1085, although here especially, the antagonistic popular excitement was largely pushed into the formation of separate sects by the intensely rigorous church authorities themselves, so especially with the Waldensians. 2. The all-important point for Trolst here is that both the church type and the sect type lie in the consequence of the gospel, and only conjointly do they exhaust the range of the sociological effects and the social consequences of this same gospel. The church, assuredly, is not a simple defection from the gospel, however much it may, at first sight, appear to be so in the contrast between its hierarchy and sacraments and the preaching of Jesus. For where the gospel is, in the first instance, apprehended as a gift, a grace, where, in the picture which faith forms of Christ, it appears as a divine institution, where the interior liberty of the Spirit, distinct from all human making and organizing, is experienced as the meaning of Jesus, and where his grand indifference to worldly things is correspondingly apprehended as an interior independence from, together with an exterior use of, these things. There, men will consider the establishment of the Church as the normal continuation and transformation of the gospel. At the same time, the Church, by its emphatic universalism, preserves the fundamental impulse of the evangelical preaching, but that preaching had committed all detailed questions concerning the possibility and execution of the mission to the wonderful coming of the kingdom, whereas a church, working in the duration of the world, had to organize an order, and so to make its compromises. Nevertheless, the sect also is not simply a defection, a mere lopsided, crippling misgrowth of the elements of religious life already exhaustively furnished by the Church, but it is an immediate continuation of certain evangelical convictions. The radical individualism and love reaches its full recognition only in the sect. Only the sect instinctively construes the entire community from thence, and attains, precisely through this radicalism of love, an immense firmness in its subjective interior bond, in lieu of any merely external appurtenance to an institution. Thus the sect clings to the original radicalism of the ideal and to its sharp contrast to the world, and abides by the demand of personal performance as persistently fundamental. This performance the sect can also comprehend as the work of grace. But in this grace, it emphasizes the subjective realization and effect, not the objective assuredness and presence. The preaching of Jesus, which looks forward to the coming end and the kingdom, which collects and unites determined confessors, and which bids the brusquest adieu to the world and its children, goes in the direction of the sect. The faith of the apostles, which looks back upon the miracle of redemption and of the person of Christ, and which lives in the powers of its heavenly Master. This faith, which leans upon something achieved and objective, in which it unites its faithful and allows them to rest, proceeds in the direction of the Church. Thus the New Testament aids in the formation both of the Church and of the sect. It has done so from the first. But the Church had the start and the great mission into the wide world, and only when the objectification of the Church had, under Hildebrand, been severely completed, did the tendency which forms sects react once again, and indeed in a union and persistence greater than ever before, against this excessive objectification. 3. Troeltsch delicately apprehends the wide-ranging effects of this sect reaction. The institution by the sect of the absolute law of God and nature as the sole authority, and the consequent removal of the entire conception of steps and development, involve the most far-reaching consequences, consequences not perceived by the mostly simple theology of the sects. Here the intention and law of God are expressed, without a shadow of ambiguity, in the Bible and in the voice of pure nature alone. There is no need for any complicated doctrine as to this law. But moral demand proceeds to all men alike. There is no need of a graduation of perfection, according to various vocations. Creation does not descend through various stages down to materiality, nor does creation thence mount again through steps, as though a great work of art, from nature up to grace and supernature. But creation places mankind immediately before the task of the realization of its ideal, and this ideal is here without the character of a mystical supernature, of the elevation of man's essence above itself. And since such mystical beatitude, as the crown of the system of stages, falls all but entirely away for the sects, the conception of the law, which in the Catholic system was but one of the two determinations for God alongside with that of substance, now takes up an all-dominating position. God's being and will are his natural and revealed law. The Bible is the law book of revelation, identical with the law book of nature. Thus, in lieu of the institution of grace and redemption, the conception of law becomes the center of the sect theology. 4. To these deeply stimulating analyses and positions, I would attach 3 criticisms of my own. My first regret has been already expressed in connection with Troeltsch's earlier and shorter Grundprobleme, but reoccurs again here with respect to his latter, very long work, and concerns his non-perception that sensible contexts, vehicles, and symbols, that the principle and rudiments of sacraments are already present in the spirit and practice of Jesus. I will return to this objection presently in conjunction with my third dissatisfaction, a dissatisfaction so fundamental and general as to be better reserved for discussion till just before the end, and my last expression of deep gratitude for all that Troeltsch has brought us. But my second objection is specially in place just here. I find, then, that even the very generous measure in which Troeltsch recognizes already within the preaching of Jesus conceptions and impulses making for the Church, does not, in the greater part of his work, reach to the fullness of the facts. For it is now thoroughly acknowledged by all the best historical workers that the direct central subject of Jesus's preaching was the kingdom and its proximate coming. This kingdom was presented in this preaching emphatically as a pure gift, a sheer opus operatum of God. Men can prepare themselves for it, and can determine the character of its effect upon themselves, but they do not produce it, they do not constitute it. And again, neither Jesus himself nor his apostles are, it is true, of priestly families, and there is no marked formal ordination of them. Yet it is Jesus, in his humanity, who calls and trains and sends out these special 12. Not any and everyone is treated as free to put himself forward to preach on the strength of some purely interior call. In these 2 fundamental points, then, the teaching and practice of Jesus demonstrably initiate the objectivity of the Church, and the special calls to the clerical office. We have here sheer historical facts and not interpretations, however legitimate and part constitutive of religion, such as, for the most part at least, Troeltsch takes these points to be. Thus, the chief characteristic of the central doctrine of Jesus emphasizes givenness, object, church, not activity, subject, sect. And the prominent feature of the organizing action of Jesus is certainly not simply an acceptance of souls, all equally and secretly inspired, but a calling of some few men by him, the man, God, from out of the crowd of mankind, even from out of the crowd of elementary or secret believers. 3. Troeltsch has most effectively located the detailed studies of his three types of Christianity, that of the Church in the High Middle Ages, that of the sect in the first instance immediately after the High Middle Ages, hence still in the Middle Ages, and that of mysticism after the Protestant churches and sects. For he thus examines each type at the time of its own fullest articulation and strongest influence, and of its most vivid contrast with the other types. We must now consider the part which, in this book thus late, for the first time studies fully the mystical type. 1. Mysticism, in its widest sense, is nothing but the insistence upon immediacy, interiority, presence of religious experience. It presupposes the objectification of religious life in rites, myths, or dogmas, and is either a reaction against such objectifications, which it attempts to put back into the living process, or a supplementation of the traditional cults by a personal and vital excitation. Mysticism is thus always something secondary and intentionally reflective, although this deliberately produced condition is conjoined with a quite contrary immediacy of the feeling itself. It thus always contains some degree of paradox, an antithesis to the masses and their average. Hence the primitive religious act and life, for which the event and its expression are simply identical, is never mystical. But the liveliness of the religious sense, when face to face with objectified religion, easily and often assumes mystical characteristics, enthusiastic or even orgiastic exaltation, vision or hallucination, religious subjectivism and spiritualism, concentration upon the purely interior and only emotionally apprehensible. Such visions indeed are almost always only expansions and interpretations of the common faith, as with the pneumatic gifts of the early Christians and with the countless visions and prophecies of medieval recluses and saints. But this mystical sense can also create a passionate realism of intercourse with the Godhead, where the erotic side of human nature often plays a great role. And again, such immediacy of feeling loves to fly beyond the sensible, finite world by a spiritualism which treats it as indifferent or ignores it, or which by ascetical mortification moves it away into the distance. Thus mysticism is open to the incursions both of a spiritualistic pantheism and of a radical dualism of flesh and spirit, of time and eternity, and in connection therewith to the suggestions of an asceticism destructive of all things finite, or a libertinism treating them all as indifferent. 2. Now mysticism, in these various forms, is a phenomenon general in all the religious territories, and is, or was, highly developed especially in India and Persia, in Greece, Asia Minor, Syria, and naturally it did not remain foreign to the primitive Christian movement, but in part sprang also from it, in part was brought into it from without and eagerly appropriated there. To this mysticism belong the so-called enthusiasm of the primitive Christians, a large part of the gifts of the Spirit, the speaking with tongues, exorcism, the pneumatic activity. But especially does also Paul himself belong to it, Paul in his mystical orientation, which stood in a continuous tension, not, however, experienced by himself as such, with his church conviction. Paul took over the Christ cultus of the primitive community, as already objectified, in its outlines in worship and organization. But he gave further aliveness to this religion by means of a profound and passionate mysticism, which consequently also utilizes the ancient terminology of the heathen mysteries. Here alone lay his religious originality as against the primitive community, and thus only did his anti-Jewish universalism become a workable, effective enterprise. Thus the Lord's Supper, the center of the new cultus, became with him a mystical union of substances. Baptism became a real dying and a rising with Christ. Thus Christ became for him a new life sphere of a supersensible kind, in which the believer lives, feels, and thinks, and becomes a new pneumatic creature. Thus all mere ceremonial and tradition became an element of this world, and Christ after the flesh was known no more. And thus again, the Israelitish history of redemption was allegorized into a drama immediately applicable to the Christian believers, and the Christian community became the spiritual body of Christ. Here in the primitive Christian enthusiasm and in the Pauline mysticism as to Christ lie the inexhaustible sources of a Christian mysticism. In the fourth gospel, this mysticism has already become self-possessed and adjusted to the historical and objective. Yet here especially it has produced or found its characteristic terms: flesh, spirit, darkness, light, allegory, letter. And thus, through the New Testament, mysticism, of the pneumatic and Pauline kind, has become a permanent power which always anew awakens and articulates similar needs, especially in periods of criticism of tradition, of religious lassitude, and of religious reform. 3. In primitive Christianity, in the New Testament itself, then, lie the germs of the Church, given with the conception of grace and of the completed institution for the salvation of the world, and in it lie the germs of the sect, which reveres its Master's Sermon on the Mount as its moral law, continues his expectation of the kingdom about to descend upon earth, and collects the pure and holy into a community tarrying for Christ's return. But in it lie also the germs of a mysticism for which all that passes is but a symbol, all that is sensible earthly but a limitation, all cultus but a means of substantial union, all faith but an immediate transplantation into the invisible life of God and Christ. 4. We cannot here follow Trost in his fine study of mysticism in the narrower technical sense of the word, where it becomes a religious philosophy, and where, unlike its New Testament kinds, it can take up a position of deliberate independence, of open denial, or of allegorizing evaporation of concrete religion. Yet also this technical kind can still require and serve historical, institutional religion, as in the Dominican cognitive mysticism, in the Franciscan mysticism of the affections and the will, and in the more generally philosophical mysticism of the theologians of the ancient Church. All these mysticisms, more or less, require Christian history, and more or less maintain ethical personality. Especially is Trost moved by the conception of the indwelling of Christ. Thus was the cleavage overcome between past and present, doctrine and practice. Thus did medieval devotion to Christ strike the water of life from out of the rock of the Byzantine dogma. 5. As to the sociological peculiarities of mysticism, where, as in the various forms of Christian spiritualism, it is more or other than sheer enthusiasm, and finds its basis in the doctrine of the permanent, equable divine spark in the human soul, we learn: mysticism is a radical individualism very different from that of the sect. The sect differentiates individuals against the world by conscious contrast and ethical rigorism, unites them in a community resting upon a willed association and growing under disciplinary control, binds them to the example and authority of Christ, and intensifies the individualism precisely through its inclusion within such a community and cultus. But mysticism insists upon a relation not between man and man, but of man to God, and reduces everything historical, authoritative, cultual to a mere stimulant, which in strictness it can do without. As long as such a mysticism or spiritualism remains Christian, the Bible and the historical figure of Christ still play an important role, yet never with a power sufficient to produce a firmly knit community. Thus do we not here find, as we find in the sect, a community which possesses an activity and a confession of faith of its own, a community which is continuously reconstituted from the interaction of the individual wills, but we are given here a parallelism of religious spontaneities, conjoined only by the divine life ground from which they spring, by the common disposition of love, and by the union in the free, invisible work of the divine Spirit. Insofar as this mysticism is founded solely upon faith and feeling, it exceeds the individualism even of the most individualistic of the sects. Yet this mystical individualism is, on the other hand, much weaker than is that of those sects, because its tendency to quietude and abandonment, and to the exercise of works of love only from case to case. As to their social aims, where such mystics form groups, they do not intend them, sect-like, to replace the great invisible church, or to interfere with God's own work of spreading the Spirit, but simply as familiar circles for the edification of souls. The mystics have thus not nearly as much inclination to separate from the church as have the sects. Of themselves, these mystics cultivate only the individual believer and the interests of his particular soul, and though they simultaneously believe, and sometimes strongly emphasize, the universal communion of spirits and of love, yet church and religious organization are for them concessions to human weakness without interior necessity and divinity. And towards politics and economics, the indifference and helplessness are complete. Only sexual and family ethics are here studied, and indeed with great penetration. I will take my criticisms of Trolst on the mystical type in connection with the most fundamental and general of my dissatisfactions in the following separate section. 4. The translations given in these papers from Trolst have deliberately softened or omitted one paradoxical peculiarity which, like a contrary surface current, runs along much of his thinking and feeling, since, in such mere extracts, I cannot otherwise sufficiently render what I am confident is his fundamental vision and volition. For the same Trolst, who so persistently emphasizes the need and the reality of certain historical facts, of community, cultus, organization, and who, still deeper down, so vividly sees and describes religion as an experience and affirmation of transsubjective, more than human fact and reality, as metaphysical and ontological, or nothing, is also strangely thin, abstract, hypothetic, indeed subjectivist in many of his favorite terms and connotations: thought, thoughts, thinking, the mind's spontaneity, mental creations, the Christian legend, the religious myth. I have mostly translated the former terms with apprehension, conviction, perceptions, etc., and have hardly given a passage containing the latter expressions. 1. Now Trolst, rightly I believe, considers Protestantism, in the first instance, to have been, as a matter of fact, whether rightly or wrongly, a reduction of all religion. To what it held can alone be an object of faith, trust, disposition, namely, to a thought, the thought of God, derived from the apostolic presentation of Christ, as the holy gracious will which forgives us our sins and thus lifts us to a higher life. And this thought includes, in addition, only what can render it certain for the sinner, the insight into God's self-revelation in the Logos, as the assurance afforded to us men of God's sin-remitting love. And when, much later on in history, Kant appears, I believe Trolst, with practically all historians, is right in finding in him, very specially, the philosopher of Protestantism. A Protestantism, however, representing a much greater retreat of religion upon thought and the subject than was that of Luther. 2. Now, doubtless, not only Luther but Kant also intended thus to find certainty concerning God within their own souls, and so to escape that lapse into doubt and self-delusion which they considered to attach to all seeking of such assurance in social traditions and external proofs and practices. Yet the modern idealist philosophy, as first clearly formulated between Luther's time and the time of Kant, by Descartes in his fundamental principle, was so eager to make sure of this kind of interiority and sincerity that it started not from the concrete fact, namely, a mind thinking something, and from the analysis of this ultimate trinity in unity, the subject, the thinking, and the object, but from that pure abstraction, thinking or thought, or a thinking of a thought. And from this unreal starting point, this philosophy strove to reach that now quite problematic thing, the object. Hume had no difficulty, from such premises, in reaching the pure skepticism, and although Kant, the greatest of Hume's opponents, profoundly advanced ethics and the theory of knowledge, especially in his formulations of the problems, and though his intention was throughout to ground theism upon unshakable foundations, yet his actual influence, especially in the Neo-Kantian interpretation, has been, upon the whole, hardly less agnostic than that of Hume himself. For take Kant not from his moral, but from his epistemological side, not from the last two critiques, but from the first, not in this or that of his, or at least three, different theories of knowledge, but according to his predominant mood, or along the line of least resistance, and you will find that here man knows nothing really of the real nature of anything, although, strangely enough, he does know, so certainly as to be above discussion, that the reality of everything is always utterly different from what this thing appears to be. 3. No living thinker has so much as Trolst insisted upon the sense of givenness and of otherness, as characteristic of all genuine religion, and no one has better analyzed and described this evidential character of all religion, or has more clearly shown how only the acceptance of this evidence as true and final brings firmness, interconnection, and sufficient rationality into our life as a whole, and depth into all its parts. It is indeed the very vividness and massiveness of this religious sense which brings the sympathizing reader to a quick and keen bewilderment, or to a painful arrest and benumbness of feeling, when the same Trolst attempts the philosophical formulation of this his religious sense. For in his philosophical formulation, Trolst clings to a more or less Kantian idealism, which is not always, indeed perhaps never quite clearly, restricted to its rich, almost realist stage. Indeed, at times, he writes as though this idealism, even taken thus in general, were almost an abiding new presentation of Christianity. Thus the religious Trolst continually propels and warms us religiously, but the philosophical Trolst often, at the same time, draws us back and chills us philosophically, indeed also religiously, since, after all, man's soul is not a man of war divided into so many watertight compartments. Again, where the religious Trolst speaks, religion requires history. Indeed, Christianity is held actually to retain a nucleus of critically established happenings, and permanently to need such a nucleus as essential to its own persistence. And these happenings are thus treasured, because they are in their depths far more than they seem on the surface, because they contain and transmit religious realities and powers. Yet when the philosophical Trolst speaks, these real happenings and their real religious contents dwindle to such windy subjectivities as the Christian legend, indeed even the Christian myth. Again, Christianity, for Trolst the believer, exercises its finest and farthest reaching influence as a special kind of mysticism. Yet for Trolst as thinker, the original religious fact and experience of the fact are always unmystical, and mysticism is always dependent upon, and is secondary to, this unmystical fact and experience. Nor does such supervening mysticism distill and express from out of that original fact and experience their real, though latent meaning and virtue, but the mystical apprehension is here simply a creation of the religious spontaneity. Further, according to Trolst, the original, unmystical religious fact and experience arise, in all their greatest, world-moving instances, amongst the socially humble and educationally elementary classes and individuals, thus affording us the spectacle of power made perfect in infirmity. Yet Trolst the thinker does not, by this, simply mean that these classes and individuals are given or attain, and that they irradiate a finer and fuller insight into what is than do the other, more sophisticated and more skeptical mortals of the middle and upper classes. It is merely that these lower class men approve themselves to be specially rich in myth-constructing capacity. And finally, Trolst, especially the religious Trolst, insists that man is never without, that he cannot, even if he would, get rid of the impression that realities not himself directly impinge upon and penetrate himself, realities which are, thus and so far, really known to him, though known only in part, and in that part largely obscurely. Man thus finds his entire nature to be awakened by the various realities, distinct from and independent of itself. He finds that his awakened senses awaken his reason and his spirit, and he finds that this generally awake condition of his nature calls forth within his nature a painful consciousness of the finitude and contingency of it all, a sense of contrasting other, infinite, intrinsic, and abiding. Yet for Troeltsch the thinker, our own mind appears often to be what alone we incontestably start with, and any reality, distinct from the mind's consciousness of itself, is but an interference of this mind from this its consciousness, and requires proof as to its transsubjective validity. The belief in the need of sense stimulation for the awakening of the mind and of the soul is in religion sheer magic mongering, and the sense of the contrasting other comes late and upon reflection in the mystical reaction against the early and childlike anthropomorphism of the Heavenly Father. In a word, here, everywhere, religion proclaims and demands transsubjective, more than human reality, and here, everywhere, philosophy never gets clearly beyond a subjectivism incapable of consistent certainty even as regards the minimum on which all human certainty and action, even where these are previous to religion or more superficial than religion, are demonstrably built. It is thus Troeltsch himself who, more even by his intensely alive religious sense than by his many acute criticism of Kantism, makes us thirst for a fully thought-out, self-consistent, critical realism. Everywhere such a realism would assume or announce that thought, primarily and normally, never stands alone, and never is thought of thought, but always thought of a reality distinct from this thinking of it, that the activity of the human mind and soul, as known to us in this life, always more or less requires sense stimulation, and that superstition here lies as truly in denying as in exaggerating this need, that our knowledge is always an incomplete knowledge, yet a knowledge of reality, since the objects really reveal in various degrees their real nature, that the primary qualities of material objects are transsubjectively real, and that the instinctive recognition of this reality plays an important part also in the religious habits and certainties of the soul, that the mystical type of religion is indeed secondary and reflective in so far as it seeks and sees all things as immediately present, but that the original religious fact and experience of religion already always contains an element of immediacy. Thus for our Lord's consciousness, God was immediately present. God's kingdom, its advent upon earth, was proximate, but not simply present. With some such, a philosophy would disappear from out of Troeltsch's noble writings that disturbing, numbing countercurrent certainly present in them now. And such a philosophy need, in no sense or degree, contravene Troeltsch's most precious resolve, not to recognize any specially theological, still less any specifically Christian, methods of study. For such a philosophy would be adopted only because it had been found more adequate to the analysis and elucidation of the facts of human consciousness and knowledge, of physical science and of religion, and because philosophy, to remain truly such, has to be the sensitively docile interpreter of actual life and reality, not their harshly doctrinaire explainer away. And such a philosophy, once adopted, would have carefully to guard against any wholesale conclusions and any niggardliness of admiration and docility towards the profound gains in method, perception, facts brought us by the critical idealism. Careful research, severe criticism, daring hypothesis, independence from aught but the laws and tests found to be obstinately intrinsic to the respective ranges and levels of study will be as needful as ever, but all will now move within a frank recognition of givenness, of otherness, of reality. Our minds will now range from the givenness of the pebble and the star to the givenness of the lichen, of the bee and bird, on to the immensely greater givenness of the human spirit, and contrasting with, yet sustaining, all such givennesses and their numberless given, real interrelations, the primary, absolute givenness and reality of God. 5. But let us go back to learn some final lessons from Trost in his rousing summary of some of his rich gains, and finish this very imperfect study of Trost's conceptions of Christianity, its specific genius and capacities, with some analysis of the conclusion to his Social Lateran, probably the most reasoned and best balanced piece in the entire great work. We thus can end on a nobly prophetic, splendidly sober, ideally realist, humanely Christian, unconquered and unconquerable note of faith in the perennial need, because truth and fact, of religion, and of its great origin, object, and end. I will here concentrate upon the author's deeper religious conclusions, upon his practical suggestions, and upon his final outlook. 1. The religious conclusions strive to emphasize the abiding ethical values contained in the many-colored Christian social doctrines. I do not see how they could be made more movingly deep and true. The Christian ethos alone, as against many a more showy, more easy faith or fancy, possesses, in virtue of its personalistic theism, a conviction of personality and individuality rooted in a metaphysic and lifted above destruction from any and all the naturalisms and pessimisms. Only the personality which arises out of man to beyond man in his range as a merely natural product, a personality achieved through a union of his will and deepest being with God, this alone is raised above the finite and alone can defy it. Without this support, every individualism evaporates into thin air. And again, the Christian ethos alone, in virtue of its conviction of a divine love which attends to all souls and which unites them all, possesses a truly unshakable, a sound socialism. Only in the medium of the divine do those conflicts and exclusivenesses disappear which belong to man as a natural product and which shape his natural existence. Only here do the associations formed by coercion, physical need, sex instinct, work, organization, attain a connection superior to them all and indestructible because now metaphysical. Again, only the Christian ethos resolves the problem of equality and inequality, since it neither glorifies violence and accident in the sense of a Nietzschean cult of breed, nor outrages the patent facts of life by a doctrinaire equalitarianism. It first recognizes the fundamental difference in the social positions, the powers and gifts of men as a condition established by the inscrutable will of God, and then transforms this condition by the interior upbuilding of the personality and the development of the sense of mutual obligation into an ethical cosmos. The Christian ethos, through its estimation of personality and its love, produces what no social organization, be it ever so just and rational, can ever entirely do without, since everywhere there always remain incalculable sufferings, needs, and maladies, claims upon disinterested, caritative help. This helpfulness has, as a matter of sheer fact, sprung from the Christian spirit, and only through this spirit can it persist. And finally, the Christian ethos alone places a goal before the eyes of us all who have to live and struggle through our difficult social existence, a goal which lies beyond all the relativities of the earthly life, and compared with which everything else represents only approximate values. The conviction of the divine kingdom of the future, which is but faith in the final realization of the absolute, in whatever way we may conceive this realization, does not, as short-sighted opponents maintain, deprive the world and the life in the world of their value, but it makes the soul strong, throughout its various stages of progression, in the certainty of a last absolute sense and aim for human toil. It thus raises the soul above the world without denying it. Only through this the deepest insight of all Christian asceticism do. All social utopias become superfluous, and the impossibility, always preached anew by experience, of a full understanding and a full execution of the ideal need not then throw back the seeker into that skepticism which so easily springs precisely from an earnest veracity, and which is everywhere invading the finer spirits of our times. The beyond is, in very truth, the power of our now and here. 2. and then he gives us 4 pregnant positions with regard to the propagation and organization of these religious forces. The religious life, upon reaching the stage of spiritual religion, requires an organization distinct from the simply natural articulations of society. Without a community, organization, and cultus, Christianity is incapable of propagation and fruitfulness. Amongst the forms of organization, the church type is superior to the sect type and to mysticism. It is the church which alone fully retains the characteristic of religion as essentially salvation and grace, which renders the presence of grace independent of the performances of individuals, which is able to embrace the most diverse stages of spiritual ripeness and Christianization, and which hence is alone fit to harbor a popular religion within the inevitable graduation of its members. The church type, precisely because of the tension within it between pure Christianity and adaptation to the world, has had a most varied history, and is in these our times in a condition of change and in a situation of great perplexity. Without compulsion, a lasting, uniform, indivisible church body is inconceivable, and the compulsion again is inconceivable without the aid of the state, and indeed, in times of a general naif belief, such a compulsion has no harm or irreligious consequences. But, finally, just because of its connection with the unbroken unity of the general life and outlook of large groups of peoples, the unbroken church type is interiorly appropriate to such times alone. For at other times, what is a matter of course for the general outlook tallies no more with what is a matter of course for the church. Compulsion is then no longer the preservation of the whole from isolated disturbances, but a violation of the movements of the larger life as it actually is. And Trost considers the future unification and cohesion of Protestantism as possible only on the supposition that the churches, created though they have been in part by state-enforced conformity, may become homes in which henceforth a variety of Christian spirits will find room to dwell and act. The home which was constructed by compulsion and unshrinking uniformitarianism can thus be inhabited by finer and especially by very various spirits, who then, it is true, will have carefully to guard a mutual toleration within certain wide limits. The spirit of the church type would thus be here maintained in its grand conviction of a historical substance of life common to all, a substance which, in the various smaller religious groups and declarations, would be expressed a part in this group, a part in that group, and would thus be kept from stagnation. We thus retain the sense of a common faith and the consciousness of heredity as a minimum of the church. 3. And the valedictory warning is surely supremely impressive in its virile sobriety. If the present social situation is to be mastered by Christian principles, thoughts will be necessary which have not yet been thought, and which will correspond to this new situation, as the older forms corresponded to the older situations. These thoughts will have to be drawn from the interior spontaneity of the Christian idea, and not exclusively from the New Testament, as indeed has always been the case with the great Christian social forms of the past, and they will have the fate in store for all the creations of the religious ethical idea. They will render indispensable services and will develop the profoundest forces, but they will never fully realize their specific ideal intention within the range of our terrestrial conflicts. As little as any other power in this our world will they create the kingdom of God on earth as a completed social ethical organism. Every idea will still be met by brutal facts, every upward development by interior and exterior checks. There exists no absolute Christian ethic, still awaiting its first discovery, but only an overcoming of the changing situations of the world, as also the earlier Christian ethic was not an absolute Christian ethic, but only such an overcoming in its own way. There exists also no absolute ethical transformation of material nature or of human nature, but only a wrestling with them both. Only doctrinaire idealists or religious fanatics can fail to recognize these facts. Faith is indeed the very sinews of the battle of life, but life does in very deed remain a battle ever renewed along ever new fronts. For every threatening abyss that is closed, a new one yawns before us. The old truth remains true. The kingdom of God is within us. But we must let our light shine before men in confident and ceaseless labor, that they may see our works and may praise our heavenly Father. The final ends of all humanity lie hidden within his hands. Entire peoples clash in arms, gigantic industrial struggles pulse across continents and oceans, immense physical discoveries and inventions almost annihilate time and space, yet engrossing and deeply important, also and especially in their help or hindrance to our moral and spiritual upbuilding and faith. As are these wild, vast, fleeting things all around us, it is not they, but it is this upbuilding and this faith. It is the ultimate realities which they touch, which indeed penetrate and occasion them, that are the greater and the greatest things experienced by man, and even simply as the utterances of one who, amidst the amazing distractions of our times, steadily perceives and proclaims this abiding preeminence of religion. Troelt's writings stand amongst the most impressive, because most circumspect and veracious, testimonies to the indestructible need and conviction that the human mind and conscience, still at bottom, can find rest alone in God, its home. End of chapter 6, part 2. Chapter 7, part 1 of Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion by Friedrich von Hügel. Chapter 7. What do we mean by heaven? And what do we mean by hell? Part 1. Some 60 years after our Lord's death upon the cross, one of the deepest of Jewish religious writers, yet one who, even then, knew not the historic Jesus, or reached not in him the Christ, wrote the so-called fourth book of Ezra. And there God, in the person of the angel, says to Ezra, "Just as the husbandman sows much seed in the ground, and yet not all the seeds which were sown shall be saved in due season, so also they that are sown in the world shall not all be saved." And Ezra answers, "The husbandman's seed, if it not come up, perishes, but the Son of Man, who has been fashioned with thine own hands, like thine own image, hast thou likened him to the seed of the husbandman?" And God in his reply assures Ezra, "Thou comest far short of being able to love my creation more than I." These very facts, problems, difficulties remain with us still, and we have to face them in this article. Yet many other points as to the afterlife must be passed over by us, such as the reasons for holding any immortality of man's soul or personality at all. I will simply assume throughout the discussion that our two questions are asked by men who are already convinced of the reality of some kind of afterlife, and who, besides, accept the historical reality and the character of Jesus and the trend and implications of his teaching. I take our questioners to accept all these religious facts as true and as the deepest revelation and test of true religion, especially as these facts appear in the synoptic gospels, as they have awakened, directed, and purified the spiritual needs and hunger of the most inclusive Christian souls, and as they have in return been articulated and expanded by these same souls. All this, then, shall be for us here the true type and test of the fuller and fullest spiritual apprehension of our questions and of the answers to them. Nevertheless, to be at all clear and fruitful concerning the two great subjects here confronted, I must first describe shortly the method which I believe alone capable of furnishing solid and sober results, and I must, secondly, and as shortly, eliminate certain peripheral problems, which, if left uneliminated, would give our direct subject matters and our conclusions concerning them an appearance which I do not believe them intrinsically to possess. our direct subject matters again will require some general considerations before we can articulate our ultimate proposals. I will group all I have to say within 5 sections, 2 introductory and 3 containing the direct effort. 1. It is most understandable, yet nonetheless regrettable for us who approach the afterlife problems from within religion and for religion, that 2 attitudes and activities of mind as to these very problems frequently distract the soul while still religiously unsettled, and I believe in practically all cases, gravely arrest or deflect its still dim and groping religious insight. The first of these attitudes concerns the content of the future life. The second concerns the evidences for a future life. By the first attitude, the future life is desired and conceived as simply a prolongation of this our earthly life, less its pain and usually its grossness. In this way, of course, and only in this way, can we men fully picture a future life at all. It thus is just merely a continuation of this life, with all within it that is attractive to our average tastes in our average moments. And by the second attitude, we seek the evidence for the reality of this continuance in imitations, which are somehow to be gained from the very persons, thus still thoroughly their old selves, who are now living in the beyond, and these 2 attitudes usually go together. It is certainly, at first sight, very remarkable that the fantastic abnormality of the form and method which characterizes all animistic and spiritualist practices should habitually yield so less than a normal, so shrunken, banal, and boring a content. Yet such a method cannot fail to reach no further than this very little distance. The simple fact, assuredly, is that the soul, qua religious, has no interest in just simple unending existence, of no matter what kind, or of a merely natural kind, an existence with God at most as the dim background to a vivid experience of its own unending natural existence. The specifically religious desire of immortality begins not with immortality, but with God. It rests upon God, and it ends in God. The religious soul does not seek, find, or assume its own immortality, and therefore seek, find, or assume God. But it seeks, finds, experiences, and loves God. And because of God, and because of this, its very real, though still very imperfect, intercourse with God. Because of these experiences, which lie right within the noblest joys, fears, hopes, necessities, certainties, which emerge within any and every field of its life here below, it finds, rather than seeks, immortality of a certain kind. The very slow but solidly sure, the very sober but severely spiritual growth of the belief in immortality amongst the Jews, a belief fully endorsed and greatly developed by our Lord, was entirely thus, not from immortality of no matter what kind to God, but from God to a special kind of immortality. Especially does Christ always keep God and the kingdom of God central as the beginning and end of all, and the immortality peripheral, as but the extension and full establishment of the soul's supernatural union with, and of its supernatural activity towards, God and man. And let us carefully note, such a method does not leave us empty of any vivid and experienced content for our conception of the future life. Quite the contrary. For no experiences are so real, none in any way are so well understood by the experiencing soul as are its supernatural experiences. By supernatural, we mean nothing here preternatural, nothing even essentially miraculous, nothing that men, who are at all complete according to man's supernatural call and awakeness, cannot or do not experience. We mean, on the contrary, acts, experiences, necessities which, though distinct, not only from all evil, but also from all simply natural goodness, are nevertheless acts, experiences, necessities found scattered about amongst the specific qualities and ends of nature. And these acts, experiences, necessities are such that men at large, in their nobler and noblest moments, cannot help saluting and revering them. And again, this supernaturalness does not concern goodness alone, but also truth and beauty. God is the fountain and the fullness, the origin and the end, the ultimate measure of every kind and degree, as much of beauty and of truth as of goodness. Hence, wheresoever there are acts, experiences, necessities of sheer self-surrender, in the deepest search and work within the visible and temporal, the contingent and relative, to the invisible, the eternal, the unconditional, wheresoever such self-surrender is from those temporalities, apprehended as such, to these eternities, accepted, adored as such, there is the supernatural. Walter Bagehot, in his great study of Bishop Butler, finds two kinds of religion: that which looks out upon the world, especially the starlit heavens, and finds there God in their beauty, and that which looks within upon the human soul itself, especially the conscience, and finds here God in its sublimity. Bagehot calls the former natural, the latter supernatural. But I plead here for a conviction which finds the natural, including a certain natural religion, in the looking within, and in the acceptance of conscience, as well as in the looking outwards and in the belief in beauty, and which, again, finds the supernatural religion within both these same movements and materials. So long as either movement and conviction is primarily busy with the beauty, the truth, or the goodness simply in their particular forms, and only vaguely or derivatively assumes or implies their unconditional claim upon the soul, you have nature. So soon as either movement and conviction attains to a central occupation with the abidingness, the non-contingency of the beauty, the truth, or the goodness thus partially revealed, and to a recognition of their right to the unlimited service of the observer, you have the supernature. We have thus to discriminate not simply between evil and good, but also between good and good, between natural good and supernatural good. Both these goods come from God. Both are operative in different proportions and in greatly different degrees and ways in all normal, adult, and awake human beings, and each, as we shall see, variously requires the other and variously participates in heaven itself. The morality of honest barter, of moderate living, the requirements of the counting house, the law courts, the state, Confucius, Bentham, such moralities, institutions, persons, in their general and positive trend and in their prevalent acceptance, are assuredly good and necessary, but they are natural. Such moralities, institutions, persons, we may wish to last forever, but they do not, of themselves, suggest or require the heightened consciousness, the closer and closest intercourse with God, the reaching, in Him, of the ultimate, living beauty, truth, and goodness, which the religious soul seeks when it seeks immortal life. And let us note, it is not the absence of any explicitly religious reference that stamps these natural things and persons as only naturally good. The reference in such persons, if not to God or to a God, then at least to their consciences, is fairly constant. Yet we cannot well count all that is thus referred as supernatural. And the reference in Judaism and Unitarianism to God is continual, and undoubtedly constitutes even the average of these positions as, at the least, natural religions. Yet it can fairly be maintained that the reference is here largely dry and distant, and is then to God rather as the supreme rule and reward of average earthly honesty, decency, and justice, than as the deepest meaning and the final assuagement of the soul's thirst for more and other than these things. For assuredly there are certain other acts, dispositions, strivings of individual souls, and there are certain other ideals and best achievements of certain institutions, which essentially transcend the character, standard, and instruments of the naturally good. The deepest of the Jewish Psalms, the seer whose vision of the suffering servant of Jehovah is incorporated in the book of Isaiah, the serenely self-oblivious prayer of Stephen, the deacon, for his enemies whilst they stone him to death. Above all, Christ's entire life and work, crowned by the forgiveness of his crucifiers, even as he hangs upon the cross, are the great and the greatest, the most fully explicit, instances of the supernaturally good. But indeed, off and on, here and there, sooner or later, we can find, within the larger human groups and during the longer human periods, some lives, some acts, not all different to those acts and lives, at least some touches, some desires for some such lives and some such acts. And if such acts or desires never and nowhere occurred within an entire race of men, or with an entire age of the world, then that race and that age would, already by this alone, stand revealed as less than what man actually is, a being natural in his constitution, yet variously solicited and sustained by supernatural influences, requirements, helps, and aims. The Christian Church, at all times, in its indestructible ideal, and indeed always in its fullest and fairest fruits, has been and abides the special training ground, home, and inspirer of this supernatural spirit. Our Lord's Beatitudes are its classical expression, and the Feast of All Saints is the perennially touching commemoration of its countless manifestations in every age, clime, race, and religious environment. Now, the specifically religious desire for immortality is a desire not only for the continuance of such supernatural acts and dispositions, and for the continuance of the soul, insofar as thus acting and disposing, but for the final establishment of the soul in a world of powers, acts, and persons truly adequate to this supernaturalness. Here below, this our visible world of time and space suffices for the naturally good acts and the naturally good soul. Heaven is not a necessary environment for not cheating in the sale of peas or potatoes, for not smashing street lamps, for not telling calumnies against one's wife or brother. But only heaven furnishes the adequate environment for the elevation and expansion of spirit of a Damien when he, here below, devoted himself to sure leprosy for the sake of his outcast fellow creatures, of a Joan of Arc when in the France of her day she reaped her short earthly success and her swiftly following witch's death, or of the average trooper on the Birkenhead going down, without moving, at attention, with the women and children being saved alive before his eyes in those boats where he was deliberately refusing to take a place at the cost of others, many of whom had no special claim upon himself. Indeed, all of us have ourselves witnessed, or have learnt from eyewitnesses, deeds or dispositions of a similar quality. Humanity will never, universally or permanently, treat such acts as folly, or indeed as anything less than the very flower of life. Yet to claim that the trades union or a political or social party or the state should or could or ever wisely will require such things or directly work for them is assuredly quixotic. Such a demand or hope can only lead to a dangerous utopia, followed by a not less dangerous reaction. Thus such heroic goodness points to a beyond, as indeed does all philosophical research, all scientific work, all artistic effort, whensoever these endeavors penetrate deeper than a certain superficial and conventional level. All such heroic, self-oblivious search and reception of truth and beauty as possessing the right to such self-surrender appear as special divine gifts rather than as mere human efforts, as glimpses of reality which, for their adequate environment and apprehension, require not this world and this life, but another life and another world. 2. We have so far spoken as though heaven and hell were the sole, not only ultimate, but also immediate, alternatives for every man moved by and called to supernature. And still more, we have let it appear as though the call of the human race in general to such supernature involved, of necessity, the call of every individual belonging to that race to this same supernature. We must now make some important distinctions in both these positions, for we cannot, if we do hold a heaven and a hell, in the full sense of the terms, escape, I am confident, from acceptance of some kind of purgatory and of some kind of limbo. As concerns the supernaturally awakened souls, we cannot, surely, conceive the majority of these to be, when they die, immediately fit for heaven, even if they be not really fit for hell. Yet we are often reminded of certain spiritual facts which seem to rule out any intermediate state. Thus we are told that it is not Christian, nor even deeply religious in general, to think of man as ever truly owing his salvation to his own merits. He can, in strictness, owe such salvation only to the generosity and gift of God. Indeed, the very power to merit at all is a pure grace of God, as pure as is man's creation. Conformably with this, it is insisted that the commencement, the continuation, the crowning of any soul's supernatural life is through and through rendered possible only by God and his grace, and that it never becomes actual without the active aid of the same God and grace. Thus all supernaturally awakened souls, however free from sin, whether original or actual we may suppose them, attain, at least on one ground entirely common to them all, their original nothingness, to heaven through God's gift and mercy. To this is added the further contention that this gift and mercy is specifically abundant in the case of those supernaturally awakened souls which die with sinful or imperfect habits and attachments still clinging to them, and which nevertheless attain to heaven. And it is then asked, if all this be really so, what need there is of an intermediate state at all? The answer surely is that we who are still on this side of the veil have direct and real knowledge of the manner in which God's grace and mercy operate, even though in this life only, and that in this life these gifts usually obey certain general laws of their own. We are able roughly to follow some of the main outlines of these orderings by God himself of God's own generosities and gifts. We see how, in this our earthly time at least, every impure thought, untrue word or cruel act, every cowardly shrinking from the usually costly docility to our own best insight and special grace, relax or stain, or harden or deflect our own inclinations, habits, and acts, even more certainly than they similarly affect our influences and achievements in the world at large. We note how even sincere and fairly deep repentance for any one evil action no more removes all such inward effects of this action than it removes all the outward effects of the same action. Thus I regret certain acts of gambling, I even cease to gamble, but this does not, of necessity, eradicate certain inclinations to gamble, fully willed by me before, and half willed by me still. It does not eliminate the entire gambling habit, any more than it restores to my bank or to my creditor friends the moneys I have gambled away from them. My repentance at any degree of depth will be a grace of God through Christ to me, yet this repentance and grace, unless it be of the deepest kind, an act of pure love, as it was with the good thief on Calvary on Good Friday, will still leave me with variously imperfect habits and inclinations. These habits and inclinations again will be rectified within me by the grace of God and Christ, but this grace will, in most cases, work slowly within innumerable new acts of mine, acts contrary in character to those old habits, and within a long self-discipline which now, step by step, retraces the previous long self-dissipation of the soul. Purgatory is thus, so far at least, a sheer fact for the soul in its relation to God during this life, but it is not reasonable to assume a radical change or supersession of so fundamental a spiritual law at the death of the body, except under the constraint of some very definite and unanswerable reason. Such a reason is not forthcoming, and hence I can find no serious ground to deny the reality of a similar purgatory for the same soul in face of the same God in the other life. And if purgatory exists also in the beyond, then most of the supernaturally called souls will presumably go at death, not to hell, nor in the first instance to heaven, but first of all to purgatory. As concerns mankind at large, we have certain general facts of human existence and of life in general, and certain ordinary teachings of theologians, which appear to indicate that many, possibly most, individual human souls do not attain to the supernatural call, choice, and consequences, that heaven or hell can be as little their actual final end, as purgatory can be their immediate destination. Three large considerations seem to show that this is actually the case in the realm of human souls, that it is in full parallel with other ranges and stages of observable life, and that it is in no wise cruel or unjust. This position appears to state an actual fact. For the majority of human beings, if we take the life of the soul to begin at the moment of the conception of the corresponding body, die before they attain the age of reason. If we take seriously even the fundamental lines, the general trend of the Christian outlook, we must reject all reincarnation schemes, and we must require, as the ordinary prerequisite for the supernatural call of any individual soul, the mental and volitional awakeness of this soul. True, the doctrine and practice of infant baptism raise a difficulty here, but infant baptism admittedly reaches only a small minority of the cases in question if the human soul is infused into its corresponding body at the moment of this body's conception, and if, of the human beings who attain to birth at all, much the greater number of those dying in infancy die without baptism. And again, baptism is held to extend to the infant the spiritual life of the Christian Church at large. And this spiritual life in the Church at large is, at the time of the baptism of the spiritually slumbering infant, possessed and practiced by souls mentally and volitionally awake. And finally, the effects of such baptisms, if the infant dies in infancy, are different in degree from the effects of this same baptism if this baptized soul attains to maturity. Theologians have, since many a day, admitted that unbaptized infants live in the beyond a life of natural happiness, a sort of prolongation of the happiness of children here below, less their physical sufferings, and less any supernatural experiences which may be traceable in most of them from about 7 years of age onwards. Thus souls that depart this life as infants, though they be unbaptized, do not go to hell, but souls that pass into the beyond as infants, if they be baptized, attain indeed to heaven, yet it is a far lesser degree of the supernatural beatitude than do souls which have struggled long and much in and for the supernatural life here below, and which have died substantially fit for heaven at last, even though they be in need of a long purgatory first. Some such position is also alone parallel to the facts observable in all the other ranges and levels of life known to us in any degree. Thus all wheat seeds, all lily bulbs, all acorns contain the elementary materials and structures of richly fruitful wheat plants, exquisitely tinted blossoms, and broadly spreading oak trees. Their respective species are intended to reach, and actually do reach, in some fortunate representatives, this consummation. Yet of these individual seeds, bulbs, acorns, not 1 in 100, or even less, attains to this full end of its species. So again with insects, fishes, birds, mammals. The proportion of individuals that actually attain to the full development, ideally intended for each and all, is astonishingly small. Thus from the smallest moss or lichen up to man, we find everywhere, even though in a lesser and lesser degree, the distinction between the carefulness as to the type and species, and the apparently careless profusion as to the individual incorporations of the type. And hence life, in its manifold degrees and kinds, witnesses distinctly against any belief that mankind, and mankind alone within the world of creatures well known to us, reaches in every individual man the fullness of its natural and supernatural call. And finally, the position here defended cannot justly be charged with imputing cruelty or injustice to God, for the souls that attain only to natural felicity have, ex hypothesi, never known the solicitations of the supernatural. All their actual or even latent individual consciousness and needs are fulfilled within their own special kind and degree, a thing thoroughly possible, if, as we have already contended, nature and supernature are not one and the same call and condition, but two. Thus these souls are not the less fully happy, because other human souls hunger and thirst after a higher and deeper, a different life, or because these other souls are satiated with a correspondingly different happiness. A man with much salt in his mouth requires much more drink to slake his thirst than does the man who has never tasted salt. The thirst of the man untouched by salt is slaked by a small glassful of water. The thirst of the man aroused by salt is not appeased by less liquid than a bucketful. And if we take the difference between the two classes of souls objectively, we find that the two calls and ends are largely balanced by the fact that the supernatural call and end usually involves spiritual struggles, sacrifices, dangers, profound alternatives, whilst the natural call and end is always devoid of all supernatural pains and perils. 3. We stand now before the problem of heaven and hell properly so called, the final supernatural alternatives of the supernaturally awakened soul. Yet here again, we must first clear away three very prevalent objections and misapprehensions. Let us move from the more general to the more particular difficulties. First and foremost, then, we have to confront the opinion, increasingly prevalent in Western Europe since the beginning of the 18th century, one which now pervades fairly all the non-religious, and even much of the religious, thought of our day. That the conception of heaven is, in substance, beautiful, or at least true, or at the very least harmless, but that any and every conception of hell is essentially hideous, or at all events unreasonable, or at the very least most dangerous and noxious. Thus serious scholars attempt to prove that our Lord's utterances as to hell are all due to misconceptions of his disciples, or even to amplifications by writers who had not heard his words, or again, that these utterances, if really proceeding from our Lord himself, only continue, without any special verification or emphasis, certain already prevalent opinions, that they have no organic connection with the roots of his revelation and message. Thus, too, otherwise helpful religious philosophers reduce hell to a long purgatory, or simply to a rhetorical or emotional expression, perceived or not perceived by our Lord himself to be only such, for a correct and indeed noble sense of the intrinsic difference between right and wrong, and of the correspondingly intrinsic differences between the respective consequences of right and of wrong, differences which are really outside of time and space, but which can only be described at all vividly in temporal and spatial pictures. The net result of all such teachings, quite apart from the still more prevalent and insidious pantheistic tendencies of our time, is at the least to emphasize the conviction of Mother Julian of Norwich that all will be well, whilst the teaching of Christ and of his Church will nevertheless turn out to have been true, or more boldly, to welcome back as alone satisfactory the notions, not of Origen himself, but of some Origenists, as to the eventual restitution of all things, of all souls, or again, or quite generally, to treat as a barbarous, impertinent irruption into our superior insight and humanity, not only the applications and details, but the very substance of the convictions of Tertullian, St. Augustine, and Dante. What can we adduce against such a denial? We must first of all remember our discrimination, that the question concerning the final destination of man as such is not identical with the question concerning the final condition of particular human beings. Hence it is quite beside the mark to bring up the cases of little children, of idiots, of pure savages. We must also not forget that there need be no real question of hell, even for the majority of the supernaturally awakened souls, if there actually exists a state and process of purgation in the beyond, as there undoubtedly exists such a state and process here. Yet these provisos do not eliminate the real possibility of hell as the general rule. Wheresoever is a real possibility of heaven, they leave heaven and hell as a generally interrelated couple. We must next try vividly to realize the fact that it is not hell which is so much more difficult to believe in than in heaven, but that it is the entire specifically spiritual conception of man of his deepest self which is difficult, as contrasted with the naturalistic view of these same things. The purely naturalistic view of man conceives him as a mere superior animal, which projects its own largely fantastic wishes onto the void or the unknown, and which then fishes them back as objective realities distinct from itself, their true creator. And this view is the more plausible, the more quickly statable, the more vividly picturable, the alone readily transmittable view. But then, the view has all these qualities, precisely because it stops short at the surface impressions of things and remains utterly inadequate to all the deeper and deepest implications, requirements, and ends of knowledge in general, and of art, ethics, philosophy, and religion in particular. Yet as soon as we hold the difference between various kinds of human acts and dispositions to be always potentially, and often actually, of essential, of ultimate, of more than simply social, simply human importance, we are insisting upon values and realities that essentially transcend space and even time. Every at all noble, every even tolerably adequate outlook always possesses some such more than merely empirical, simply contingent, or purely material and mechanical character. Plato, the Stoics, Plotinus possessed this outlook, although in very different degrees. It ruled the Western world during the Christian Middle Ages, and after the largely negative rationality of most of the Renaissance, it gave its note of pathetic distinction and splendor to the great spirit of Spinoza, gravely cramped by pantheism, though it was in its speculation. In Kant, it again reappears in a more theistic setting, and with the deep perception of that deep fact, radical evil, of man's frequent declaring, willing, and doing what he well knows to be false and bad, but pleasant. In Schopenhauer, it relieves the general pessimistic oppression with glimpses of a beauty abiding and all-sustaining. And now, in these our times, we are again coming, in different lands and from different experiences and starting points, to schemes really adequate, indeed deeply friendly, to this transcendence, present in all our nobler aspirations, acts, and ends. Thus every profound search after, or belief in, the fundamental truth or essential beauty or satisfying goodness of anything, when we press it duly home and sincerely and delicately analyze it, overflows the ordinary, superficially obvious requirements of man's knowledge, action, life. In each case, we get a scheme that looks too big and too ambitious for us little men, and that involves alternatives too wide and deep for the average moments of the average mortal. We have then for our purpose only to ask whether the alternatives, heaven, hell, are like or unlike these ultimate implications of man's deepest needs and aspirations, elevations and falls, and the answer will assuredly be, they are not unlike, but like. We shall, I believe, be driven to such a general conclusion, if and when we dwell upon our memories of men we have known at all well and long, and in sufficient numbers, even though these men may have belonged to classes and callings least supernaturally attempered at a first appearance. Thus I look back to my 8 friends, the horse bus drivers in a northern suburb of London. There was their patriarch, Johnny D., of the grey top hat, so humorously irritated by "them Belgiums," when these white Flemish horses answered so languidly to his whip. "Don't you ever trust an 'orse dealer," he advised me. "All 'orse dealers are rogues. Ought to know. Me own father was an 'orse dealer." There was William D., who would dare his conductor there and then to tell how many shoulders and legs of mutton were passing when droves of sheep passed by, and who bred canaries in his spare time. "Me eldest lad sings that beautiful in the Wesleyan chapel choir. Sorry he will not take to the slaughter-in me own line at first. Strange, for he's that fond o' animals." There was the Scotchman R. "See this and o' mine? Writes a beautiful and, always did. Got all the prizes at school. Always steady, lad and man." And there was the red-haired, young orange Irishman, William S., impulsive, improvident, humorous, humble, sweet. "Look at that Salvation Army old saint there. I've known him established above all sin and fallen exactly 16 times. I sits upon this box up to midnight, sir, these foggy November nights. I drink lots of beer. It lies that heavy, cold, cold upon my chest. Doctor says it'll ruin me." I saw him dying in a little quiet room. "Is there anything you want, S?" "Nothing, sir. They kindly found a mangle for me wife, and the children is all took by good people, and yet, yes, there is a thing I miss. I wish that here, from me bed, I could hear the old bus go by." The lethargic white old Belgiums have long since ceased to drag the heavy old bus up that hill. Their bones lie somewhere utterly forgotten. Johnny D himself has gone, I know. Perhaps also the whilom slaughterer and the self-complacent steady Scotchman have already followed Johnny, so thoroughly English in character, and the touching, drinking Irishman. Yet even during those years when these men so much refreshed me with their spontaneity, sincerity, and simplicity, and still more now, when I look back upon what I learnt from these my friends, I saw and felt, I see and feel, that not a little of the supernatural was working variously, indirectly, hiddenly, yet most really, also here. Non omnis moriar, wrote the Polish Horace, thinking only of his poetry. They have not, they could not, altogether die. Not their works, but they, their own selves. These my humble, humorous fellows, touched, sweetened, widened, deepened, as they were, by our common supernatural call and lot, so far beyond their own power to articulate even what they already were, still less what at times they longed to become. End of chapter 7, part 1. Chapter 7, part 2 of Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion by Friedrich von Hügel. Chapter 7. What do we mean by heaven? And what do we mean by hell? Part 2. And we must finally consider the character of our Lord's outlook as a whole. As to this point, we not only find certain texts in the Synoptic Gospels which directly teach hell and which put it in simple parallel with heaven, but, an even more conclusive fact, we can clearly trace, throughout our Lord's teachings, the keen conviction, the austere inculcation of the conviction, that the spiritual life is a great, all-important alternative and choice, a choice once for all, with consequences, final and immense. The entire texture and implications of Jesus's outlook require such choice within this one earthly life on the part of supernaturally awakened souls, and such abidingness of the results of this their choice. What does it profit a man if he gain the whole world and suffer the loss of his own soul? Is but an example of what runs, as implication, allusion, pathos, entreaty, menace, throughout the whole of our Lord's teaching in proportion as, especially in its second stage, this teaching is continuously busy with man's supernatural call and the strenuous conditions and severe consequences of this call. Only two serious objections can, I believe, be raised against this contention that our Lord himself unequivocally taught the doctrine of fundamental alternatives and abiding consequences. The one objection is derived from an analysis and grouping of the synoptic texts. The other is drawn from the doctrine of St. Paul. As to the synoptists, such serious scholars as the late Dr. H. J. Holtzman and many others distinguish between a series of very simple sayings and parables which reproduce our Lord's direct teachings, and the great or complicated pictures and similes, which are so many developments by the primitive Christian community and writers of certain elements or adumbrations of our Lord's own doctrine. And only in these latter pictures, such as Christ the King separating the sheep from the goats at the last judgment. The Gospel of St. Matthew, chapter 25, verses 31 through 46. Do these scholars find any direct parallel contrast between the saved and the lost, and any explicit insistence upon the abidingness of the condition of the lost as balancing the abidingness of the condition of the saved? Nevertheless, even the passages thus still accepted as fully primitive are, I submit, quite sufficient for our purpose, since interpreted otherwise than as involving the conviction of abiding consequences, these sayings, so assuredly strenuous and austere, lose all their specific point and poignancy. Thus we are still told of the Father which seeth in secret, who shall reward openly, will forgive or will not forgive men's trespasses against himself, according as men forgive or do not forgive their fellow men's trespasses against themselves. The Gospel of St. Matthew, chapter 6, verses 4, 6, 18, chapter 6, verses 14 and 15. We are still warned, "Fear not them which kill the body, but are not able to kill the soul, but rather fear him which is able to destroy both soul and body in hell." The Gospel of St. Matthew, chapter 10, verse 20. We still hear the solemn woes pronounced against the unbelieving cities, of the great straits that await them at the day of judgment. The Gospel of St. Matthew, chapter 11, verses 21 through 24, chapter 23, verses 37 and 38. Jesus still insists that he has come to divide a man from his father and a daughter from her mother, and that only "he that loseth his life for my sake shall find it." The Gospel of St. Matthew, chapter 11, verses 35 through 39. And again, that at the day of judgment, two shall be in the field, or grinding at the mill. One shall be taken and the other left. The Gospel of St. Matthew, chapter 25, verses 40 and 41. He still exhorts us to cut off hand or foot, or to pluck out an eye, rather than be cast with both our hands or feet or eyes into hell. The Gospel of St. Matthew, chapter 9, verses 43 through 48. He still proclaims that "he that is not with me is against me." The Gospel of St. Matthew, chapter 12, verse 30. And he still declares that there exists a sin against the Spirit of God which cannot be forgiven. The Gospel of St. Luke, chapter 12, verse 10 and the parallels. And we have still the parables of the two houses built respectively on the rock and on the sand, and resulting respectively in persistent safety and in utter ruin. Of the unjust steward, of the talents, of the men at the door asking admittance, when it is too late, from the master of the house. The Gospel of St. Luke, chapter 13, verses 24 through 30. And of the wise and foolish virgins. All these parables teach the same lesson, and possess the same implications, and indeed hell and its endlessness appear, explicitly and repeatedly, in these parables, as they also do in the corresponding series of sayings. As to St. Paul, it is true that we have, in the magnificent chapter 15 of the first epistle to the Corinthians, an account of the resurrection followed by an unending condition, which appears to say nothing as to the fate of unfaithful human souls, and which, indeed, contains passages that have been repeatedly interpreted in the sense of a final resolution of all things, such as was held by some Origenists. Yet every close and careful analysis of this chapter and of St. Paul's other long and highly technical doctrinal expositions shows clearly that nothing is said here as to the fate of human sinners, simply because St. Paul is busy here with our Lord's resurrection and with the fate of those human souls which have faithfully conformed themselves to his life. Indeed, in such severely speculative passages, St. Paul does not apparently hold a resurrection of the wicked, nor a subsequent life, whether temporary or unending, for such persons at all. The just have, during their earthly life, chosen in favor of the spirit and the body, and hence they live and are raised to full life forever, with and through these powers, the ever-living spirit and the ever-vivifiable body. The wicked have chosen in favor of the psyche, the animal soul, and the flesh, and hence they die altogether with these essentially deadly and mortal powers. Hence, even if this be the sense of these speculative passages, St. Paul continues here the doctrine of abiding consequences, only that the wicked here appear simply to cease to exist, as against the good who expand into the full life. Indeed, St. Paul, when he is not thus developing a severely antithetic speculation, largely as such his own, speaks on this point, as he does also on other points, in close resemblance to our Lord's own sayings. For he declares that we must all appear, or be made manifest, before the judgment seat of Christ, that every one may receive the things done in his body, according to that he hath done, whether it be good or bad. Second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 5, verse 10. And in the very chapter 15 of the first to the Corinthians, Christ at the end puts down all rule and all authority and power. Verse 24. Doubtless hostile spirits, which are thus not changed in their willings, but are simply overruled and rendered innocuous henceforth. And assuredly the finish here, that God may be all in all. Verse 28. Refers to the relations between Christ with his saints and God the Father, and has nothing to do with any question as to God's presence and operation elsewhere. Thus this chapter no more teaches the restitution of all things than his doctrine is meant by the terms palingencia, or new birth, of the Gospel of St. Matthew, chapter 29, verse 28, or apokatastasis panton, that is, restitution of all things, of the Acts of the Apostles, chapter 3, verse 21. Passages which merely signify the restoration of the full divine order at the end of the world, an order which includes the subjugation, but not the salvation, of the godless. Thus we confront the impressive fact that throughout the New Testament there is nowhere a denial or ignoring, but there is everywhere an affirmation or implication of man's life here below as a choice between immense alternatives furnished with corresponding abiding consequences. Primitive Buddhism could not have existed without the conviction of the dizzying wheel of life as the starting point of that creed, or without nirvana as the goal of the same creed, and wheel and nirvana each there postulate the other. Only together do they constitute that Buddhism. But Christianity, whether primitive or in any conceivable form which may still leave it essentially Christian, could not coexist with the conviction of the wheel of life, with any reincarnation scheme, or with a nirvana of any kind. For here, instead of a passive resignation and despair, is an active choice and hope, and this because here, instead of an utterly flowing and chaotic nature, and of the soul fascinated by all this flow and chaos, there is an abiding, a wise and loving God behind nature, itself seen as largely a cosmos, and there is, in front of this nature, the persistence, self-identity, personality of the individual soul. We must then retain choice and alternative as at the very center of the Christian outlook, at least as regards supernaturally awake souls. Yet we must equally guard this alternative against a certain exclusiveness and against a certain excess. We must guard against excluding all nature from heaven. Man, without a certain amount of nature as his substratum, would cease to be a creature at all, and would be God. And man, without a certain amount of his own human nature, would cease to be a man at all, and would be really an angel or some other non-human creature. And yet it is certain that man is to save or to lose his soul, to be in heaven or in hell, assuredly not as God, yet also not as angel, but as man. We certainly do not know precisely how much of the nature of man will be thus preserved, and with what expansions, perfectionings, utilizations. Indeed, the general questions as to how a disembodied soul can, as such, experience anything or can act at all, or again, how it can refashion a body sufficiently spiritual to be serviceable there, and yet sufficiently material to be at all identical with its former body here, are full of difficulties. Yet we can easily show that the entire Christian outlook requires such a preservation of a certain substratum of nature, and indeed some kind and degree of resurrection of the body. For nature, in this outlook, is, as to its essentials, good in and for itself, and it is still better in and for supernature. Grace does not abolish nature, but perfects it, is the fundamental axiom of all the teaching of Aquinas. And hence, as leavened bread cannot exist without the meal, or salt water without the salt, this particular bread without its particular meal, and this particular salt water without this its particular salt, so neither can supernaturalized men exist without human nature, this particular man without this his particular nature. Thus in heaven, each soul will retain the essentials of its particular nature, expanded, completed, elevated by its particular supernature, as this supernature has now and there found its final form and fullness. And thus again, there will not, indeed, exist in heaven husbands and wives, parents and children, brothers and sisters, and the other sweet relationships of earth, just simply as such, and merely because they existed upon earth. And yet not one of these, or of any other naturally good relationships, but will continue substantially in heaven, insofar as this relationship has become the essential natural material of our supernatural life here on earth, and insofar as it thus requires to continue as the essential natural substratum of our full supernatural life in heaven. Hence, if truly transfigured by grace already here, these relationships can and will continue in their substance, fully and finally transfigured there. And thus the sweetness of nature, the severity of the choice, and the serenity of heaven all appear very really each to fit the other. And we must guard against a certain excess of contrast. Evil and the evil effects of evil are, indeed, not the mere absence of good and of the good effects of good. Evil is in truth a force and positive. It is an actual perversion and not an abolition of the efficacious will. Yet evil and its effects are not as fully and concentratedly evil as good and its effects are full and concentrated. If this were false, Manichaeism would be true, and evil would fully balance good. According to all theism, and especially all Christianity, the good, if not sheerly all-powerful, is at the least more powerful for good than is the evil for evil. No doubt, the absolute parallelism of form present in certain of our Lord's declarations concerning heaven and hell, as these are given in St. Mark and St. Matthew, and as they operate in practically all the popular echoes and expansions of these declarations ever since their utterance, would, if pressed, rule out this discrimination. Yet such a discrimination cannot otherwise be seriously refuted from any sensitively Christian premises. We shall thus indeed admit an evil and a suffering in the lost, in correspondence to the respective good and happiness of the saved, but we shall carefully guard against finding that evil and suffering to be as full and as concentrated as is this good and happiness. 4. We are at last face to face with the special subject matter of our quest, and we must, consequently, attempt to find and to describe the characteristics of our deepest experiences, and in each instance to contrast the fully willed and bliss-bringing acceptance and the full refusal with its pain and contraction of this our profoundest call. Our deepest spiritual experiences appear always to possess some or all of four qualities, and the contrasted effects, as respectively within the right disposition and the wrong disposition, seem to be as follows. In our deepest moments here below, our experiences are least changeful and most constant. They are, in those moments, least successive and most nearly simultaneous. They thus come nearest to the character of God and to an apprehension of that character. God is pure eternity, sheer simultaneity. The animal man is almost pure succession, indeed all but mere change. The spiritual man is, in proportion to his spirituality, more or less simultaneous. We have every reason, then, to hold that these experiences and their differences apply also to the supernaturally awakened souls in the beyond. The saved spirits will thus, according to the degree of their supernatural call and of their supernatural establishment within it, be quasi-simultaneous in their intelligence, feeling, volition, acts, effectuations. This their life will, at any one moment of its slow succession, be too rich and varied to require much succession for the unraveling of its capacities and acts. Indeed, this richness will actually be richer for this quasi-simultaneity of its contents and gains, since thus the many connections and contrasts between these many things will be very largely present together with the things themselves. The lost spirits will persist, according to the degree of their permanent self-will defection from their supernatural call, in the all but mere changingness, scatteredness, distractedness, variously characteristic of their self-elected earthly life, and owing to their past experience of the opposite conditions and to their still extant, although diminished consciousness of the supernatural call, they will feel the unsatisfactoriness of this their permanent non-recollection more than they felt it upon earth. In our deepest moments here below, again, our greatest expansion and delight arises from our sense of contact, more or less close and vivid, with realities not ourselves. In such moments, we not simply reach truth, something abstract, something which we predominantly refer to, the already developed text and standard of our minds, but reality, some deeply concrete and living thing, which enlarges our experiences of fact, and indeed our thus experiencing souls themselves. We have then, again, every reason to hold that these experiences and their contrasted differences will persist, greatly heightened, in the beyond. The saved souls will thus, according to the degree of their supernatural call and of their supernatural establishment, be supported, environed, penetrated by the supreme reality, and by the keenest sense of this reality. This sense of God as distinct from, previous to, independent of, our apprehension of Him, of God as self-revealing and self-giving, will evoke continuous acts and habits, an entire state of a responsive self-givingness in the soul itself. The great divine ecstasy will evoke and be met by the little human ecstasy. Not primarily this, a self-consciousness of the soul, with a more or less dim or even hypothetic reference to, or assumption of, God derivatively attached thereto, but the sense of God and of the joy in Him, central and supreme, and the sense of the self, chiefly as of the channel for, the recipient of, and the response to, all this divine reality, joy, and life. The lost souls will persist, according to the degree of their permanent self-willed defection from their supernatural call, in the varyingly all but complete self-centeredness and subjectivity of their self-elected earthly life. But now they will feel, far more fully than they ever felt on earth, the stunnedness, the self-mutilation, the imprisonment involved in this their endless self-occupation and jealous evasion of all reality, not simply their own selves. In our deepest moments, once more, we reach the fullest sense of our membership of the social human organism, of our possessing a fruitful action upon it, precisely because of this, our glad acceptance of our special little place within the great family of the thinkers, workers, sufferers, achievers amongst our fellows in the long past and in the wide present. We have, then, no reason to doubt that, in the beyond, these experiences and their contrasted differences will obtain, and in still greater measure. The saved spirits then will receive, exercise, enjoy, aid, and complete a richly various, deep and tender social life with fellow souls. And as the intercourse of these spirits with God is not simply mental or abstractively contemplative, but quite as much emotional, volitional, active, efficacious, so also this their intercourse with the fellow souls is mental, emotional, volitional, active, efficacious. And the quasi-simultaneity and the deep sense of and delight in realities, which we have already found so strongly to characterize these saved spirits, will doubtless penetrate and enrich this their social joy. For thus they will profoundly perceive, feel, and will themselves as just parts, special parts of this great social whole, and they will profoundly see, feel, and will themselves as greatly surpassed in sanctity by innumerable other souls. The joy in the rich interconnection and various supplementation between these countlessly different souls, and the joy in reality, realities other and far fuller than themselves, will thus add to the bliss and the fruitfulness, outwards and inwards, which spring from the social experience and activity of the saved. The lost souls will persist, according to the degree of their permanent defection, in their claimfulness and envious self-isolation, in their niggardly pain at the sight or thought of the unmatchable greatness and goodness of other souls. But now the disharmony of all this, with their own past better experiences, and their own still present sense of the supernatural call, becomes more fully and more unintermittently conscious within them than it is wont to be in them on earth. And lastly, our deepest moments are assuredly often, perhaps always, shot through in their very joy with suffering, even though this suffering be only the birth pangs of a fuller spiritual life and fruitfulness. Our profoundest happiness here below always possesses something of the heroic, and the heroic appears impossible without obscurity met by faith, pain borne by patience, risk and loss faced and transformed by the magic of self-immolation. Thus our fullest nobility and its unique joy appear as though, after all, reserved for this our earth alone, but not so. The saved spirits in the beyond will doubtless no further know suffering and pain, temptation and risk and fall, within themselves, such as we poor little men now know them upon earth. And yet it is not difficult to find, within the deepest characteristics of the human soul, even upon earth, and the most certain and most dominant conditions of the other life, operative causes for the continuance in heaven itself of the essentials in the nobility furnished by devoted suffering and self-sacrifice here below. For the saved spirits in the beyond indeed see God as he is, but this doubtless only insofar as their finite natures, indefinitely raised and expanded by supernature though they be, can do so. What they see is indeed the very reality of God. What they feel and will, and what they act with and for, is in very truth this reality itself. Nevertheless, they are not themselves gods. They are finite. God is infinite. They are more or less successive. God is purely simultaneous. They exist through him. He is self-existent, and thus contrastedly in many other ways. And yet it is God, as he is in himself, and not as he is only partially seen by them, whom these spirits desire to comprehend, to love, to will, and to serve. Hence, even in heaven, there remains for the saved soul room and the need to transcend itself, to lose itself, that it may truly find itself. Here is an act possessed of an element of genuine darkness, of real tension, succeeded by an accession of further light and wider expansion. Saint Catherine of Genoa, from her own spiritual experiences, vividly conceived and finally pictured in the souls destined to purgatory their joyous acceptance of, their freely willed plunge into, this intrinsically necessary bath of purgation, and their escape, by means of this pain, from the now far greater suffering produced within them by their clear perception of the stains and disharmonies still present in their own souls. Such souls thus taste an ever-increasing bliss and peace within their ever-decreasing pain, whilst these impurities and hardenings are slowly, surely, sufferingly, yet serenely purified, softened, and willed away. We can, mutatis mutandis, similarly picture to ourselves the soul's acts in confrontation of God, even in heaven, as, in a sense, plunges away from the quite clear, yet limited vision, into a wider, but at first dimmer, experience of the great reality. And thus such plunges of the soul there into God, and the somewhat similar goings out there in the same soul to its fellow souls, whom also it will hardly see as completely as it wills to love and serve, and to learn from them, are the equivalents there of men's heroic plunges here away from sin and self, or from quite clear sense impressions and pictures of the visible world into the suffering and sacrifice which accompany the fidelity to the instincts and intuitions, as yet relatively obscure, of a fuller love and service of God and men. The lost souls are left to the pain of stainedness and self-contraction. They do not attain to, since they do not really will, the suffering of purification and expansive harmonization. For man, once he is supernaturally awakened, cannot escape pain. He can only choose between the pain of fruitful growth, expansion, tension, the throes of spiritual parturition, the pangs of the wide open welcome to the pressing inflow of the fuller life, and the aches of fruitless stunting, contraction, relaxation, the dull and dreary, or the angry and reckless, drifting in bittersweet unfaithful or immoral feelings, acts, habits, which thus indulged, bring ever-increasing spiritual blindness, volitional paralysis, and living death. Only in heaven and in hell is the will finally determined as between the solicitations of the pain within the joy of the right, and of the pleasure within the dreariness of the wrong. Yet even in heaven there is a certain analogue to the genuine cost in the real gain, traceable within the deepest acts of the human soul whilst here on earth. and hence, correspondingly, the very pains of hell consist largely in the perception by the lost soul of how unattainable is the fruitful suffering which would furnish the one escape from the fruitless pangs now actually endured. Let us conclude all with 4 general reflections as to hell and 2 anecdotes in illustration of heaven. As to hell, it will be well for us, as concerns the question quite generally, to realize with fullness and vividness how inadequate is the prevalent easygoing, slipshod thinking, feeling, and living with regard to our free will and responsibility, our moral weakness and the reality of sin. Only those profoundly awake to and earnest about these great facts have any right to be counted as opinions in the question of abiding consequences. And again, it will be useful for us clearly to note how pantheistic is the general outlook of the more notable deniers of this abidingness. It was, of course, inevitable that a John Scotus Erigena, for whom God was the sole substance, and man's sin a mere nonentity, should have refused to deduce any unending effects from the behavior of men. It was equally inevitable that such a violently naturalistic pantheist as Giordano Bruno should ceaselessly revile every notion of accountability and of sin, still more so then of heaven and hell. It was similarly inevitable that Spinoza's pantheistic system should, as such, have left no logical room or justification for that great soul's intuitions concerning the costliness, the rarity, the priceless worth of the true, ethical, and spiritual life. Hence that even Spinoza's influence should be deadly to any belief in any objective personal survival in any other world, heaven or hell. And it was inevitable again that Schleiermacher, so predominantly aesthetic and pantheistic, should have labored hard to eliminate all belief in the abidingness of evil, evil being too real for him at all times for this thin and shadowy thing to be likely, in his opinion, to last throughout all time. We will not, then, follow in the wake of such men, but if we walk instead in the footsteps of definite and sensitive theists, we shall find that the doctrine of abiding consequences can, at the least, not be treated lightly. The possibility of its substantial truth will persistingly demand a serious, pensive consideration. It is true that by any and every acceptance of this doctrine, we allow that God's will, or God's power, does not, or cannot, effect, within the realm of human souls, its own entire triumph. A triumph which evidently consists in the subjectively free and objectively right self-determination of all awakened human souls. And we cannot escape this difficulty by holding such partial failure to spring directly from any libertarian scheme as such. For St. Augustine teaches admirably that it is a great liberty to be able not to sin. It is the greatest liberty to be unable to sin. A doctrine which must be true unless God is not free. Thus we can only say that even the possibility of sin arises not from the freedom of the will as such, but on the contrary, from the imperfection of the freedom, and that there are doubtless reasons connected with the power of God or with his knowledge concerning what will, upon the whole, produce a maximum of a certain kind of spiritual happiness, why he chose or permitted the existing scheme of imperfect liberty amongst human souls. After all, it is not as though man could possess his special pathos, power, patience, and peace without this, his actual imperfection of liberty. These things assuredly all stand and fall together. And thus we can boldly affirm that man would indeed be a higher creature were hell impossible for him. He would be something further, but he would also, throughout, be something different. Man would no more be man. And as to the essentials of hell, I like to remember what a cultivated, experienced Roman Catholic cleric insisted upon to me, namely, the importance of the distinction between the essence of the doctrine of hell and the various images and interpretations given to this essence, that the essence lies assuredly, above all, in the unendingness. Hence even the most terrible of the descriptions in Dante's Inferno could be held literally, and yet, if the sufferings there described were considered eventually to cease altogether, hell would thereby be denied in its very root. and contrariwise a man might be at a loss to find any really appropriate definitions, or more than popular images, for the sufferings of hell. He might even fail to reach a clear belief in more than an unending, though not necessarily very active, disharmony and unappeased longing in the lost, and yet he would still be holding the essence of the faith in hell. And as regards hell, in view of man's ignorances, errors, denials in matter of religion, there is a quaternary of most certain facts and principles which we ought never to forget. Men are genuinely responsible. They can as really sin gravely, and can as truly end with hell, by their deliberate thinkings as by their deliberate feelings, willings, or visible acts. The deepest of all sins are precisely sins of thought, self-idolization, and arrogant revolt against the truth, as perceived by the soul in its depths. Man can, however, in countless degrees and ways, be excusably ignorant or invincibly prejudiced concerning various facts of religion and certain laws of the spiritual life. This, however, far more easily and far more permanently with respect to the historical facts and the contingent institutions, such even as Jesus Christ and the Catholic Church, than with regard to the metaphysical, non-contingent fact and presence of God. It is well known that the Roman Catholic Church itself is clearly on the side of such breadth as regards Christ and the Church, and appears strict only as concerns God. Men can, however, be without any gift or training for the correct analysis or theory of their own actual deepest convictions, even as to their faith in God. Hence it matters not so much what a man thinks he thinks, or what he thinks in actual reality, and men, especially men of this very numerous, unanalytic, untheoretic kind, can claim much patience in such times of transition, seemingly in everything, as have been the last 150 years in our Western Europe. Such persons are greatly overimpressed as to the range and depth of our real discoveries and final revolutions, and are thus bewildered as to the ultimate facts and laws of the spiritual life, facts and laws which persist substantially as they were. Certain great New Testament texts appear conjointly to cover all these four contentions. To men in general and on all subjects, Christ declares that out of the heart proceed evil thoughts, alongside of acts as heinous as murders, adulteries, blasphemies, and again that every idle word that men shall speak. Assuredly then, also every idle thought at that men shall think. They shall give account thereof at the judgment. The Gospel of St. Matthew, chapter 15, verse 19, chapter 12, verse 36. To the doubtless many men who are not aware that they are actually serving Christ in their heroic service of their suffering fellow creatures, to men, then, who presumably do not at all know the historic Jesus, or who do not perceive him to be the Christ, Christ the King says at the judgment, "Come, ye blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. Inasmuch as ye have done these things unto the least of these my brethren, ye have done it unto me." The Gospel of St. Matthew, chapter 25, verses 34 through 40. As to the governors, priests, soldiers, who have actually crucified him, Christ prays upon his cross, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." The Gospel of St. Luke, chapter 23, verse 34. And as to the skeptical, superstitious, and restless curious men of letters, men so vague and doubtful as to the nature of God himself, as to have erected an altar inscribed, "To the unknown God," St. Paul declares, "Whom ye ignorantly worship, him declare I unto you." Acts of the Apostles, chapter 17, verse 23. And as to heaven, a good and simple, yet somewhat dry and conventional Roman Catholic priest, a worker for many years among souls, told me one day, in a south of England town, of the sudden revelation of heights and depths of holiness that had just enveloped and enlarged his head and heart. He had been called, a few nights before, to a small pot-house in the outskirts of this largely fashionable town, and there, in a dreary little garret, lay, stricken down with sudden double pneumonia, an Irish young woman, 28 years of age, doomed to die within an hour or two. A large fringe covered her forehead, and all the other externals were those of an average barmaid who had, at a public bar, served half-tipsy, coarsely joking men for some 10 years or more. And she was still full of physical energy, of the physical craving for physical existence. Yet as soon as she began to pour out her last and general confession, my informant felt, so he told me, a lively impulse to arise and to cast himself on the ground before her. For there, in her intention, lay one of the simple, strong, sweet saints of God at his feet. She told how deeply she desired to become as pure as possible for this grand grace, this glorious privilege, so full of peace, of now abandoning her still young, vividly pulsing life, of placing it utterly within the hands of the God, of the Christ whom she loved so much, and who loved her so much more, that this great gift, she humbly felt, would bring the grace of its full acceptance with it, and might help her to aid, with God and Christ, the souls she loved so truly, the souls he loved so far more deeply than ever she herself could love them. And she died soon after in a perfect rapture of joy, in a joy overflowing, utterly sweetening all the bitter floods of her pain. Now that is supernatural. A young friend, now bravely at Red Cross work in France, told me how, in her little, then sleepy English country town, a retired elderly sergeant, who had fought through the Boer War, and who was now a quite average working man, told her the following experience of his own. He was riding in the Transvaal during that strenuous campaign, with a small troop of cavalry, along a road between 2 British posts. A Boer post in ambush fired upon the troop. He himself was hit and slid off his horse. The rest effected their escape to the nearby post, whence they would bring him help. All galloped off thus, except a quite young lieutenant of ancient lineage, luxurious nurture, and doubtless largely inarticulate intelligence and conviction, an Eton lad, come straight out to the war. The lieutenant sprang from his horse, clasped the wounded man in his arms, and as the Boers renewed their fire, shielded the sergeant with his body. The volley took its effect on the young man. A great gush of his blood streamed over his elderly charge. The sergeant saw that his rescuer was dying. "Oh, how sad," he said, "that you, just starting on a brilliant long life, should die thus for and instead of me, an elderly man of no special outlook or importance." The lieutenant turned a beaming countenance upon him. "Sad? What could be better?" he exclaimed, and fell back dead. That, again, is supernatural. And in both cases, the first with the explicit religious reference, the second with no such, at least spoken, explication, in every at all similar case, the roots, justifications, and implications, at all adequate to such acts and dispositions, are the eternity, reality, sociality, and self-giving love, which, original and fully active in God, are shared in a measure by man when thus supernaturally touched and supernaturally responsive, a little here below already, more completely and securely, indeed forever, in heaven. End of chapter 7, part 2. Chapter 8 of Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion by Friedrich von Hügel. Chapter 8. The Essentials of Catholicism. It would be possible to treat this subject in one of 3 ways. 1. Historically, as to where, when, how, and why the term and idea of Catholicism arose, grew, was lived, and opposed. 2. Controversially or negatively, by examining the chief forms of real or supposed anti-Catholicism. 3. By exhibiting the obvious characteristics of some one religious body now extant, or a substance common to more than one body. But there are objections to all 3 ways. The first would be too long, the second would obscure the positive character of Catholicism, the last would be too exclusive. I propose, instead of any such one unbroken way and advance, to make various plunges from different starting points and sides, more or less in medias res, and down to the roots and foundations of the Catholic conviction, and yet to make these plunges, all converge towards the elucidation of one complex of characteristics, ever present in all fuller spiritual and religious life. I thus hope vividly to indicate, by the aid of such facts and experiences, the characteristics rightly termed Catholic, which are implied and required by all such fuller life, and to make us grasp and feel the essential conditions, the dangers, the necessity, and the greatness of such Catholicism. These plunges shall be 3, and shall each deal with some recent book or discussion. 1. The Origin and Essence of Catholicism, Göttingen, 1911, by the Lutheran Rudolf Sohm, a German lay canonist. 2. The Letters of Monsignor Luigi Pucher Passavalli, an Italian ecclesiastic of strong anti-curialist views, published in Milan in 1911. 3. Articles in La Semaine Sociale de Bordeaux, a French lay philosopher's studies, Paris 1909 to 1910. 1. Professor Sohm's dissertation, the detailed historical correctness or incorrectness of which does not concern us here, raises a deeply interesting question, and meets it in a strikingly simple and noble manner. He insists upon how great a mystery the appearance of a full-blown Catholic Church, already in the middle of the second Christian century, remains for the outlook of those scholars, still the all but totality of the German Protestant workers, who will make this conception and fact of a single universal church to result from the amalgamation of countless local churches previously independent of each other in theory and in practice, or from the usurpation by some one church amongst these local churches over against its fellow churches. And Sohm accounts for the apparent strange suddenness of this huge fait accompli by maintaining that, from the first, where 2 or 3 were assembled in the Spirit of Christ, there was, in the religious sense, the Church, always the same Church, the same Christendom, ecclesia, life of humanity through Christ with God. The community of Christians in its local grouping is nothing as a local complex, or grossa, for as a local complex it is religiously worthless. This community is all that it is, only as the expression, the visible appearance, of an ecumenical community of the religious complex, or grossa, of universal, as Ignatius has it, of Catholic, Christendom. This community is church, Catholic Church, not congregation. Hence, even in the one and the same place, there can exist many churches, for the smallest assembly of Christians is religiously equivalent to the greatest. Thus the whole was previous to the parts, or from the first was operative within the parts, and constituted them. It was not subsequent to the parts, and a mere sum total of them. There was indeed, according to Sohm, a change, a profound change, indeed deterioration, but not as regards the Catholicism, the unity and universality of the Church. The change was simply from one universal, grace-impelled, purely voluntary body to one universal, legalist, compulsory body. Whatever may be objected against this view, it brings out admirably, I think, what it is that attracts, and what it is that repels, the deeper religious modern mind in the general doctrines and habits offered to it under the one term, Catholicism. And yet there is one all-pervading constituent in Sohm's position which is indeed most intelligible, as a reaction against great contrary dangers, excesses, and abuses, yet which, nevertheless, militates against certain essential characteristics of a full and balanced Catholicism, characteristics at bottom as necessary to it, and as attractive to the deeper religious modern mind as are the unity and universality so finely apprehended by him. Everywhere we can trace in Sohm's mind the operation of the antimony, the spirit of liberty, of religion, of Christ. Then, in precisely the same proportion, no legal forms or concepts, however intermittent and rudimentary, or legal forms and concepts, then precisely so far no spirit of liberty, of religion, of Christ. It is impossible, he says, that the Church, in the religious sense, can form a unity otherwise than by means of God, of faith, of the Spirit. That is, the Church cannot form a unity otherwise than religiously, it cannot be, at the same time, a legal, that is, a corporative unity. The invisible church thus excludes the visible church, and the visible church excludes the invisible church. The very essence of Roman, that is, of false Catholicism, consists, according to Psalm, in the sheer identification of the invisible with the visible church, and the essence of Lutheran, that is, of true Catholicism, consists again, according to Psalm, in the mutual exclusiveness of the invisible and the visible church. Yet Psalm himself has to make many damaging admissions, as that in primitive Christianity, generally no distinction was made between Christendom and the people of God, the ecclesia, present only for the eye of faith. And again, already long before Luther, the idea existed of an invisible church of the predestined. Surely already this much suggests that primitive Christians instinctively assumed some ordinary, indeed necessary, interconnection between the invisible as a whole and the visible as a whole, and that the reason why Psalm has to come so low down as Luther to find the first complete, formal, and fundamental, mutual exclusion of each by the other, is that in this matter there exists no such radical antagonism between primitive Christianity and early Catholic, indeed medieval Christianity, as Psalm tries to find. Undoubtedly, as he himself indicates, certain curiolist theologians of the Renaissance and Reformation times, for example, Cardinal Torquemada, did attempt to elaborate and to impose a system of sheer identification of the visible and the invisible church, and this is in contradiction with primitive Christianity. But so is Luther's insistence upon the mutual exclusion obtaining between the visible and the invisible church. Nothing indeed is more certain than that Roman Catholicism remains to this hour, even in its strictest official definitions, hostile to, and assuredly incompatible with, such a sheer identification of the visible and the invisible church, what otherwise is, for example, the meaning of the doctrine of invincible ignorance, or of the fallibility of all excommunications, or the still more orthodox principle. There are many members of the visible church who are not members of the invisible church, and there are many members of the invisible church who are not members of the visible church. Two principles and no more underlie all the Roman definitions in this matter. 1. The invisible as a whole is related to, is awakened by, and can and should, and does, variously permeate the visible as a whole, not only in the case of the Roman Catholic Church, or of Christianity generally, but in their respective lesser degrees and other ways, also in the case of Judaism and of the other religions. And 2. So little is the invisible as a whole unrelated to the visible as a whole, that the whole and balanced, the typical growth in religious depth and fruitfulness, is not a growth away from the stimulations, occasions, concomitants, vehicles and expressions of sense, and away from the frank admission of their operation, but contrawise is a growth by means of and into an ever richer and wider sensible material, and into an ever wiser and more articulate placing, understanding, and spiritualizing of such means. Certainly Christianity is irreducibly incarnational, and this, its incarnationalism, is already half misunderstood or half suppressed, if it's taken to mean only a spirituality which, already fully possessed by souls outside of and prior to all sense stimulations and visible vehicles and forms, is then simply expressed and handed on in such purely spiritual ways. No, some such stimulations, vehicles, and forms are, upon the whole and in the long run, as truly required fully to awaken the religious life as they are to express it and to transmit it, when already fully awakened. Such celebrated cases as the deaf-mute blind girls, Laura Bridgman and Rose Kellerman, indicate plainly enough that man's soul, whilst united to the body, remains in the first instance unawake even to God and to itself, until the psychic life is aroused by sense stimulation, by the effective impact of the sensible and visible upon man's mind and soul. But indeed, in spite of George Fox and many other noble would-be pure interiorists, a simply invisible church and religion does not exist amongst men. Fox and his friends are steeped in images and convictions that have grown up amongst, that have been handed down by, concrete historical men and concrete historical institutions and cultural acts. The universal reason, the word, the inner light, the universal brotherhood, the bread of life, are all based upon some 2,000 years of Jewish and Christian church experience, articulated in part by centuries of Greek philosophical thought. What remains true is that the invisible is the center, is the heart of religion, that the visible can be so taken as to choke the invisible, that there are, amongst those that see too exclusively the visible, fanatics who would declare the invisible to be coterminous and identical with the visible, just as, amongst those who too exclusively apprehend the invisible and the intolerableness of the foregoing abuse, there are enthusiasts so little aware of the history and implications of their convictions and of the constitution of their common human nature as to seek an impossible and unchristian, because unincarnative and unhistorical, simplification, an invisible achieved outside of all contact with the visible. Fortunately, however, both Curialist and Quaker find themselves in a world, and are actually moved and determined by experiences and conceptions, much richer than the formal explicit theory or analysis of either party apprehends or fathoms, and they are thus prevented, both from without and from within, from making too large, that is, too disastrous, an experiment of that which, in their formulated positions, is excessive and exclusive, hence not Catholic. 2. The Capuchin Archbishop Passavali is, as we find him in his letters, stronger in spiritual insight than in philosophical analysis and theory, or than in balance and completeness of outlook. Thus his rejection of the definitions of the Vatican Council concerning infallibility and the universal direct magisterium of the Pope as incapable of reasonable supplementation or interpretation, his apparent inability to perceive the permanent greatness and fruitfulness of some voluntary self-commitment to a lifelong continence on the part of the clergy, above all, his later acceptance of a doctrine of successive earthly lives for human souls, surely indicate, in increasing degrees, a certain lack of balance and coherence. Nevertheless, three interconnected chief difficulties, dangers, abuses, that dog the steps of every largely institutional religion within the range of religion itself, are most vividly revealed in this striking correspondence, and any argument in favor of Catholicism, if conceived, and rightly conceived, as of necessity, including a similar institutionalism, will have to meet the objections involved in such revelations. Monsignor Passavali's first experience and conviction, then, concerns the profound attachment of churchmen, especially of the Roman Curia, to temporal power, temporal riches, temporal prestige as such, and the irreconcilably unchristian, anti-Christian character of such attachment. He thirsts for the Church's detachment from temporal possessions and from all affairs extraneous to the apostolic ministry, a detachment which, to my mind, he adds, ought to be inexorable and abiding. He laments that the experience that I have acquired during many years of the personnel of the pontifical curia has produced in me an unconquerable conviction that never, to the very end of the world, will they consent to renounce temporal power. They will utilize every means, at one time public, at another secret, at one time more violent, at another less so, to repossess themselves of that power at any and every price. And he speaks of this anti-national and anti-Christian influence. The Archbishop's second conviction regards the large place actually assigned by Providence to the laymen in the Church, how God can and does use laymen to awaken priests as well as laymen to the Christian, the twice-born temper, and to the need of a continual renovation of their own souls and of alertness to the work of God. to the seekings after him in the great world outside. And also this conviction is pierced by sad experience of how there is no recognized position or action of such a directly spiritual kind left to the layman in the Roman Church of today. And thirdly, Monsignor Passavali has the keen sense of how it is the Church's duty to welcome any and every religious light and grace manifesting itself outside of her visible bounds, and yet how predominant has been and is amongst ecclesiastics the contrary spirit, a spirit of suspicious, angry, oppressive monopoly. Now, the three difficulties and abuses thus insisted on are very real, very widespread, very deep. Yet it will be sufficient for our purpose if I briefly point out that they all three are so little the result of a well understood and genuine Catholicism as to be, in reality, direct contradictions of it and to become impossible in proportion to the prevalence of such a Catholicism. For Catholicism is essentially a twice-born temper, a moving indeed into the visible and subliminal, yet this in order to raise this visible and subliminal to the invisible and transcendent, in order that, by such work and contact, Catholicism may itself awaken more and more fully to its own twice-born character, and in order again to move back and away from all the finite and temporal to God, the infinite and eternal. Thus, in proportion as the soul is truly Catholic, it will turn away with disgust from what, when taken as simply the final and full end, ever degrades and kills the soul. Catholicism, again, is essentially organic. The social body it aims at building up is constituted by the several groups of men, down indeed to the individual souls, and to these groups and individuals it gives their special, characteristic functions and delicate, irreplaceable interactions. Only such a conception, as it is magnificently pictured by St. Paul, is truly Catholic, a monopoly of all influence, a monopoly also of consultation, preparation, application, by the clergy is as un-Catholic as is every attempt to have no clergy, no official heads, administrators, teachers, and formulators, and no hierarchical subordination. In both cases, we get impoverishment, whereas Catholicism is essentially balance, inclusiveness, richness. And finally, Catholicism, in its deepest affinities and in its widest self-commitments, has always held and persistently holds the doctrine of stages of religious light, life, and love, and of Christ and the Church as appealing to and answered by God in the world. The solemn and utterly final inclusion of the entire Jewish Old Testament in the Catholic canon of Scripture, the large utilization and incorporation of Greek Platonic philosophy in the fourth Gospel and in the works of Justin Martyr and Clement of Alexandria, onto even larger absorptions of Proclus by the pseudo-Areopagite and of Aristotle by Aquinas, the very accusation of paganizing so frequently brought against the official Church, all prove this recognition of stages, or at least they all tend in this direction. At this point, no more is required than that the full implications of this conduct, and above all, that the generosity involved in the deepest and most delicate Christian spirit, should persistently be realized and instinctively be applied. It is, however, easy and common to seek after an insufficient and un-Catholic escape from this third grievance. We most of us appear still haunted by the, surely artificial, alternative which has so largely, more or less from the first, predominated against orthodox theologians, that God's grace and truth are given either within and by means of the Roman Catholic, or within some other Christian church, or within all the Christian churches, or such grace and truth is given entirely outside of, quite unconnected with, any and every organization, history, cult, directly by God himself. Yet nothing, on the contrary, is more obvious, at least to historically trained minds now, than that actual life cries out for the doctrine of Cardinal Juan de Lugo, the Spanish Jesuit who taught theology in Rome from 1621 to 1641, who teaches in his De Fide that the members of the various Christian bodies or sects, of the Jewish and Mohammedan communities, and of the heathen philosophical schools, he is thinking especially of the Greco-Roman ones, who achieve their salvation, do so, as a rule, simply by the action of the grace of God, which aids their good faith instinctively to concentrate itself upon and to practice those elements in the worship and teaching of their respective sect, communion, school, which are true and good and originally revealed by God. This principle is distinctly more Catholic than is the other view, which would make the salvation of such souls something entirely extraneous to such institutionalism as may environ them. Indeed, this principle is profoundly Catholic, and is alone fully Catholic. For we thus admit indeed some light and life and love, some helps and heroisms, everywhere and at all times, whilst we equally insist upon endless diversities and degrees and stages of illumination, awakening, and love. And above all, we insist that outside the Roman Catholic Church, or even outside any other Christian body, indeed beyond the pale of Christianity and Judaism altogether, man, as a general rule, is still saved, insofar as he is saved at all, never indeed by his own or by other men's efforts and labors alone, yet also not by an absolutely naked and utterly separate action upon his individual mind and will by God alone, that he is saved here also by God working with and in and through the senses of this soul's body, the powers of this soul's mind and will, and the varyingly rich and poor history, society, institutions, which, during centuries and millenniums before this soul's existence, and throughout our various humankind now around it, have experienced, articulated, and transmitted, and are at this moment more or less mediating, the touch, the light, the food of God. Thus only do we get a fully Catholic, because an organic and incarnational conception, not only of the Catholic Church, or even of Christianity, but in their various seekings and stages of every sort of religion, indeed of all spiritual life at all. 3. The French philosopher, whose articles were collected together under the title of Catholicisme social et les monophorisme, insists upon and carefully develops the doctrine of St. Augustine, the least naturalistic of the fathers, in his great exclamation, Fecisti nos ad te, et inquietum est, cor nostrum donec requiescat in te. And this development fully reveals the profoundly Catholic, alone Catholic doctrine that the state of pure nature might, without doubt, have existed, but that in fact it does not exist, and that in fact it never has existed. And he concludes, I slightly modify the grouping and range of his nomenclature. In the recent controversies we have, only too often, thought that only two alternatives are extant. On the one hand, the immanentism so justly condemned by the Church, which makes the entire religious and Christian development to spring from below and from the obscure depths of the human conscience, and on the other hand, a doctrine which, from the horror of that immanentism, perceives not, except the gift from without, the revelation formulated from above, the authority addressing itself to a pure receptivity and a passive obedience. Nevertheless, the thesis according to which all, in Christianity, comes from without, extrinsecus, from afferents, is no less inexact than the thesis according to which all comes from within, from efferents. These false or incomplete doctrines of simple afferents or of simple efferents we might call two kinds of monophorism, and to such monophorisms we must oppose and prefer the doctrine of the double contribution, afferents and efferents. Thus everywhere within human souls is there an unrest, a demand, which at deepest are of grace and divine, and which are met and satisfied by graces, revelations from without, a supply. Thus the Jew, indeed the Muslim, the Brahmin, the Buddhist, even the agnostic and the sincere atheist, are being secretly solicited by grace within themselves to love and to practice whatsoever is good and true within their present community or position, and in various degrees to welcome and to move on into the fuller light and the self-discovery offered to them from the greater fullness outside of themselves in the world, of other souls and of other institutions. And yet, even thus, we have not yet articulated, still less resolved, the final twin difficulty of religion, which is thus put by Professor Trost in his Gesammelte Schriften, Volume 2, 1913. The difficulty concerning the relations between religion, especially Christianity, and the other complexes of life, lies in this, that the this world ends of our life bear the strict character of moral ends, of ends claiming to be sought for their own sakes, up to the sacrifice of our natural happiness, but that they lie within this world and depend upon certain historical complexes which spring from the physical and psychical nature of man and which dominate his earthly horizon. In face of these ends, the superworld end signifies an entirely different orientation and a jealous tension against the competition of those this world ends. This state of things has obtained since the Christian ethic began to make some kind of home for itself in this visible world, and it is this state of things which call forth the heavy crises of ancient Christendom. The revolt of Montanism and the repugnance to science are the clearest symptoms of those crises. Later on, a compromise was formed, which persisted till the arising of the free modern national civilizations. But since then, there has arisen the modern culture, partly under the influence of the classical world, now liberated from ecclesiastical tutelage, partly out of special and original struggles. The specific character of this culture consists precisely in maintaining, alongside of the religious ends, the this world ends, and in recognizing these latter ends as ends in themselves. And just in this combination consists the richness, the breadth and the freedom, but also the painful interior tensions and the difficult problems of this civilization. Politics, sociology, sexual ethics, technology, science, art, aesthetics, they all go their own way and construct independently their own ideals from out of their own several conditions of existence and their own historical developments. The Christian ethic finds these several disciplines all fully extant as independent ends, each with its own logic and autonomous action upon real life, and as objects of so many specific sciences, and it possesses, with regard to them, at most, the means of accommodation and of regulation, but not of a construction proceeding independently from itself. It is simply impossible to treat these ends and their pursuit as mere natural forms of existence, as we have to recognize, in Christian ethics, the rule of an objective, other-world religious end, so also must we recognize, frankly and fully, in these ends of civilization, this world moral ends of a strictly objective character. Let us note here 3 things, and with them conclude our entire study. There can, today less than ever, be any question of abandoning this magnificent sense of the transcendent and infinite, and of the immanent and redemptive light, life, love, God, of leveling down to sheer naturalism this dreary impossibility, or simply to the once born stage of religion. We must have the real God. We must have the real Christ, the real Church. We require then not agnosticism, not non-religious ethic, not Unitarianism, not Quakerism. We must have Catholicism, God in man, and man conscious of sin and sorrow, nature in grace, and grace in nature, the infinite and spaceless in time and space, spirit in the body, the stimulator and springboard, the material and training ground of spirit. And whatever may be the obscurities, complications, difficulties of the enterprise, we simply must persist in it. We must strive to awaken and utilize every stage and range of genuine life, with its special characteristics, in its right place and degree, for the calling into full action of all the rest. But such an insistent, pertinacious, organic trend is Catholicism. And next, this Catholicism, with a most delicate, difficult alertness and selflessness, will have to be truly incarnational. That is, it will have to recognize, respect, love, and protect continually, not only the less full and less articulate stages of grace in the other religions and in all they possess of what is true, but it will have to recognize, respect, love, and protect also the non-religious levels and complexes of life as also coming from God, as occasions, materials, stimulations necessary for us men towards the development of our complete humanity, and especially also of our religion. There must at no time be any question of eliminating or weakening the transcendental, the otherworld, Godward, recollective movement. It, on the contrary, will have, as keenly and penetratingly as ever, to be the great sheet anchor of our souls and the great root of the self-identity of the Catholic religion and of its world-conquering peace. We shall only in our other movement and in the outgoing, the worldward, the incarnational movement, have, far more keenly than men were able to realize in the past, to be attentive, active, observant, hospitable, there also, not merely with the sense of doing good, or with the wish directly to find or to introduce religious facts and categories, but especially with the conviction that these various stages and ranges, each and all, come from God, possess their own immanent laws and conditions of existence and growth, and deserve our love and service in this their nature and development. We shall feel sure that they will, in the long run, benefit, often in the most unexpected but most real ways, regions of life apparently far apart from them, and especially will aid religion, the deepest life of all. And in so doing, we shall be Catholic, that is rich, more rich in the worldward movement than men can be in the past. What a gain for mankind and for Catholicism! And lastly, our Catholicism will, owing to this its greater awakeness, this its increased delicacy and sensitiveness of interior organization and incarnationalism, acquire a great increase in the probing character of the cross, of purification, of tension, contradiction, suspense, since these will now be found more fully also in precisely what it loves most, in the evidences and symmetry of theology, and in the ready and assured application of religion itself. For not only has the religious man now, in one of his two necessary movements of soul, to be and to keep himself, awake to ranges and complexes of life and reality, dominated by laws and affinities other than those obtaining in religion, but if he is not a pietist but a Catholic, he will have to continue to utilize, to appeal to, strictly to require, history, philosophy, sociology, art for religion itself. Yet he will have, in appealing to them, and in so far as he thus appeals, to abide, not by the tests of religion, still less by an impatience of his own, but simply by the proofs special to these several complexes of reality and knowledge. Let us vividly realize that, although Catholicism has held and taught a considerable number of religious truths as so many factual happenings, yet that it has ever so taught them, thus as factual happenings, not on the ground of intuition, but of historical evidence. That is, it has, for its historical element, always appealed to historical documents. And indeed, an abiding nucleus of factual happenings is essential to Catholicism, as Christian as incarnational. But Catholicism, its essence which we are here studying, is directly bound up only with the persistent existence of some such nucleus, and with the persistent openness of the historical appeal and the real cogency of the historical proofs, whereas Catholicism in its essence is only indirectly, only conditionally, bound up with the factual character of all and every truth long held to be not only a spiritual truth, but also a factual happening. And though the great central character, our Lord, and the main outlines of his life and teaching, death and apparitions, require for the integrity of Catholicism to be not only spiritual truths, but factual happenings, it does not follow that the same is necessarily the case with every truth and doctrine concerning him. Certainly the descent into hell is now conceived by all educated Christians, in spite of their continuous acceptance of its truth and importance. It stands in the Apostles' Creed, not in the directly, simply factual way in which it was understood in earlier times. As I take the relations between the visible and the invisible Church, thus also do I take the relations between the factual and doctrinal to be neither relations of sheer coextension, nor still less, relations of even possible sheer antagonism or sheer mutual exclusion. On the contrary, A very real and operative relation exists between the visible and the invisible church, and between the factual and the doctrinal. And indeed we know that actual life persists in furnishing us with a basis for such a double conviction. That is, we know that some amount of visible organization and of factual happening remains, and persists in connection with invisible reality in both cases, beyond reasonable challenge to this hour. Above all, we know that God exists, and that he will continue to operate within those other complexes, history, philosophy, art, as well as within the deepest of all complexes, religion. It is God we believe in, it is God we trust. Without his reality, and without faith in his reality, the world around us and within us is confusion and dismay. But God is the all-pervading sustainer, the initiator of all light and life and love. And Catholicism apprehends, lives and loves him thus, universal but in different stages and degrees, simple but in overflowing richness, and the supreme reality, but self-limited and divinely respectful of the liberty given by himself, even when and where such liberty is used against him. God slowly levels upwards, and Catholicism affirms, loves, encourages these various levels, and their slow purification and elevation by and towards God, their one origin and universal home. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion by Friedrich von Hügel. Chapter 9. The Convictions Common to Catholicism and Protestantism. It is an honor for a convinced Roman Catholic student to be asked to speak in the company of highly distinguished Protestant scholars concerning the positions and implications of the Catholic doctrines when these doctrines are confronted with those of the Protestant outlook. I propose first to indicate the chief difficulties of my task, the range and method I propose to give to it, and certain points which I shall assume throughout. I will next describe the convictions common in the past to Catholicism and Protestantism, and I will conclude with the points which I believe to be in process of acceptance for the future. 1. The difficulties of my task, even were a long volume allotted to it, are many and profound, for it is notorious that Protestantism as such has always been physiparis, a spirit or principle or doctrine prolific, among other things, of divisions down almost to so many individual minds. Hence it is well nigh impossible for either Protestant or Catholic to reach a definition or delimitation of Protestantism acceptable to all Protestants, and indeed, for one's own mind, the diversities even among the larger and more permanent groupings and currents that claim the title raise perplexing questions as to what varieties, to the right or to the left, still belong to Protestantism. I take the great successive variations of Protestantism to be four. The first stage, daring and inexperienced, yet deeply instructive, is chiefly represented by Luther during his first 3 years of protest, 1517 to 1520. But it is better to extend it beyond the Anabaptist catastrophe of Münster, 1534 and 1535. In the religious peace of Augsburg, 1555. Indeed, to about 1560, the deaths of Melanchthon and Calvin, and the approbation of the Jesuits. The second stage yields a century and a half of mostly conservative consolidation, during which large parts of the practice and convictions of the old Church are bit by bit resumed, but generally with only a heightened denunciation of Rome, and certainly with little consciousness of the provenance of these resumptions. The third stage covers the 18th century, with its leveling down and emptying out of the religious conviction and life. And the fourth, last period, still in progress, approximately begins with Kant, continues as the Romantic movement and the idealist philosophy, and, in spite of the profoundly naturalistic reaction in Europe of the middle of the last century, represents, upon the whole increasingly, a deep-lying historic and irenic sense, a struggle after a due comprehension of man's entire past and of the positions of each man's present adversities. Here I shall take practically only the first stage and the last. As to the simultaneous diversities, we have to decide whether all, or which, are to be included in our conception of Protestantism. It is obvious that the great organized bodies of Lutheranism and Calvinism, the latter including Zwinglianism, form the staple of Protestantism. Again, roughly half of Anglicanism is, historically, Protestant, indeed Calvinist. But are the Anabaptist Protestants? And still more, are the Socinians such? If the essence of Protestantism consists in protestation, the Socinians will be more thorough Protestants than any high church Lutheran or Anglican can ever possibly be. Even the purely immanentist conception of religion, which empties it of every non-human objective content, appeals, through such able representatives as Dr. Paul Natrop, to sayings of Luther and to one side of the Protestant movement, as proving its right to figure as the residuary legatee of Protestantism. I believe it will be more equitable and more fruitful to measure Protestantism not simply, or even primarily, by the range of its protests or negations, but to accept, as largely operative, the obviously sincere intention of Luther and of Calvin, and even of Zwingli, to abide by the Christian church and creeds of the first 5 centuries. We thus eliminate the immanentist movement as a whole, and we take the Socinian movement as primarily an emphasizing and development, not of Protestantism, but of the colder and more purely intellectual elements of the Renaissance current. And the Anabaptist movement, and various other sects and groups not belonging to one of the great church organizations, we shall take as largely Protestant, although in considerable part they are a continuation or revival of late medieval movements. On the side of the Roman Catholic Church, we need hardly attend to the simultaneous variations, since these, whatever their depth and range, are always held, where the appurtenance to the Church is seriously recognized, as diversities well within one great common life and training school. But the chief successive developments, which it can variously claim or admit as its own, require undoubtedly to be borne in mind. I take them to be 8. The first period of the New Testament and the Apostolic Fathers reaches to about AD 160. The second, of the Apologists, Fathers, and Great Councils, to about AD 500. And the third period, the welter of the Teutonic migrations, ends the Old World with the coronation of Charlemagne in AD 800. The fourth period, in action to about AD 1240, in speculation largely up to 1274, indeed up to 1300, the Middle Ages at their best, achieves a differentiation and yet a connection and equilibrium between the state and the church, reason and faith, liberty and authority, this world and the next. And the fifth period, up to about AD 1500, dissolves the medieval synthesis by the apparently overwhelming triumph of the claims to direct universal, spiritual temporal sovereignty of various of these later popes, and the ominously rapid development of an opposition even to the abidingly central, spiritual truth and rights of the Church. These 2 centuries achieved the divorce, in many Christian minds, between reason and faith, state and church, liberty and authority. Occam, the English Franciscan, is probably the most typical representative of this universal disintegration, philosophical skepticism, and sheer volitional religion. The sixth period inaugurates the modern era, from the revolution of Protestantism up to the 18th century, and is dominated by the Council of Trent, a period less rich, generous, and spontaneous than the early Middle Ages, yet which nobly eliminated, once for all, the danger of Roman Catholic enslavement to the Occamist conception. The seventh period, the 18th century, is, for Roman Catholicism, as well as for Protestantism, largely a time of stagnation and decline, while the eighth period, in which we still live, shows a remarkable renaissance of Catholic principles, also among the finest Protestant minds, often where these minds still consider themselves irreconcilably anti-Roman. Of these 8 periods, I will bear in mind especially the first, the New Testament period, the 4th and 5th, the great early and the decadent late Middle Ages, and the 8th, our own storm-tossed age. I will assume 4 points throughout what follows. First, the Reformation was largely, for its leaders, and still more largely for their immediate recruits, a revolution. We may think the movement to have been inevitable, but a revolution, and not simply a reform, it most undoubtedly was. And if it really was a just and wise and generous revolution, it was indeed a white raven, a most rare exception among such upheavals. Secondly, within the limits indicated above, Protestantism was a religious, a Christian movement. The great Benedictines of the Congregation of St. Mark, the chief founders of modern historical science, always call Protestants our separated brethren. I will treat them here as such. Thirdly, Protestantism, at least incidentally in the long run, and conjointly with other forces, brought considerable and very necessary liberation from certain downright abuses, excesses, or one-sidednesses in the later Middle Age practice and outlook, especially in 2 directions. The magnificent efforts of the popes during the early Middle Ages for the liberty of the Church as the organism for the abiding life in face of the state, as the organization for the temporal life, were succeeded by the policies of an Innocent IV and Boniface VIII, which largely ignored or directly subordinated the really different rights specific to the state. The flagrant abuses of the provisions, the oppressions of the Inquisition, the sometimes nobly used but always mixedly operative deposing power, and similar complications, appeared to many minds as ineradicable, except for a full breach with the papal power. And in science and scholarship, turned chiefly earthward by the Renaissance, a wider patience and welcome for things new and strange than was often accorded by those churchmen who remained definitely religious, had become necessary, unless the non-religious side of life was to be gravely crippled, and religion itself was, indirectly, to lose much of its vigor and appeal. But fourthly, nothing of all this decides whether Protestantism itself brings us a truly adequate conception and practice of these difficult matters, and still less whether Protestantism itself constitutes a truly deeper religion, or has succeeded in capturing for itself the richness and resourcefulness of the old faith. Certainly the Lutheran and Anglican general reduction of the Church to a mere department of the state is a sorry dereliction of an essential attribute of developed religion, while Protestant bibliolatry has actually much hampered first geology and later biblical criticism. And as to the depth and delicacy, wisdom and passion of religion itself, there assuredly still or again exist not a few religiously ripe Protestants who instinctively perceive how large is the store of these dearest of treasures of a quite specific, unique quality, which remain still uncaptured in the hands of the Roman Catholic Church. 2. I take the points common in the past to Catholicism and Protestantism, taken within the limits fixed above, to be 6. First, the essential givenness of religion. This characteristic was perceived, even one-sidedly, by the early great Protestant leaders, especially by Luther and Calvin. Religion is here felt intensely as the work of God, and as the witness of his presence and spirit. Secondly, this givenness appears in the society of believers, or at least of the predestined. The particular soul is awakened within, or into, or by, this pre-existing society. The mystical, indeed the subconscious element is thus apprehended here, and gives fundamental significance to infant baptism and to its tenacious retention by Luther and Calvin. Thirdly, there is the keen sense of the historical, concrete, contingent, unique character of the Jewish Christian revelation. This is especially marked in Luther's even excessive insistence upon the necessity of knowledge of the historic Christ, and in Calvin's emphasis on the covenant character of religion. The Protestant nonconformists in part contribute the following 3 largely contrary common points. 1. Religion is a work of man, a deliberate, lifelong, methodical renunciation and self-discipline. It is thus not only a gift and a faith, but also an effort and a labor. This is doubtless the deepest meaning of the insistence upon adult baptism. The fully conscious, deliberately aesthetical element of Christianity, its detachment from the world, appears here with force and vehemence, even though mostly without any sense of affinity to the Catholic, monastic celibate ideal, and indeed, mostly with an angry prejudice against this form of asceticism. 2. Man, even in his present earthly condition, can, through God's grace, attain in this work on himself to a real, not an imputed sanctity, and can so attain as a special manifestation of God's power, which thus achieves more than any covering up of sinfulness, and of God's truthfulness, who cannot consider the soul holy which still harbors aught that is unholy. Of the early Protestant sects, only the varieties in individuals of a pre-Reformation spiritual descent appear to have held views of this kind, but later on these positions were systematically developed, even alongside of other doctrines of an intensely Puritan and anti-Roman kind, by the Society of Friends, and less picturesquely, but here associated with teachings of a more or less Catholic kind, by John Wesley and a considerable proportion of his followers. And 3, the Church is free. The visible society of believers is distinct from and independent of the state. Luther soon ceased to perceive this point. Calvin aimed at it to the end, but largely indirectly. Anglicans did not widely apprehend it until the time of King Charles I. But the Protestant nonconformist bodies, especially the Anabaptists and Baptist, and the Independents, that is, the Congregationalists, have nobly and costly held this essential conviction from the first, though mostly with an ever keener antagonism to all episcopal, and especially papal, church government, as but a still more oppressive intrusion of at bottom state power within the domain of the religious conscience. Thus we have 3 points common to the church type of Protestantism and Catholicism as world-seeking, as the religious society which mingles with and molds the non-religious associations of human life, and practices the maximum of that attachment which all religious souls must practice a little, and 3 points common to the sect type and the same Catholicism as world-fleeting, as a school of solitude, wherein single heroic souls learn to practice a maximum of that detachment which all religious souls must practice a little. 3. Now the unchecked effect in the direction of an approximation to Catholicism, which is certainly involved in the above 6 Catholic positions at work in Protestantism, will be attained only by the full and widespread acceptance of certain further common points which are now assuredly in process of recognition, largely newly among Protestants, and in part afresh or more consciously among Catholics. First, Luther's own later account, 1530 onward, of his own earlier monastic experiences and of the teachings and spirit of the religious orders and official church of his Protestant days, 1505 to 1517, is predominantly a legend. Denefle's Luther und Luthertum, 1904 to 1909, in spite of its unpleasing polemic vehemence and of its weak imputations of conscious untruthfulness, has undoubtedly proved this up to the hilt. But if so, even so largely fair-minded an account as Dr. T. M. Lindsay's History of the Reformation, 1907, still falls short of the fullness of the facts. For Lindsay still follows Luther's own later account of his own earlier self, and thus retains the figure of the early Luther, who then probed the depths of Jewish legalism and popish monastic self-righteousness, and whose sensitively Christian soul then ended its self-torture only when it discovered, entirely alone, the meaning of the justice of God, as proclaimed by St. Paul. And Lindsay still praises the domestic, popular religion and hymns of the medieval church as part sources of Luther's discoveries as to the absolute need of grace and the prevenience of grace, and as to the measure of Christian perfection consisting simply in the love of God and the love of man. Against all this, the traditional Protestant presentation, Denefle gives countless quotations from letters by, and descriptions of, Luther during his convent days, from the rules and office books of the Augustinian eremites of Luther's time and monastery, and from some 60 prominent doctors of the Church from about AD 370 to 1474, and on to Luther as official Augustinian lecturer himself, which demonstrate the contrary on each count. No, and again no. These last medieval times were not bereft of deeply spiritual and Christian official teaching in church and convent, and justice now requires that we all frankly admit this simple fact, which, after all, need not break the heart of anyone. Secondly, it is strange and pathetic to any modern biblical scholar to note Luther's unawareness of the contrast between the Synoptic Gospels and St. Paul, even his Liberty of a Christian Man, 1520, deservedly held to be the mellowest of his Protestant writings, quotes St. Paul as against the 3 synoptists in a proportion of roughly 10-1, and even these few synoptic quotations did not touch the points raised by the severe antithesis between faith and works so dear to St. Paul in his systematic polemic mood, an antithesis so little present in the synoptists. Luther thus forgets, and only thus can forget, how Jesus first advises the rich young man to keep all the commandments, and then assuredly that they had been kept, recommends to the youth, if he would be perfect, to go and sell all things and follow Jesus, that he will thus have treasure in heaven. Here are Luther's 3 bugbears altogether: good works, works of supererogation, merit and reward; 3 detestable, specifically Jewish notions, yet somehow notions prominent in the actual words of Jesus. And so, again, Luther can forget, and does forget, the movement characteristic of our Lord in appointing the apostles. It is our Lord himself, the One, who here picks out certain 12 and appoints one of them the head. It is to these 12, and not to any and every Christian, that he says, "He that heareth you heareth me, and he that despiseth you despiseth me." The universal priesthood of all believers is doubtless in some sense true, but in the synoptics, our Lord confers certain intrinsic powers only upon a few. The fruits, but not the roots, are to be shared by all. And finally, the act of conversion appears in the synoptics as an act of turning on the part of the soul, as is the case throughout the great Hebrew prophets. The true translation is not, "unless ye be converted," but "unless ye turn." Of course, all such human activity appears as anticipated, rendered possible, and sustained by God's action. But the one action does not exclude the other, and Luther has here also still further emphasized a point in St. Paul, which assuredly requires no such heightening. Thirdly, we know well how great and permanent was the debt of Luther to Occam. Now Occam is profoundly atomistic in his conception of human society, the state, and the church. These complexes are all for him simply sum totals of the self-contained individuals who compose them. And again, he is profoundly agnostic in his theory of knowledge. Only by a leap of despair of the will, not with any activity of the intelligence, does man attain to faith, even as to the existence, the unity, and the moral character of God. The commandments of God, which the greatest of the prophets and rabbis, which again Aquinas had magnificently propounded as expressions of God's own unalterable nature, have here become purely arbitrary enactments. Any well-informed Roman Catholic is thus bound to have some patience with the persistence of such philosophical prejudices among most of the reformers, since such views were largely diffused in the Church during the Catholic youth of these Protestant reformers. But the views here indicated are not the views of the Middle Ages at their best, and this, the Golden Middle Age, was practically unknown, not only to Luther and Calvin, but even to Erasmus and Sir Thomas More. Such great Protestant scholars as the Germans von Gierke and Trolst, and the Englishmen F.W. Maitland and A.L. Smith, have of recent years worked hard and well to awaken men to the grandeur of these earlier views, and doubtless their labors will increasingly prevail. Fourthly, the psychology of Luther, and indeed more or less of the whole specifically Protestant position, is explicable only as the work of men who are attempting to strengthen religion, and who nevertheless were, at the same time, struggling to escape from some of its abiding needs and laws, on account of certain complications and abuses which had grown around these needs and laws. Thus the point specifically dear to Luther and his followers, that the act and life of faith have nothing to do, in their generation, with the senses, although, once faith is awakened, there is no harm in expressing this pure spirituality in symbols of sense, is objectively a doctrinaire one-sidedness. I kiss my child not only because I love it, I kiss it also in order to love it. A religious picture not only expresses my awakened faith, it is a help to my faith's awakening. And the whole doctrine of the incarnation, of any and every condescension of God toward man so essentially body as well as mind, is against any such pure spirituality. Great as doubtless has been the synagogue, yet the temple services were not for nothing, and, great as Judaism with the synagogue has been, Judaism with both synagogue and temple would have been more complete. And it is not magic, but a sheer fact traceable throughout our many-sided life, that we often grow, mentally and spiritually, almost solely by the stimulation of our senses, or almost solely by the activity of other minds. Magic begins only when and where things physical are taken to effect spiritual results, apart altogether from minds transmitting or receiving. It is doubtless the fear of priestly power and its intrusion into politics which has determined, from, say, Wycliffe until now, this quite unphilosophical magic scare among so many Protestants. And fifthly, there is a side of Luther, and of not a few among the various Protestant bodies, which distinctly overemphasizes the simply formal side of the moral and spiritual life. Sincerity, conscientiousness, fidelity to our light, the not forcing of others beyond what they can see, and the not pretending ourselves to see more or other than we can succeed in seeing, all these are, doubtless, good and necessary things. Yet not all these put together reach to the central religious work and problems. We have not only to remain faithful towards our own extant standards, but we have to grow adequate concerning that abundant, many-sided, rich life of nature, of other minds, and of other spirits, which lies all around us and invites us continually, not only to learn new facts, but to learn new worlds, indeed to acquire new methods for apprehending, and new systems for ordering them. And both the Stoics and Kant are here hopelessly insufficient. We all greatly require criticism, stimulation, reproof of our most intimate and cherished convictions, and it is our reciprocal duty, with tact and restraint, to try to serve our fellows similarly. Hegel, perhaps most probingly among all Protestant philosophers, has exposed in general this impoverishing formalism of Kant, the philosopher of Protestantism. But I believe the true scheme, as concerns religion, to have been best developed by Cardinal Juan de Lugo, the Spanish Jesuit, who wrote in Rome under the eyes of Pope Urban VIII at the end of the 17th century. De Lugo first lays down that, according to Catholic doctrine, God gives light, sufficient for its salvation, to every soul that attains to the use of reason in this life. He next asks, what is the ordinary method by which God offers and renders possible this salvation? And he answers that, though God doubtless can work moral miracles, these do not appear to be the rule, and are not in strictness necessary, that the human soul, in all times and places, has a certain natural affinity for and need of truth, and again, that the various philosophical schools and religious bodies throughout mankind all contain and hand down, amid various degrees of human error and distortion, some truth, some gleams and elements of divine truth. Now what happens as a rule is simply this: the soul that in good faith seeks God, his truth and love, concentrates its attention, under the influence of grace, upon these elements of truth, be they many or few, which are offered to it in the sacred books and religious schools and assemblies of the Church, sect or philosophy in which it has been brought up. It feeds upon these elements, the others are simply passed by, and divine grace, under cover of these elements, feeds and saves this soul. I submit this view admirably combines a sense of man's profound need of tradition, institution, training, with full justice to the importance of the dispositions and acts of the individual soul, and above all, with a keen sense of the need of special graces offered by God to the several souls. And such a view in no way levels down or damps the missionary ardor. Buddhism does not become equal to Mohammedanism, nor Mohammedanism to Judaism, nor Platonism to Christianity, nor Socinianism or Lutheranism to Catholicism. It merely claims that everywhere there is some truth, that this truth comes originally from God, and that this truth, great or little, is usually mediated to the soul, neither by a spiritual miracle nor by the sheer efforts of individuals, but by traditions, schools, and churches. We thus attain an outlook, generous, rich, elastic, yet also graduated, positive, unitary, and truly Catholic. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10, Part 1 of Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion by Friedrich von Hügel. Chapter 10, Institutional Christianity, or The Church, Its Nature and Necessity. Part 1. When, as a child and lad, I was taken, for our summer holiday and bathing, from Brussels to Ostend, I used to be impressed, evermore as the years went by, with how, the nearer we came to the sea and to its salt landward breezes, the more did the trees bend away from their blasts. These trees stood there permanently fixed, in every kind of unnatural, fleeing, or defiant attitude and angle. Only after I had passed these perturbing effects and tolls of the sea, would I reach, and would I for weeks and weeks admire, this same wide sea, now found to be in itself so life-giving and so hospitable, a part of the great ocean encompassing the world. Those trees and that sea have remained with me for over half a century as a vivid image of the effect of the Church, be it the fact of the Church or the fancies concerning the Church, upon large masses of modern men. In the following address, I propose to follow the same order as that of my childish experiences. I will first describe the positions frequently attempted, though mostly in combinations of 2 or 3, by those who fear the Church or the churches, and who thus strive to find or to create operative substitutes for these despised or dreaded bodies. I will next try to define the chief causes which, apart from individual peculiarities or obvious perversities, are more or less at work in all such substitutions. I will thirdly indicate the still larger evidences for the abiding need, the strict irreplaceableness of the Church, notwithstanding all that de facto opposition, indeed even notwithstanding the understandableness, the partial justification of that opposition. And I will end with certain rules which I believe readily to spring from the situation as we have found it to exist by our first 3 investigations. Here I will only add 2 warnings. For one thing, I am addressing throughout only definite believers in a personal God and a persistent providence, and again, only those who deliberately recognize in the person, teaching, and spirit of the earthly Jesus and the heavenly Christ the supreme revelation of that personal God and of man's ways to him. And for a second thing, I beg my hearers to be patient for a little with the ambiguity involved in the apparently synonymous or alternative use of the terms church and churches. I believe the sheer facts and necessary implications of the 3 first sets of arguments will clear up this complexity, gradually indeed, but very surely, for and at the end. 1. If we take the substitutes offered to mankind for a church in the order of their increasing extension and subtlety, we shall move through the following 5 positions. In actual life, the substitutes generally consist, more or less, of mixtures effected between some 2 or 3 of these 5 theoretically possible pure positions. There is first the substitution which will doubtless always commend itself to the half-educated man, the individual. Religion, where such a man is at all religiously alive, is most rightly felt to be the deepest of man's experiences. But if so, what more natural, what more unanswerable conclusion can be drawn from this, readily argues this same man, than that religion, the deepest experience, is also of necessity the most private, the most entirely private, hence again the most incommunicable, the most individual, the most exclusively individual of all things. Besides, does not everyone know himself best? Such a man, did he know Kant, would agree with Kant when this philosopher warns us that all attempts to influence or to mold the opinions of other men in such deepest matters are always only so much harmful interference and impertinent tyranny. The later Middle Age was already largely penetrated by this spirit. Thus the English Franciscan, William of Ockham, whom Luther regarded as his dear master, teaches at times and generally implies that a holy individual soul can, at need of itself alone, fill the place of the Church. Then there is another, a wider outlook, that of the Waldensians and the Quakers. Here the family in great part supplants the Church. Next we get a position more comprehensive still, yet one, for the most part, harsher than the second, the sect. Montanus and that genius, his fiery follower, Tertullian, are good examples of this position. And then the substitution widens out, yet also thins down, into that of the German theologian Richard Rothe, who would deliberately oust the Church in favor of the state, doubtless a great simplification, if only it proved possible and fruitful. And finally there is the subtlest of all the substitutions, one now again very alluring to not a few fine minds, that of philosophy. So with the Stoics and Neoplatonists of old, so with Hume, insofar as he retained any religion at all, so with the Hegelians of more or less the left, as now with Dr. Bradley and Professor Bernard Boziquet in England, and with little or no religious sense remaining in Benedetto Croce in Italy. Most of the followers of M. Bergson appear to be in a similar case. All these philosophical groups have some good to say of religion, even of institutional religion, but a church is here essentially a condescension to the multitude, a largely childish symbol and kindergarten for what philosophy alone holds and teaches with a virile adequacy. The elements of truth variously present in these 5 substitutions of the individual, the family, the sect, the state, philosophy, will appear later on. Our immediate further task concerns the direct incentives for seeking after substitutes of any kind. 2. We shall never reach fairness towards these processes of substitution until we begin with the conviction that it is impossible, in view of history at large and of the history of these substitutions in particular, to put down these processes simply and generally to the sheer perversity of human nature. Such perversity is, indeed, very certainly more or less at work here also, yet demonstratively, upon the whole, only as a preparatory or intensifying cause. This is certain because of 2 facts which are simply undeniable. No institution in human history has reaped a more enthusiastic devotion and a more boundless gratitude than the Church, and this for something like 1,000 years, and amidst large masses of first Greco-Roman and then of Teutonic peoples, indeed also among the Celts and the Slavs. And again, these enthusiastic admirers were, by natural disposition, no better than are their descendants, nor have these descendants acquired a congenital taint unpossessed by those predecessors. Hence it is logically impossible to quote the past enthusiasm as a sure proof of the Church's goodness, and at the same time to take the later and present suspicion and hostility as simply evidence of men's badness. Men have remained throughout substantially the same, so that, if they weigh much as witnesses when they admire, they cannot weigh nothing as witnesses when they oppose. The chief real causes or occasions of such frequent attempts to evade the Church, or to supersede it by means of this or that substitute, are, I think, 4. I take them in the order of their growing penetration. The Church, as a visible institution, has to be, administered by human beings. And the majority of human beings are but average mortals who inevitably tend to work the Church, to develop the Church, with insufficient balance, in a spirit of acute rivalry or of worldly ambition, or at least in a simplest, short-cut manner. Yet thus to work or to develop the Church, in its multiform, inevitable relations with the other God-intended activities and God-given institutions of mankind, spells of necessity, more or less dangerous friction, and ominous repression. And indeed such complications can spring in part from churchmen truly great in other ways. Striking examples of this are the claims of not a few of the popes of the later Middle Age and of the Renaissance. The papacy had rendered priceless services to mankind by achieving the autonomy of the Church in face of the state, of the Church as the organ essentially of supernature, in face of the state as the organism essentially of nature. And again the papacy has been from the first, and will doubtless remain to the last, the divinely intended and divinely blessed instrument and incorporation of the visible unity of the Church as essentially but one. Yet after that great, abiding precious victory, a certain obscuration of this permanent function could not but follow when certain popes came, in their turn, to forget, at least in practice, the specific rights and legitimate autonomy of the state. Another striking instance of a similar oblivion is the Galileo case, where the sense has not yet sufficiently awakened, or is in obeisance, that science also possesses its own specific duties, rights, and powers. Again, the Church, as a visible institution, worked and developed, in its average manifestations, largely by distinctly average men, tends to ignore, or at least to grudge and to minimize, the degrees and kinds of truth and goodness always more or less present in such other religious bodies as may possess a long duration and ethical seriousness. A remarkable example of this is furnished even by such a God-inspired genius as St. Paul, when in his systematizing and speculative mood. For when in that mood, the entire Old Testament cultus can appear to this vehement convert to the new revelation, as exclusively a means for bringing home to its devotees a sense of their sinfulness and of the radical inability of the Jewish Church to bring any strength whatsoever to the avoidance of the sins thus discovered. Once more, the Church, as a visible institution, worked and developed by average men, after conquering and winning the world, not by killing but by dying, came, some half a century after its external triumph over Constantine, to killing, to allowing, indeed to encouraging and blessing her lay children to kill in their turn, in and for matters of religious belief. The use of force in religion is, indeed, deeply embedded in the Old Testament. King Josiah's great, profoundly important, and very fruitful reform was demonstratively full of it. And many of the Psalms breathe this same spirit, which indeed still appears plainly in parts of our Christian book of Revelation. And finally, the Church as a visible institution worked by average men has shown, ever since the advent of historical criticism, little comprehension of, and at times an acute hostility to, disinterested scholarship, with its serious investigation and candid enunciation of the successive stages, the human occasions, and the surface motives traceable in the history of the Bible and of the Church. This average attitude, on the contrary, requires a sheer identity of the successive forms, a strict sameness in even the subsidiary movements of the religious spirit. We thus find the condemnation of Richard Simon in the Roman Catholic Church, and of Bishop Colenso in the Anglican, and of William Robertson Smith and Charles Briggs in the Presbyterian bodies. These four checks and oppressions, especially where they appear more or less in combination, readily explain a large part of men's alienation from institutional Christianity, even where there is not the still more decisive incentive of a decided immanentism, or even of bad living, or of sheer perversity. 3. Nevertheless, there lies ready for the docile mind the most varied, unforced, largely indirect and unexpected, cumulative and hence very powerful, evidence for the abiding need of the Church. If we are only sufficiently patient to persist in openness of mind towards the rich lessons, past and present, of the spiritual life, we shall find this evidence for the Church to be more extensive and deeper than are the evidences against it, and indeed to be alone fully germane to the issue in question. There is then, first, the presumption furnished by the other levels and ranges of the multiform life of man. Thus art, we cannot deny, is developed in and through academies, schools, traditions. True, artistic genius is something more and other than is such training, or than all that such training can give of itself. Yet even genius cannot dispense with at least the more indirect forms and effects of such training, if this genius is to achieve its own full power and effect. So too with science. Science assuredly does not grow solely by means of schools, traditions, the succession of teachers, yet it does, upon the whole, require such an environment and discipline. The same holds good of philosophy in its own manner and degree. And ethics, to be rich and robust, requires the family, the guild, the state, not only as the ends of ethics, but also as its disporting ground and means. And similarly with religion. Such maxims and habits of soul as to be alone with the alone, and God is a spirit, and they that would serve him must serve him in spirit and in truth, spring from many centuries of social philosophy and social religion. The facts of man's essentially mixed condition of sense and spirit, and of his essential sociality will always, in the long run, refute and supplant, for the masses of men, every purely individualist or purely spiritual religion or attempt at such a religion. But body and society combined spell, if thus admitted on principle as essential factors of religion, nothing less than a visible church. There is, next, the actual history of religion itself. All the great religious personalities, whose antecedents, doings, and effects we can trace at all securely and at all fully, sprang from religious institutions, and either deliberately continued the extant institution, or founded another institution, or at the least very soon influenced history in such an institutional direction. This is the case with Gautama, the Buddha, in the full sense of the deliberate foundation of an order and a church. Still more is it so, as here springing from a long development of a religious society and of a common worship, and as leading on to a great reinforcement of this social common cultus. With the Jewish prophets, we can here follow the interconnection of the social and the individual from Elijah onwards, ever more clearly to Jeremiah, with King Josiah's centralization of the Hebrew worship and his organization of a definite church, and then on again to Ezekiel, duly followed by the elaborate ecclesiasticism of the priestly code. So too with St. John the Baptist, who, all single and original as he appears, has in reality a long tradition and a rich social training behind him and around him. And especially is it so with St. Paul and with the great author of the fourth gospel. St. Paul deliberately organizes the Christian church, liberated by him from all subjection to the Jewish church, and the fourth gospel presupposes throughout this church character of Christianity. Indeed, also with Jesus himself, as he appears in the synoptic gospels, we find such a social, institutional religion, if we but vividly bear in mind three very pregnant facts. The expectation of his proximate second coming is a fact, at least it was a certainty for the first hearers and first recorders of the words of Jesus, and this fact has to be remembered, not simply as concerns this or that subject matter of the recorded saying and doings of Jesus, but as it concerns them all. There is no sense in using this fact, as is now not rarely done, in explanation of the small or no place occupied in the sayings of Jesus by the family, labor, the state, art, philosophy, or rather of his, practically complete, abstraction from these great duties, problems, difficulties of manifold yet closely interconnected human life. Not to allow for the same fact in the question of the sayings of Jesus concerning the church. Again, if the precise term church was apparently never uttered by the earthly Jesus, the thing itself is, in its essence, already truly present in the most undeniable of his own words, acts, and organizings. For the parables which have for background, or for the center, the family or a kingdom, an owner of a house or a vineyard, or the parables which turn on the qualities of salt and of leaven, they all imply a social religious organism, a hierarchy of superordination and of subordination, as well as of coordination. And all this appears as one side of the rich living paradox, which, on the other side, bids us one and all to be but the lowly servants of each other. And the actions of Jesus entirely bear out this social, organic, graduated, this church conception of religion. These acts move emphatically, not up from the many to the few, and on from the few to the one, nor again do they proceed down as a light of grace, vouchsafed by God, independently of all other souls, to each soul direct, so that the economy of salvation would consist in so many parallel lines of approach, each free from all contact or crossing by others. No, the movement here is down from the one invisible God, through the one visible, audible, tangible Jesus, on to the 12 visible men formed into a single college by Jesus himself, and sent out by him to preach, to heal, to forgive sins, with solemn warnings as to the guilt of those who may refuse to hear them. And this visible college is given a visible head by the visible Jesus himself, and Jesus deliberately changes the name of this, his chief representative, to the significant appellation, Rock, in return for the recognition, by Simon alone amongst the 12 apostles, of Jesus as the Messiah. And finally, if the church exists, in such sayings and doings as were indisputably spoken or enacted by the earthly Jesus himself, only in fact and in rudiment, this same church appears, very certainly, also in name and in all its essential lineaments, well within the New Testament, indeed throughout a full 2/3 of its contents. Thus St. Paul busily organizes the church, and yet simultaneously apprehends the church as the very body of Christ, and insists solemnly upon the 2 great central sacraments, baptism and the Holy Eucharist. We have the Johannine Gospel penetrated from first to last with the conception of the beloved community, and of these 2 great sacraments, here the subject matter of 2 solemn discourses. And indeed these sacraments are here summed up symbolically in the water and the blood, which flow from the pierced side of Jesus upon the cross, and the church is similarly symbolized by the seamless coat left by Jesus, the new high priest, to mankind, for the reality so adumbrated is to be thus indivisible except by the sins and schisms of men. Indeed, the waiting of the beloved disciple to let Peter pass into the empty sepulchre before him, although he, and not Peter, had first reached the entrance, appears to be one more instance of the sense of order of the church and of its invisible oneness, which indeed penetrates the entire work. And finally, the synoptic gospels, in their apparently later constituents, sum up for us majestically these developments. Matthew gives us the 2 great passages of the church now solemnly proclaimed by name and to be built upon the rock, Cephas, Peter, and of the sublime commission of the risen Christ to the apostles, sending them out into all the world and promising to be with them to the end. And Luke gives us the prophecy of Jesus to the disciples, that Satan would attempt to sift them as wheat, but that he, Christ, had prayed, not for them all, but for Simon Peter, him alone, that his faith should never fail, and that he, Simon Peter, after his conversion, not from infidelity but from cowardice, was to confirm them. Our Lord died upon the cross in AD 30. The 2 great primitive collections of his sayings and doings, the Gospel according to St. Mark and the Logia, no doubt existed in written form already in the middle 60s. St. Paul's great epistles cannot be more recent than AD 52 to 59. The Gospels of Matthew and of Luke, minus some later additions, belong probably the first to AD 70 to 75, and the second to AD 78 to 85. The 4th Gospel cannot be more recent than AD 110, and may well go back as far as AD 95. and already in AD 93 to 97, we have the first epistle of St. Clement, Bishop of Rome, a prelude to the worldwide claim and influence of Bishop Victor of Rome in the great Paschal controversy of AD 190-191. In view of such facts, it is not fantastic if Wernel, Die Synoptische Frage, 1899, and Heinrich J. Holtzmann, Die Synoptiker, edition 1901. These two highly competent Protestant specialists hold as possible that Matthew, chapter 16, verses 17 through 19, the great "Thou art Peter" passage, already expresses the Roman claim, Selbstbewusstsein. In any case, nothing could well be more certain than are the earliness, the spiritual need and fruitfulness, and the prompt emphasis of the developments of the Church and the sacraments. History never yields mathematical demonstration even as to the brute facts, as to their happenedness. Still less can history of itself alone penetrate to the inner meaning of these happenednesses. Hence we can, if we will, stiffen and close our minds against all these developments. We can, at least, treat them as artificial accretions. But the moral certainty special to history will then raise great difficulties against us in view of the earliness of the developments concerned, and Christianity will then be forced to appear as having fraudulently, or at least quite externally, acquired the hands and the feet, the foot and the heart, with which it worked, moved, sustained itself, loved and struggled against an acutely hostile world, and with which it eagerly and increasingly conquered that world during those early decades and the subsequent 3 centuries of catacombs. One thing in any case, even the simplest logic forbids us to do. We are not free, though how often this is done. We are not free to accept certain formulations of doctrine, which appear clear and definite only in the Middle and later New Testament, as accurate enunciations of the facts and beliefs implicitly present from the first, and to evade or to explain away other parallel developments because we do not like their content. God so loved the world. This great passage may appeal to us more than "Thou art Peter." And yet only both, and not one only, can, for a large and logical outlook, represent the genius of Christianity, comparatively late as may be both these articulations of it. And there is finally a third group of proofs for the need of the Church, evidence, largely delicate and difficult to trace in detail, yet very real and impressively spontaneous and convergent. We here get evidence both of the impoverishment which follows upon conscious rejection of the social, institutional element of religion, and of the unconscious indebtedness of the individualist to such social and institutional religion for much of such adequacy as he may retain. And there is, contrawise, the evidence of the heightened good which springs from deliberate persistent acceptance of the Church as such. Here we cannot do more than give some specimens from the very large mass of facts. Thus, as to the impoverishment in the lives of the churchless religionists, we can trace a certain incompleteness in man's humility, so long as it consists of humiliation before God alone, and as it claims to derive all its religious help without any mediation of the senses and of society, purely spiritually from the infinite pure Spirit alone. Complete humility imperatively demands my continuous recognition of my multiform need of my fellow creatures, especially of those wiser and better than myself, and of my lifelong need of training, discipline, incorporation. Full humility requires filial obedience and docility towards men and institutions, as well as fraternal give and take, and paternal authority and superintendence. All this as against the first of the substitutes for the Church, individualism. The second and fourth substitutes, the family and the state, when taken thus not in addition to, but in lieu of, the Church, tend, the first, rather to a sentimental moralism, a mutual admiration society, and the second, to a morality and inchoate religion of a natural, a golden rule type, as in the cases of Confucius and of Bentham. The third substitution, that of the sect, is rather a one-sidedness than a sheer error, and will be considered later on. But the fifth, the last substitution, that of philosophy, is probably, for men of education, the most inflating error amongst all these substitutions. There can be no doubt that where such patronage of the toiling, moiling church folk by superior philosophical insight does not induce pride and complacency, this can only spring from certain rare qualities in the character concerned. In any case, such a soul lacks the very definite training in the creaturely mind so richly furnished by church appurtenance. But again, the men who practice these several substitutions draw such good as is often largely present within them, for the most part from the work and effect across the centuries, and from the still persistent influence, however much ignored, of the Church and of the spirit of the Church. Thus the individualist derives his frequent sense of the sacredness which attaches to each single soul, not from his individualism as such, but from the long, slow elaboration by the Christian community of the value of its several constituents, the various, all more or less unique and different, members of the mystical body of Christ. The man who substitutes the family similarly takes the said family as it has been slowly, most costingly elaborated by means of religious ideals, especially now for well-nigh 19 centuries, by Christian ideals. It was the doctrines, the religious facts, of the Holy Trinity, of the fatherhood of God, of Christ's mother, of God's children, and of the Church as an organism of interdependent, mutually supplementary, variously related members. It was these spiritual forces which, at their best, ended by producing something like ideal families amongst men at large. Again, the man who substitutes the state for the church very largely finds such sufficient nobility in the state as he may acquire and reveal, through the mirage thrown on to his image of the state by the ages-long and world-wide work of the church at its noblest. And finally, the man who substitutes philosophy retains or reaches some depth and delicacy of outlook, largely because the tenets or temper of mind thus adopted by him spring from philosophies which are themselves more or less penetrated by genuine religious instincts, such as Platonism or Stoicism, or especially Neoplatonism, or which have been considerably influenced by the Jewish or Christian churches, as with Philinism and the outlooks of Leibniz and Locke, Kant and Hegel. The advantages of a direct, deliberate acceptance of, and of a lifelong submission to, the Church will be best indicated in conjunction with the suggestions for the most fruitful working of such acceptance and submission. End of chapter 10, part 1. Chapter 10, part 2 of Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion by Friedrich von Hügel. Chapter 10. Institution of Christianity, or the Church, its Nature and Necessity. Part 2. 4. How then are we, scholars or scientists, to work or to develop our extant or incipient churchmanship in the borderlands and mixed territories created for us by the very fact of our earnest scholarship and fervent churchmanship? What, as we grow to scholarly and to spiritual maturity, is to be our final conception of the nature and function of the Church for and within this our mixed and multi-level life? Or rather, what are the extant currents of Christian and Catholic thought and work, which are the personalities of the past and present of the Church, that furnish us with the amplest and most appropriate dispositions and insights for our own further application and development? I believe that 7 sets of insight and action, of suffering and temperament are involved and required in the fullest and most fruitful functioning of churchmanship in these difficult and delicate subject matters. Each of these sets of dispositions and actions, even if taken alone, remains more or less an unrealized ideal for each and all of us single souls, indeed even for each and all of the entire religious bodies. But then, ideal does not mean utopian. Each of these ideals exists largely realized in quite a considerable number of doers and thinkers, strivers and sufferers, and the inception or the fostering, or at least the occasion, of all these ideals sprang from, and continues in, this or that religious body, or in different degrees and ways within them all. 1. The deliberate recognition and the daily acceptance of limitations and sacrifices imposed upon the single soul's direct individual claims, as inevitable consequences and costs of this soul's appurtenance to any community, to any church extant in our earthly life. This, even where the individual claims are not, in themselves, bad or unreasonable, or again, where the requirements of the church officials or the temper of the church majority are not, in themselves, wrong or unwise. The greater number of such cases of apparently useless friction or depressing isolation will, indeed, spring from no definite badness or wrong-headedness on either side, but simply from the twin facts that we ourselves are rarely free from unreasonable fastidiousnesses or from the unmanly desire to get without cost, and that also our church superiors, equals and inferiors, are men and not angels, as indeed human superiors, equals and inferiors, are in every conceivable earthly community, religious or political. The majority of men, as indeed the majority of our own impulses, thoughts, and doings, are upon the whole very ordinary, unimaginative, mechanical. And indeed both these our fellow men and we ourselves can and do mix more or less positive badness with this our prevalent ordinariness. We undoubtedly possess the right, indeed the duty, to do what we can to raise the average level. We may not commit sin. We may clearly know to be wrong or false, let who will command it. Indeed, we may be required by our conscience to hold our own quite openly and to speak out frankly. Assuredly not all the schisms and separations, past or still present amongst men, were originally only the fault, or even much the fault, of the seceders, and little or in no wise the fault of the bodies which the seceders left, sometimes more or less unwillingly. Yet it remains true that there can be no church for us on earth if we will not or cannot put up with faulty church officials and faulty church members, and again that we shall never put up with such faultiness sufficiently unless we possess or acquire so strong a sense of all we have to gain from church membership as to counterbalance the repulsiveness of such faults. This our sense of need has to be thus strong, since the faults of the church people are not simply the same in kind or degree as the faults of ecclesiastically unattached mankind. No, these faults are largely sui generis, and would in great part disappear with the disappearance of the church. A large illustration of this, our whole first difficulty and need, is furnished by the very careful Life and Letters of John Henry Cardinal Newman by Wilfred Ward, 1912. 2. The deliberate recognition that a church, worthy of the name, can never itself be a society for the promotion of research, for the quest of an as yet unfound good. A church cannot exist without certain creedal affirmations with their inevitable delimitations. It must be a vessel and a channel of already extant, positive religious experience and conviction, with at least a rudimentary psychology and philosophy of its own. It has continually to risk excessive detail and over-precision. It simply cannot find room within itself for any and every negation. The Congregationalist, Dr. P.T. Forsyth, has brought this out with rare force in his most striking book, Theology in Church and State, 1915. 3. Discrimination between facts and principles which rightly claim our absolute interior assent, and deductions and details environing these facts and principles which call only for our conditional belief and practical conformity. The absolute assent goes to the great, necessary realities of religion and to a nucleus of contingent historical happenings, self-revelations and incarnations of those realities within our earthly human life of time and space. The interpretation of those necessary realities, and of the Church's faith in them undergoes some modification, slowly across the centuries, by the Church's theologians, as these theologians are tested and assimilated by the Church authority itself. Hence there exists a certain legitimate distinction between, on the one hand, these realities themselves and the faith of the faithful concerning them, and, on the other hand, the analysis and theory of theologians concerning this faith. There exists indeed a very real relation between facts, faith, and theology, but the relation is not one of sheer identity. The realities themselves change not. The faith, the life in them, change not. Only our understanding, our articulation of the facts and of the faith grow, and indeed adapt themselves more and more to this abiding faith and to these persistent facts. Yet they do so in and through categories of thought, which more or less vary across the centuries. And again, the precise extent possessed by the nucleus of fully historical happenesses essential to the Christian faith is also a subject matter demanding a certain conditionalness of belief. For the evidence is to this or that historical happiness has, of necessity, to be of a historical, critical, documentary kind. Yet also in this entire range of happinesses, there are two fundamental points which demand our absolute assent. That a certain nucleus of historical happinesses is absolutely essential for the Christian faith, and that God has seen to it, and will continue to the end of time to see to it, that sufficient historical evidence for such a sufficient nucleus will remain at men's disposal on and on. All genuine religion, especially Christianity, is revelational, evidential, factual, this also within the range of sense and spirit, and can never become a system of pure ideas or of entirely extra-historical realities. On the other hand, the precise amount, the full list of historical happinesses cannot, qua so much happiness, be kept entirely outside all examination, testing, and delimitation by sober and reverent historical criticism. The ultimate, alone fully adequate guarantee that the nucleus will persist sufficient for the Church's faith to the end is thus, in strictness, not the Church, but God, and more precisely still, not the God of revelation and supernature, but the God of reason and of right nature, or rather, God as the divine, unshakable foundation both of revelation and of reason, and both. The most continuous perception of this now increasingly important point has, I think, been attained by Professor Ernst Troeltsch in his later books and papers. 4. Recognition, persistent, frank, and full, of elements of real truth and goodness, as more or less present and operative within all the fairly mature and ethical forms and stages of religion throughout history and the world. These elements indeed all come from God and are all intended to lead to God, the one God of all truth and of all creation. Yet this recognition requires, as its constant companion, an equally definite conviction as to the unequal richness in such elements as they are furnished even by the greater religions, or indeed the world religions. Buddhism is poorer in such elements than is Hinduism. Hinduism is in general considerably less true than Mohammedanism. Judaism is more tender, rich, and spiritual than Mohammedanism. And finally, Christianity markedly exceeds Judaism in its range, depth, and elasticity of religious insight and life. And religion is so truly the deepest and most delicate level of man's life that any and every, even seemingly slight difference in such degrees and kinds of truth and goodness is of profound importance. The Scotch nonconformist missionary in India, Dr. J. N. Farquhar, has admirably applied such balanced justice to an immense mass of detailed facts in his fine Crown of Hinduism, 1915. 5. Recognition, as regards Christianity, of a large element of truth in what can roughly be called the sect type, yet also of a genuine injustice in this same sect type, insofar as it may be irreconcilably hostile to the church type. The sect type, like the world-fleeting elements in Neoplatonism and Buddhism, and like the similar temper in Christian monasticism, is profoundly right in its sense that otherworldliness, detachment, and poverty, in a word, the ascetical and transcendental temper, are essential to all virile religion. Thus such protests as those of Tertullian, of Valdez, and of Kierkegaard are, so far, true. They are true, not only against such immorality or scandalous worldliness as may have actually defiled the church of their day or country. They remain still more precious, because thus useful for all times and places, as bitterly tonic warnings against any church life and church ideal which does not fully embrace and cherish also this negative ascetical movement, and which would admit this worldliness, provided only to be sufficiently refined and sufficiently moral, as more or less complete. Yet we must at the same time recognize the complementary truth that detachment, that world flight alone, that all universal monasticism are ideals of an erroneousness equal, even though opposite, to the error of sheer this worldliness. Only the two movements of world flight and of world seeking, of the civilizing of spirituality and of the spiritualizing of civilization, only this world and that world, each stimulating the other, although in different ways, from different sources and with different ends. Only these two movements together form man's complete, supernaturalized spiritual life. But if so, then the Church's large and leisurely occupation with art, philosophy, the state, was not and is not in itself a corruption, but a normal expansion of one of the two necessary halves of the Church's own complete nature and end. And this again means that the sect type in fact represents at its best one half of the whole truth, whereas the Church at its best represents both halves of the same whole. This, however, only because and where the Church manages to incorporate within itself the sect, what was the sect, now sectarian no longer, since no more claiming to be the whole. Here again it is Professor Troelst who has, I think, more persistently traced out this great twin truth along the widest tracts of history. 6. A sensitively historical, a penetratingly philosophical, above all, a delicately spiritual apprehension concerning the humbleness of the apparent beginnings, the slow or intermittent, or bafflingly sudden manifestation of the implications and requirements of the Jewish and Christian religions, and a similar apprehension of the varying, more or less imperfect methods and impatient analyses which so largely accompany developments essentially faithful to the immanental logic of these religions. We shall have to become vividly aware in these respects of three groups of habits, dispositions, and acts, as having frequently accompanied the teachings and work even of great inspired saints and heroes, legislators, rulers, and writers in the past, in the Bible as really as in the Church. There is the frequent pseudonymity of the writings. This is not a lie. This, on the contrary, was deeply admired in Hellenistic times amongst the cultivated men in general. Thus the Neo-Pythagorean school produced an immense pseudonymous literature, writings of Homer, Pythagoras, Plato, etc. These writings not only bore these great names from a mighty past, but they were deliberately composed in a form as like as possible to the actual or presumed writings of those far distant worthies. And yet Dionysius of Halicarnassus singles out the authors of such pseudonymous writings for special praise precisely because they thus revealed themselves more aware of their actual position of debtors to, and transmitters of, past wisdom, than did the writers of other schools who resorted less to this literary device. Some of the books, or parts of the books, of the Old and even of the New Testament, whilst in their content truly parts of the tradition which they claimed to represent, were more or less certainly composed, as regards their form, in a similar literary temper of mind. Thus we cannot press the ascription of the actual texts of Deuteronomy or of the priestly code to Moses as their writer, nor of the Book of Wisdom to King Solomon. The same appears to hold good of the epistles of Jude and of the 2 Peter. Indeed, it has become more and more difficult to accept literally the apparent claim of the grand fourth gospel itself to be the sheer record of the writer's own ocular and aural experiences. It is certain that, in these cases, the gain to the comprehension of the great facts and truths enshrined in these writings, which results from the recognition of this ancient literary method, is, in the long run, amply worth the cost of the complication thus introduced for us into these vehicles. This applies also, mutatis mutandis, to more or less similar pseudonymities traceable in later Christian writings. There is next the throwing back into the past, ever further and further back, and ever with greater precision as to the supposed exact times, places, and other particulars, of the religious experiences, analyses, habits, institutions of the present, as these are found or experienced by the writer within himself and around him. And there is the corresponding projection into the future, with a similar minute identification of facts or theories of the present. Hence the Dominion, Père Lagrange, could well point out that the detailed instructions to Moses concerning the minutiae of the Jewish cultus, which we find in the priestly code, cannot be pressed as so many downright happenings, and so also we cannot press the details in the equally precise prophecy of Ezekiel concerning the future reoccupation of Palestine by the 12 tribes, as so many future, sure and sheer happenings. A somewhat similar, though much slighter, overlapping of time and of its work can be traced in the scenes and discourses of the fourth gospel, where the articulations achieved in the Christian Church's experience of some 6 decades appear already fully expressed in our Lord's very words and acts. And finally, there is persecution, the use of physical force, and the spirit of revenge and of unequaled condemnation. We thus get, in the Old Testament, the extermination of entire Canaanitish tribes, and again the execution of numerous priests of the high places, presented to us as solemnly required by God himself, and as solemnly blessed by him. Indeed, the central step forward, achieved in the Jewish religion by the reform of King Josiah, is closely bound up with these executions. As to the spirit of revenge, it penetrates not only many a psalm, but it still colors the New Testament book of Revelation. And as to utter condemnation, there are sayings in the fourth gospel of a stringency which definitely surpasses the tone transmitted to us by the synoptic gospels. I submit that all men of education will have henceforth to learn the difficult lesson of patience and fairness with regard to all these 3 points. We will not deny the reality of such facts nor their imperfection, even though we find them thus in the Bible itself, as part of the means or accompaniments in those times of genuine growths in the light from God. Nor will we, when we find them in the Church, straightway reject as essentially untrue or evil, what may indeed be more or less obscured or stained by the same defects. We will, on the contrary, discriminate, both in the Bible and in the Church, between a substance which, at the least, may be good and divinely intended, and the accidents which are human imperfections divinely permitted. We must courageously admit that even persecution has had its share, very certainly in Old Testament times and apparently even in some Christian times, in consolidating and purifying, and in giving independence to the Jewish and Christian churches. And as to the pseudonyms and the tendency to ignore history, it will be assuredly deeply unfair to persist in 2 mutually incompatible old habits of mind, to ignore such pseudonymity and overleaping of history in the Bible, and insofar rightly, to accept there such pseudonymous works as nevertheless more precious spiritual guides, and as substantially true and valuable even as historical documents, yet instantly to stamp as fraud, deceit, tyranny, mere works of men. Such instances, upon the whole lesser instances of the same 2 processes as may appear within the development of the Christian doctrine, order, and discipline. Certainly the 3 closely parallel developments of the power and functions of priest, bishop, pope cannot be treated as legitimate or as spurious, merely according to the absence or the presence of these 2 processes alone. These developments may well be in substantial accord with the deepest implications and acts of Jesus, Paul, and the early centuries, and with the immanental necessities of a church called upon to endure and to spread throughout our earth's time and space, and may yet show, in the details of their evolution, on historical imagination, pseudonymous documents, even now and then some dishonesty. It is really time that such discriminations become the common property of all serious scholars, whatever their religious allegiance. But indeed already such men as the late Professor F.W. Maitland, an avowed agnostic, have been admirably full of such discriminations. Such men are too historically minded not vividly to perceive how honest, and even how substantially true, can be men unpossessed of historical imagination. 7. All the preceding positions involve the apprehension and press forward to the full profession that it is but one God who operates throughout the various stages and ranges of multiform reality and throughout the correspondingly various responses of mankind. The one God thus operates in the most diverse, astonishingly delicate, interrelated ways, aiming throughout at a rich unity in diversity, a unity the closer and the more all-penetrating, the more ultimate is the level and the range concerned. If so, then the family, science, philosophy, art, the handicrafts, the state, are all intended to possess their several unities and autonomies. And is religion, especially the Christian religion, and in this again the Christian Church, to be an exception, indeed thus to stand at a lower level as to unity? Surely, the only exception here legitimately conceived is that the unity here should be exceptionally great. There is nothing whatsoever to show that Jesus implied or would desire a multiplicity of churches, and St. Paul, the fourth gospel, and the great church passages in the Synoptists teach, with full emphasis and deep emotion, the sacred oneness of the church, and picture Jesus as solemnly founding this one church for all ages and races. Philosophers such as Sir Henry Jones are now coming to analyze the consciousness of the human infant as composed, from the first, of the direct experience of object and subject, the two in their mutual interaction, thus constituting from the first man's single world of consciousness and knowledge. Man articulates these rich contents of his mind, which at first are throughout vague and confused, only gradually and never exhaustively, yet from first to last, there he has his one world given to him. Investigators of the social life and of the state and of their conceptions, such as Frederick William Maitland, are now reaching out to the discovery that man, from the first, possessed, however dimly, the sense both of the individual and of the community, so that man but clarified, slowly as the time went on, both these conceptions, each through and with the other. Man thus did not, in spite of appearances, jump out of individualism into communism, or out of communism into individualism. But he possessed, however inchoately, from the first, the one life, itself both individual and common, from the start. Somewhat similarly, though here driven, not only by a vivid historical imagination, but still more by a tenacious spiritual sense, Professor Rudolf Sohm finds the primitive Christian consciousness never to have been other than essentially Catholic, always to have felt the sacredness, the rights, the duties, and the powers of the domestic and otherwise local churches, to proceed entirely from their expressing, here and now, the powers and sacrednesses vested in the one Catholic Church spread throughout the world. Here also the whole is, if not before the parts, yet coeval with the parts, and from the first constitutes the parts as parts. If this be true, the late Dr. Edwin Hatch and Professor Adolf von Harnack have been misled by appearances when they have taken the Church at large to have been, really and literally, upbuilt out of the originally independent congregations. Then, too, we have had a very wide and very independent, and in no wise ecclesiastically trained thinker, the American professor Josiah Royce, whose last course of lectures, The Problem of Christianity, found this problem to center in the reality, indeed the necessity, of a beloved community, and of loyalty to it as the great means of spiritual growth in the individual. A pity only that, like in many other similar present-day gropings after religious community and unity, the position remains vague and weak because adopted without its original concrete, historical root, and without a distinct Christ and a distinct God. It is Adolf von Harnack who, perhaps best, amidst latter-day, non-Roman Catholic writers, has, with exemplary candor and courage, pointed out how closely Catholic and Roman are intertwined in actual history, how it was in and through Rome that Christianity definitely awoke to the character of oneness as inherent to itself, a oneness not simply of the invisible community formed by all true believers, known as such in strictness to God alone, but the oneness of a visible organization possessed of various officially superior, equal, and inferior members. Surely such a conception, such a fact alone, fully accords with man's nature, so essentially a sense and spirit composite, with the life and work of Jesus, real spirit working in and with real senses, and with the central genius of his religion, the manifestation of the Spirit, God, in terms of sense as well as of spirit, and the call of man, sense and spirit, through sense to senses spiritualization. It is well that von Goethe, F. W. Maitland, A. L. Smith, J. N. Figgis, and P. T. Forsyth, Lutheran, agnostics, Anglican, Congregationalist, should, during these last 3 decades, have been busy, more fruitfully than with sheer abuse, or even than with discreet silence, with the immense, unique services of Rome, precisely also in this matter of unity. For myself, I do not doubt that the day will, come when Rome, what is true in the Protestant instincts, even more than in the Protestant objections, having been fully satisfied, will again unite and head Christians generally, and this in a temper and with applications more elastic than those of the later Middle Ages, and especially than those of post-Reformation times. The visibility of the unity is doubtless here the central difficulty, yet nothing which falls deliberately short of visible unity can or should be the goal. Nevertheless, in a certain very real sense, such thinkers as Josiah Royce are more ecclesiastical than ever will be the Church itself. For a Catholic, the full end and the deepest center of the Church can never be simply the Church, still less the simply human social virtues taken as such, virtues which, by abstraction from much else, we can more or less segregate from out of the Church's total fruits. For the Catholic, the Church essentially possesses, seeks, finds, and leads to God, who alone can and does constitute the fully adequate home of the supernaturally awakened soul. The Church is doubtless, historically speaking, rather the substitute for than the expansion of the kingdom of God. But whether this kingdom of God, for which the Church waits and for which she prepares, is to come suddenly or slowly, in this world or in the next, or a little here and fully hereafter, in any and every case, the kingdom of heaven will, for the human soul, doubtless include the society of this soul's fellow creatures, each contributing to the joy of all the others. Nevertheless, the root, the center, and the crown of all this social joy will be God, God apprehended as more and other than all men, than all possible finite beings put together, indeed as more and other than his life and love in and for all his creatures. The Church, the Catholic Church in its fullness, the Roman Catholic Church, here again has fathomed the needs and implications of religion. The doctrine of the Holy Trinity, even the seemingly pantheistic insistence upon substance in the Trinity and upon things in the sacraments are, at their best, grand preservatives against all sentimental humanism, against everything that would make God into but a mirror, or into a mere purveyor of men's wants. Man's deepest want is in reality for a God infinitely more than such a mere assuager of even all man's wants. Especially also is he more than the awakener of all, even of our noblest national aspirations. And thus again, we persistently require one great international, supranational church which, by its very form, will continuously warn us of the essentially more than national character of all fully awake Christianity. A sense and spirit religion and a single worldwide church, God thus becomes not only the sole possible originator, preserver, and renovator of such a church, but also the central end and attainment of such a church, we will thus in the one Church, through the one Christ, reach, most fully and firmly, the infinitely rich one God. End of chapter 10, part 2. Chapter 11, part 1 of Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion by Friedrich von Hügel. Chapter 11, Christianity and the Supernatural, Part 1. Large nets in the deep sea are useless there unless we buoy them up, heavy as they are on land, heavier still in the water, with light cork floats here and there. So now I will strive to keep our present conference, busy as it is with the profoundest facts and experiences, afloat, by here and there a homely little simile or a harmless little jest. Have you ever kept tree frogs? If not, do. How amusing they are with their intermittently voracious appetite, especially the young frogs. They jump at and seize a blue bottle nearly as large as themselves, and will laboriously push down their maws with their funny little front feet. But feed them with crickets from the kitchen and watch their procedure. The frog will seize a cricket, hard, long, and thin, and will push this struggling down its throat. The cricket insists upon dying within the frog crosswise, but the frog pats his white abdomen from each side till he gets the cricket, now at last killed by the gastric juice, into proper conformity with the inside of the frog himself. I am now asking you to leap forth, to seize and to assimilate, as well as you can, a mass of spiritual food, which may well at first lie uncomfortably athwart your minds. Be patient. Before the end, I hope greatly to relieve the situation. We shall then pat our minds, and the food, so unwieldy at first, will, I trust, find its proper place and will really feed us. No food can feed us properly without considerable friction generated and overcome. Let me now introduce the subject seriously by dwelling for some moments upon 4 discriminations, which will, I think, help us much to concentrate and to clarify our investigation. First of all, then, we are busy here, not with the miraculous, but with the supernatural. When Bossuet and Fenelon had celebrated their controversy concerning the spiritual life, Fenelon, towards the end, insisted against Bossuet, who found downright miracle in the more advanced states of prayer and of self-surrender. That the entire spiritual life, from its rudimentary beginnings up to its very highest grades and developments, was for him, Fenelon, essentially and increasingly supernatural, but at no point essentially miraculous. Thus Fenelon found the human soul, at every stage of its spiritual career, to remain still within the characteristic human kind of freedom, our poor little liberty of choice, whereas Bossuet considered the soul in its fullest supernaturalization to be, even in this life, literally established in grace, and to get beyond the imperfect liberty of choice. So too, as to the operations of the mind. According to Fenelon, the human mind, at least in this life, remains throughout more or less successive and discursive in its operations. With Bossuet, in the highest state, the mind becomes entirely intuitive and simultaneous in its action. I believe Bossuet, in this matter, to have been wrong, and Fenelon to be right. With Fenelon, we will not deny the possibility or even the actual occurrence of miracle in the sense just indicated within the spiritual life. Still less will we deny historically attested miracles in the Bible and elsewhere, but we will simply hold with Fenelon that the spiritual life of prayer, of love, and of devotedness is, even in its fullest Christian developments, essentially not miraculous, but supernatural. Hence we can, in the spiritual life, more or less, foretell its future operations, and we can very largely discover certain great laws and characteristics within its past operations, the limits arising here, not from anything really sporadic in the subject matter, but simply from the difficulty, patent in every kind of human science, of bringing the analysis and theory of very certain, richly experienced facts, to a clearness at all equal to the vividness of the experiences, and again from the great need for the observing soul to be very pure from distracting or distorting passions and very docile to the delicate facts and their manifold implications. Again, what concerns us here is not the supernatural in its contrast and conflict with sin and sinful human nature, but the supernatural as distinct from healthy nature and the interaid and yet tension at work between them. It certainly looks at first sight as though the dread battle between the simply bad and the good of whatsoever kind were the more promising mental battle for us. Just as this battle is the more pressing practical concern of us all, especially in our earlier years. Yet I have come to the conclusion, with many other recent or still living thinker belonging to the most various religious groups, races, avocations, and temperaments, that a certain monotony, dullness, oppression besets much of the spiritual practice and principles of many religious persons, that these qualities are fatal to the charm, freshness, and freedom essential to religion at its best, and that, not the contrast between sin and virtue, but the difference between nature and supernature can furnish a solid starting point for the recovery, the resuscitation of religion, as by far the richest, the most romantic, the most entrancing and emancipating fact in life extant or possible anywhere for man. And thirdly, we have to do, in the body of this address, not with the implications, however real, indeed necessary, of supernatural dispositions, forces, acts, effects, but with these same realities as they appear at first sight, as they feel, at the possible minimum of awareness and analysis of what the soul is achieving or experiencing, to the agent or patient himself. It was Dr. W. G. Ward, ideal Ward, that brilliant Balliol lecturer and later fervent, indeed partially extravagant, Roman Catholic, a great supernaturalist, who first taught me that the supernatural should not be directly identified and measured by the amount of its conscious, explicit references to Christ or even simply to God, but by certain qualities which we shall attempt to trace later on, and of which heroism, with a keen sense of givenness and of "I could not do otherwise," appear to be the chief. Thus a man may perform a truly supernatural act, or be in a genuinely supernatural condition of soul, and yet may possess, at the time, or even generally, only the most dim and confused, a quite inadequate theology. And finally, my examples in my analysis will mainly be derived from what I know best and love very dearly, from what made me into the little of spiritual worth that I may be, the devotedness and faith at work within the Roman Catholic Church. But this does not mean that noble, truly supernatural devotedness does not occur elsewhere in other Christian bodies, indeed also amongst Jews and Mohammedans, or amongst Parsis, Hindus, and Buddhists, even amongst that apparently increasing mass of men who would be puzzled to say where they stand theologically at all. Yet my insistence upon Roman Catholic cases not only means that I am obliged, if I am to speak at all effectively, to speak of what I know much the best, but it also expresses my very deliberate, now long-tested conviction that, be the sins of commission or of omission chargeable against the Roman Catholic authorities or people what they may, in that faith and practice is to be found a massiveness of the supernatural, a sense of the world invisible, of God as the soul's true home, such as exists elsewhere, more in fragments and approximations and more intermittently. Many, perhaps most of you young men must, in this great war, have come across not a few supernatural acts and dispositions. Happy you! By all means dwell, as I speak on to you, upon your own recollection rather than upon my own. My own examples are given merely to illustrate certain recurrent realities and traceable laws, and thus to give us greater acuteness and accuracy of perception when we come to conclude as to Christianity and the supernatural. Now, for the purpose of bringing out into full relief the supernatural as it is necessarily experienced prior to any full analysis of its content, we will, for the body of this address, consider two sets of facts: the difference between the natural and the supernatural in their respective illumination, power, and goodness, and the supernatural in actual operation within the great virtues constitutive of the spiritual moral life. 1. With the decay of the Middle Ages, from about A.D. 1300 to 1450, and then on into the first Christian then pagan Renaissance and the Protestant Reformation, men largely grew weary of the monastic ideal, and influenced as much by the atomistic and skeptical late medieval philosophy as by the many complications brought in the course of the ages by the exempted position of the great monastic corporations, they at last determined to dig up the very roots of all and any monasticism. One half of Europe paid a heavy price for this apparently quite simple return to the supposed utter uniformity of call for all men as described in the Gospels, for the price paid was not so much the suppression, alongside the dissolute houses, of monasteries that were still centers of the most beneficent devotedness, nor even so much as an unlovely subtlety of interpretation of those gospel records, which, when taken quite unsophisticatedly, tell a very different tale. The heaviest price paid was the eradication, as thorough as the new zeal could make it, from men's minds henceforwards, of a very noble and enriching, a difficult and delicate discrimination and instinct, operative up to then within the Christian consciousness. The distinction here meant was all-pervasive during the Golden Middle Ages, say from A.D. 1050 to 1270, especially in Aquinas and in Dante. The distinction, not only between good and evil, but between good and good, between natural good and supernatural good. Thus bodily cleanliness, honesty in buying and selling, submission to the police and due tax-paying to the state, a fair amount of courage too in war, this and the like, with a dim sense of God, the God of honesty, in the background. All this was held to be indeed from God, to be necessary, to be good. But it was, or would be, did it anywhere exist thus, quite unmixed with supernature, only natural good. And such a simply natural goodness would, for survival beyond death, merely conceive or desire this natural goodness, with the dim background of God, to continue forever, lest suffering offenses against this rational code and death. We have here, for a spiritual landscape, a parallel to a great plain, say that of Lombardy, with its corn. We could now add its potatoes. Bentham amongst recent Englishmen, and Confucius amongst the great ancient and non-European moral and religious leaders, represent this sane and sensible, but dry and shallow outlook. Now the natural virtues and the natural outlook and hopes, all more or less dominated by the body and its requirements, its most legitimate requirements, remain in various degrees as regards their materials and even their immediate occasions and proximate motives, a strict necessity and full duty for us all. Even the loftiest sanctity finds here the substratum, the subject matters, the occasions for its own supernatural life. But man's life, so this same rich doctrine proceeds, has not, as a matter of fact, been left by God as he might have left it, at a purely natural level of activity and happiness, either in this life or in the next. Man possesses indeed by nature both an actual and a possible thirst for God, but unless supernaturally stimulated, this thirst requires no more than a certain unity in man's activity and outlook, and a certain harmony between both, with God as the ultimate invisible reference of the whole. This natural capacity for the God of nature and for all the natural virtue has, however, through God's sheer bounty, been stimulated to beyond its natural awakeness by his own condescension towards us, his incarnation in the life and work of Jesus Christ, constituting the center and fullness of all this ceaseless movement from God to man. Thus God, so to speak, has put salt into our mouths, and we now thirst for what we have experienced. We now long for supernatural good, supernatural beatitude. Now acts and dispositions become possible, attractive, even actual within us and by us, which no state, no guild, can ever presuppose or require. Now decency is carried up into devotedness, and homeliness into heroism. Here the activities are primarily concerned with the soul. Simple justice and average fairness are transfigured into genial generosity and overflowing self-devotion. Competition is replaced by cooperation, indeed even by vicarious work and suffering. And now the desire for a simple survival of the natural activities and of the natural happiness, and of a dim and discursive sense of God, is replaced by thirst for the full expansion and the final establishment of the human personality in an endless life of such self-devotion, and of a vivid, intuitive vision of God, supreme author and end of all nature and supernature. The state is fanatical the moment it attempts to require or to supply such motives, virtues, and consummations, and the state is an irritating superfluity, a feeble ditto of the state the moment it forgets that this precisely forms its specific work and call, the awakening, the training, the bringing into full life and fruitfulness of the supernatural life. But pray note, this outlook, if the truer, is, were it all complete, by far the costlier even as a theory, still more costly in practical execution. For it means high heroism, yet also hospitable homeliness. It means the Alpine uplands, the Edelweiss and the Alpine rose, as well as the Lombard plains, with their corn and their potatoes. It means poetry and prose, a mighty harmony and a little melody, or rather it means, taken as a complete whole, a great organ recital, with the grand jus stop of supernature, drawn out full, and all the pipes of nature, responding in tones each necessary in its proper place, yet each sweeter and richer than its own simply natural self. And again note that the material of the supernatural is not only the heroic, but also, indeed mostly, the homely, just as the material of the natural can, contrawise, be not homely, but heroic. St. Paul tells us that whenever we eat or we drink, we should do it, and all our other homely natural duties, for the glory of God. And contrawise, St. Paul declares that a man may perform acts materially, as heroic as is the giving his body to be burnt, or his distributing all his possessions amongst the poor, and yet these acts may remain at the natural level, indeed may become splendid vices, owing to the absence of the supernatural motive or to the presence, central and determining, of motives of vanity and pride. Yet although the supernatural is thus more frequently at work in the homely form, this supernatural homeliness always possesses some, and at times much and very much, real heroism. And again, the supernatural is more striking, more easily seized in its massively heroic form. Hence, in the instances of the supernatural now to be given, the massively heroic will be represented in a proportion considerably greater than it obtains in real life. 2. I will group my examples under 7 heads, 7 great virtues, here at their supernatural level, which together, like the 7 prismatic colors, form a rainbow of thrilling, ceaselessly rejuvenating, reconciling beauty, truth, and goodness, thrown in splendor over the swampy tracts and murky atmosphere of poor, average, and less than average human ugliness, insincerity, and mediocrity of all kinds and degrees. I deliberately make the selection as wide as possible within the range of my vivid knowledge, in order to bring out clearly the unlimited generosity of God and of man in these their great call and response. First, let us take courage, the virtue which always expresses or confers youthfulness unfading. There is the Jewish rabbi of Lyon, chaplain in the late war, holding up, at a dying Catholic soldier's request, this soldier's crucifix before his eyes, and this amidst a hail of bullets and shrapnel flying all around them. The rabbi was killed, not indeed at that moment, but soon after his touching heroism. And then there is that instance of most painfully difficult moral courage, of virtue at all times so costly and so especially manly, of Walter Bagehot at 16. We have here a youth already possessed of the sensitiveness of genius, full of love of wholesome popularity, and averse to all disloyalty and eccentricity, faced with the ordeal of choosing between the possibly lifelong reputation of a sneak or the deliberate toleration of a grave immorality, accidentally witnessed by himself, an immorality which would be spread right and left throughout the school by a fellow scholar, the son of particularly powerful patrons of the institution. The decision evidently cost Bagehot a very agony of suffering, and it took years before he could recover the trust of some of his contemporaries. But who can seriously doubt that he did right to face all that obloquy, that his act, incapable though it be, of direct appeal to any generous-hearted lad, takes rank amongst the rarest heroisms? Let us next take purity, that immensely virile virtue, always treated as impossible by those senile children, the cynics everywhere. Here I will take, not instances of much tried yet complete fidelity in unhappy marriages, although there too the supernatural shines forth magnificently, but two cases, watched most carefully by myself, of full voluntary celibacy. Some of you will know what Schopenhauer, assuredly no Christian of any kind, still less a Roman Catholic, says about celibacy, how he considers it to be the culminating manifestation of the supernatural, and how its rejection by the Protestant reformers meant nothing less than the dethronement of the supernatural. Doubtless this or that phase, this or that disciplinary rule of celibacy is open to severe criticism as excessive or harmful, and anything that really belittles marriage, the divine call at all times, for the large majority of the human race, is assuredly to be rejected. But to taboo all celibacy, or even simply not to assign to it, at its best, a definite, very high and wide place, function and honor within the Christian life and church, is to fail to seize one of the two movements of this very life and church, the movement so classically exemplified in the persons of the precursor, the founder, and the greatest of the apostles, and again by such world-renewing figures as St. Augustine, St. Benedict, and St. Francis. Certainly, I know, beyond the possibility of doubt, that I myself could never have been regained by any but a celibate cleric to purity and to God. However much, since I was thus costingly regained, I may appreciate the beneficence of a married clergy, and however clearly I may perceive the dangers and drawbacks of too large an extension of obligatory celibacy, instances of thoroughly happy, and in such cases, always specially fruitful, Christian celibacy are, fortunately, not rare in the Roman Catholic Church. But I have constantly before my mind two men to whom, precisely as such specifically Christian celibates, I owe infinitely much. The one was a Dutch Dominican friar, a man of gentle birth and of great religious experience, who first trained me in the spiritual life in Vienna 50 years ago. What a whole man that was! One with all the instincts of a man, yet all of them mastered and penetrated through and through by the love of Christ and of souls. And the other was a French secular priest, a man of vehement, seething passions, and of rare forces of mind, whose will of iron, by long heroic submission to grace, had attained to a splendid tonic tenderness. I owe more to this Frenchman than to any man I have ever known in the flesh. Now both these men would have remained incredibly smaller had they listened to the subtle explainers away of the renunciation, visible as well as invisible, preached and practiced broadcast by the central figures of the synoptic gospels, and if they had settled comfortably into a married life. Like their great predecessors, Aquinas and St. Francis, they required the height of celibacy from which to shine and to rain down upon the just and the unjust amidst their dearly loved fellow men. Let us take as our third virtue unlimited compassion and love even of enemies. Courage and purity unfeigned, gained by close intercourse with God, will readily lead to some such heights. The French cleric just referred to was profoundly convinced of the irreplaceable fruitfulness of celibacy in lives devoted to specially difficult reform work. Hence he was most sensitively insistent that anyone who felt himself called to labor for such reforms should himself practice at least as much as was the actual practice amongst those whom he desired to gain to his views. Thus when the Carmelite, Père Hyacinthe Loyson, abandoned the cowl and married, and nevertheless continued to act as a still possible reforming Catholic priest, the abbé felt, and never ceased to feel keenly, the sterilizing shallowness of such a combination. Yet when, many years later, Madame Loyson died, the abbé, as he told me himself, flew at once to the bereaved old man and poured out all his treasures of consolation and of communicative strength. No easygoing indifference could here achieve so much, The sympathy of such a one would, in a sense, be too easy for it to be operative, as in this case, through its very costliness. The other instance is that of a young Anglican officer, and of his bearing towards a malignant personal enemy. Captain Horace de Vere, as was told me by his cousin, who had been in close touch with the events to be described, had recovered from his wounds in the Crimean War, and was back in England in full health, a most happily married man and the father of 2 little girls. He continued his military profession and deep interest in his men. He had instituted a small fund from which the troopers of his company were to receive a little extra pay for any week throughout which they had remained sober. One of these troopers nursed feelings of revenge against the captain, since this officer could not honestly do otherwise than pass the man over for many weeks in succession. At last, on parade one day, the trooper shot the captain through the back and lungs, but the doomed officer lingered on for a fortnight. Even now the trooper's vindictiveness was not assuaged, and although he knew well that execution awaited him if the captain died, he nevertheless persisted in open expressions of hope that his officer would die. But de Vere, after providing for his young wife and little girls, concentrated all the strength that remained to him to win his murderer's forgiveness and to soften that poor hate-blinded heart. And he succeeded. The captain died, fully resigning into God's hands the wife and the children and his own life, still well on the upward grade. He lost his bodily life, but he gained a soul. He went to God, assuredly a saint, the meek, selfless victor in a struggle between malignant hate and perfect love. End of chapter 11, part 1. Chapter 11, part 2 of Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion by Friedrich von Hügel. Chapter 11, Christianity and the Supernatural, Part 2. Let us take for our fourth supernatural virtue, humility, which, though it is rightly appraised as the true foundation of all the other virtues, I put thus far in our series, since it is hardly in reality a virtue for the young. Conceit is so pardonable before 30, and becomes fully ridiculous only when the accumulating years bring no self-knowledge and lowliness of mind. Perhaps the least inadequate instances of supernatural humility alive within my own mind are furnished by the unflinching welcome given by certain Jesuit novices to humiliations with regard to their own knowledge and its importance for others, and by their eager utilization of these humiliations for purposes of interior growth. There indeed stand before me other, more genial and more mellow instances of humility, but these other instances concern humility of the natural and homely, and not of the supernatural and heroic kind. Then for our fifth virtue, let us take truthfulness, where it reaches a heroic depth and delicacy. I put it thus quite late in the series, since such truthfulness presupposes especially humility, purity, and courage, yet also generous abandonment of all grievances and bitter feelings against any man. Also because, especially since the Renaissance, perfect truthfulness in view of the new exigencies in matters of history and of sensitive interest in subject matters of no direct religious significance is, I believe, the most delicately difficult of all the virtues for the average institutional religionist. Such a one finds it all but impossible not to tidy up reality of all kinds into what he thinks such reality as God's will or permission ought actually to be. For heroic truthfulness in matters of history, I have then before me the great French Benedictine historical discoverer and critic, Jean Mabillon, who, after a long life spent in the most candid research amidst considerable opposition, died grandly insisting to his disciples upon truth, and truth again in all their work. And as to heroic watchfulness and accuracy with regard to natural facts apparently of no religious import whatsoever, There is the impressive death of the Jesuit astronomer, Father Perry, sent by the British government as head of one of the expeditions to the South Seas for the observation of the transit of Venus. Perry, shortly before the transit, was seized by a fever which would surely promptly kill him. He thereupon quietly made his preparations for death and received the last sacraments, and then absorbed himself, as though in perfect health, in the transit. From the first moment to the last, he took and registered all the manifold delicate observations with flawless accuracy, and then, immediately the little planet had ceased all junction with the great resplendent sun, the hero astronomer gently fell back into unconsciousness and death. Then, as our sixth, penultimate virtue, comes entire self-abandonment in the hands of God, a disposition so great as to seem indeed the very culmination of all devotedness, and so richly inclusive as to render its agents easily classable under several other virtues. Two vivid memories are here before me. There is an Irish Roman Catholic washerwoman with whom I had the honor of worshipping some 30 years ago in our English Midlands. She had 12 children, whom she managed to bring up most carefully, and a drunkard husband, an Englishman of no religion, openly unfaithful to herself. The constant standing of many years at last brought on some grave internal complications. A most delicate operation would alone save her life. Whilst resting in hospital against the coming ordeal, with the experts thoroughly hopeful of success, a visiting surgeon came round, really the worse for drink, and insisted with trembling hands upon an examination then and there. This doomed the patient to a certain death, which duly came a week later. Yet from the first moment of the fatal change to the last instant of her consciousness, so the priest who attended her throughout declared to me after all was over, she was absorbed in seeking to respond with all she was to this great grace of God, this opportunity of utter self-abandonment to Him, and this, although she dearly loved her children, and although she knew well that her eyes would hardly be closed before their father would marry a bad woman and give her full authority over this, their mother's darling little flock. All possible plans were made by the dying woman for each of the children, and from the first moment she spontaneously exacted from the priest a promise to prevent any prosecution of the fuddled surgeon. She never stopped to consider his offense, even to forgive it. It was God, and the utter trust in Him and in the wisdom, the love of His will, that swallowed up all the pain, physical and mental, and all possible conflicts and perplexities. The second memory is of one of the Carmelite fathers, whom we knew familiarly as one of the ministers of our church on Camden Hill. Not an interiorly harmonious, not a directly attractive man was Simon Knapp in ordinary circumstances. A tall, gaunt, though utterly gentlemanly figure, of vehement overstraining nature, an adviser prone to demand too much, apparently a non-fit, a rolling stone. But the Great War came, and though past 50, he succeeded with his order and with the War Office in securing, as in the Boer War, once more his darling wish to go and to serve with all he was, in the very midst of the acutest dangers, and if God would deign, to die with and for others. This time he had his life's desire to the full. My daughter listened to a young officer, a man apparently of no religion, who described how he had himself seen Knapp, without weapons of any kind, offensive or defensive, standing in the midst of a very hurricane of bullets and shrapnel, utterly oblivious of death imminent at any moment, indeed radiant with happiness as he bent over, supported and comforted the wounded and the dying. This man had found his true element, his full expression and joy at last, a grand example of the reality and the character of the supernatural. You may well ask where we can find any further heroism, our seventh and last virtue. Did not even our Lord's own life here below end with utter self-abandonment, indeed with the great cry of desolation upon the cross? But the answer is already more or less given in our last example, although the point is, I believe, so crucial for the full elucidation of the Christian spirit and outlook at their completest, as to deserve, indeed require, a separate final class of virtue itself. Spiritual joy, beatitude, does not indeed always accompany or crown in this life even high heroism, although I believe this non-flowering of heroism to be always caused by some inhibitory influence distinct from the heroism as such. Yet spiritual joy, beatitude, does appear in the very greatest, the most supernatural acts and lives. Thus with our Lord himself, we have the great rejoicing in the Spirit during the Galilean ministry. And if the last act of his life appeared to be the cry upon the cross, we have to remember that the specifically Christian conception of Jesus Christ absolutely requires not only the sufferings of the Passion, but also the beatitude of the risen life. Neither alone, but only the two, the bittersweet together, form here the adequate object of our Christian faith. Perhaps for this crowning virtue, which alone differentiates quite fully the ultimate Christian outlook from all stoicisms and categorical imperative schemes, two great historical figures can be best cited, although I have myself been set upon my feet for now well nigh 30 years, by one who, himself of most melancholy natural temperament and full of mental and physical suffering, radiated this tonic joy from his darkened room and couch into how many deeply tried souls? It was this, my later trainer, who finally removed all doubt from my mind as to the full reality of the joy reported to have streamed forth from the greatest of the saints. Especially two such great ones are ever with me. Catherine Fiesca Adorna, that unhappily married, immensely sensitive, naturally melancholy, and self-absorbed woman, who ended, as the Saint of Genoa, on the note of joy and of overwhelming joy. And above all, the Poverello, Saint Francis of Assisi, who, next to our Lord himself, appears, amidst all the saints we know of, to have most completely brought out the marvelous paradox of Christianity, utter self-donation with entire spontaneity, a heroism quite unrigorous, a devotedness of supreme expansiveness and joy. Let us now conclude all by attempting to draw out the implications which, doubtless in most cases, are in part but dimly perceived by the heroic agent himself. I believe these characteristic implications of the supernatural everywhere to be 5, and that Christianity at its best, more fully and persistently than any other religion, possesses these same characteristics with an explicitness and vividness which answer to and develop and complete most powerfully these 5 great implications of the supernatural everywhere. First, then, the supernatural experience, act, or state appears always, for us human beings, on occasion of, in contact with, and as the transfiguration of, natural conditions, acts, states. Indeed, the spiritual generally, whether natural or even supernatural, is always preceded or occasioned, accompanied or followed by the sensible, the soul by the body. The highest realities and deepest responses are experienced by us within, or in contact with, the lower and the lowliest. Only in the moments of deepest spiritual experience do these humbler precedents and concomitants disappear from the direct, or at least from the more vivid consciousness, and does the natural substratum seem to be entirely submerged by the sheer supernatural. Hence the genuine supernatural always brings with it a keen sense of the recipient's littleness. He is so hemmed in by, and indeed so largely bound up with, his small human capacities as they front the immensity of the divine life. Even in the beyond, sound doctrine tells him limitations and consciousness of limitations will not entirely cease. There too, there will be a body, even though a glorified body. There too, succession, not simultaneity, will more or less obtain. And the vision of God, although centrally apprehended by intuition, will be exhaustive only of our own, even their still limited, capacity, and will never be coextensive with the infinite God himself. Now, in such statements we have already expressed great instances of Christianity as it develops and articulates the general supernatural experience. And especially does Christianity carry out and give the deepest practical effect to the groping involved in that experience, towards history, towards the mysterious paradox of the here and now, as the necessary occasions and vehicle of the deepest sense of God, the reality above space and time. And Christianity further carries out and gives deep practical effect to the groping also involved in that supernatural experience, after contact, not only of spirit with spirit, but of spirit with sense, the visible, audible, tactile sacraments, arousing, articulating, transmitting, through human spirits to other human spirits, supersensible grace and strength. I submit that in this matter, neither the Quaker position, which refuses the sensible both as antecedent help and as consequent expression of the supersensible, nor even Lutheranism, which, where most fully itself, refuses the antecedent sensible, but readily accepts the consequent. I submit that both, in different degrees, are inadequate in face of the intimations of the supernatural experience, where sense as readily precedes spirit, as spirit is succeeded by sense. Secondly, the supernatural experience, act or state, is never quite solitary, but even in the penumbra of consciousness of the experiencing soul, and still more in unanalyzed ways, is it profoundly social as well. Lucretius gives us the noble image of the successive generations of mankind as runners in the torch race, where each generation, as it sinks in death, hands on the torch of human knowledge and experience to the next generation, to the younger runners who have come up to the old ones and who are fresh for further running. But the succession of spiritual example and training is, if less obvious, far deeper and more entrancing still. Here it is literally true that behind every saint stands another saint, at least as he lives on in writings by himself or about him. In vain do all mystics, as such, vividly feel their experience to be utterly without human antecedent connection. Behind St. Paul stands the Jewish synagogue and the earthly Jesus, and behind George Fox stands the entire New Testament. Here is the abiding right and need of the Church as the fellowship and training school of believers. And indeed the mystics, insofar as they remain Christian, have moments of the noblest perception, not indeed of sacraments and the visible institutional Church, but of the invisible Church, a great reality for us all. Thus I know of no more moving account of the one Catholic, invisible Church than is that of the Lutheran Rudolf Sohm, the lifelong impugner of all institutionalism. Thirdly, the supernatural experience, act or disposition always bears an evidential, metaphysical, more than human and other than human implication and character, and yet, whilst thus affirming presence, reality or otherness, it also always affirms or implies the incompleteness, even within the range of finite capacities, of this genuine experience of the ultimate reality. God is here, but not God exhaustively, not in the fullness which he is and which he himself knows, not even in the fullness with which he may be known by other larger and more devoted human souls. This vivid sense of the unequal distribution of God's light and of man's insight, implicit in all the supernatural experiences before they have been flattened out by all leveling pantheisms, is met and fully articulated by the Christian conception of Jesus. Here, in this genuinely human mind and will, the series of all possible supernatural experience by man, each experiencing soul, well aware that other souls could know, love, will, God and his creatures far more and better than itself, reaches its implied goal and center. For Jesus is conceived by the Christian Church as Christ, in a sense far transcending that of the Jewish Messiah. Jesus is here declared to hold in his human mind and will as much of God pure, as human nature, at its best, and when most completely supernaturalized, can be made by God to hold, whilst remaining genuine human nature still. Yet this same Jesus, though he is the Christ in this supremely heightened sense, remains thus still, also truly Jesus, that is, a human mind and human will bound to a human body, to sense stimulation, to history and institutions, to succession, time and space. He can thus be our master and our model, our refuge and our rest. Fourthly, the genuinely supernatural experience, act or disposition is always more or less accompanied by suffering in serenity, by pain in bliss. The very mixedness of the position and powers of the human soul cannot fail to produce some such effects, where this soul is raised to its highest possible recipiency and work. The suffering and the serenity are, indeed, so interlocked that the supernaturally advanced soul ends, without a touch of morbidness or unreality, by ignoring, or even by desiring the suffering, not of course for itself, what folly that would be, but as the price and signal of its own growth in solid joy. I doubt not that an equivalent for such noble, freely willed suffering will exist in heaven itself. Now here again, here especially, Christianity meets, indeed alone, efficaciously unravels, develops and satisfies this, the soul's deep longing. For it is literally true that only Christianity deliberately trains its disciples to escape, on the one hand, the harshness and unreality of Stoicism, and on the other hand, the shallowness and shiftiness of hedonism. Christianity teaches that suffering is most real, and in itself everywhere an evil, yet it does not, because of this, either fall into any ultimate pessimism, or drown care in fleeting pleasure. Sin for Christianity always remains a greater evil than any suffering whatsoever. Suffering here is grappled with, and, whether as atonement for sin, or as transfiguration of nature to a supernatural level, suffering and pain here powerfully aid the acquisition of serenity and peace. And Christianity teaches all this once more, not as a thin theory, but by the supreme concrete example of Jesus, the Christ, a life overflowingly rich in loneliness, failure, pain even unto agony, yet in and through all this suffering, a perennial source of world-embracing joy. And fifthly, the supernatural experience always involves, though in this its deepest content, often especially obscurely, the reality, indeed some dim sense of God. Qualities such as reality, transcendence, presence, existence, these are not apprehended as abstractions floating in the air or fancied in the mind. Such qualities, or the impressions of such qualities are, however confusedly, however unuttered even to itself by the apprehending mind, felt and loved as effects and constituents of a reality distinct from the apprehender, and yet a reality sufficiently like the human spirit, when thus supernaturally sustained and sublimated, to be recognized by this human spirit with rapt, joyous adoration as its living source, support, and end. True, Judaism and indeed also Mohammedanism meet this experience by a doctrine truly appropriate. We are now coming clearly to discern traces of such a faith also in the earlier Parsiism and in primitive Hinduism, yet it remains a fact that, given the truth of theism, Christianity brings to this truth a depth of roots, a breadth of inclusions and utilizations, and a penetrative delicacy of applications matched only very partially and sporadically elsewhere. For in Christianity, its faith in God is the culmination and resolution of the other four convictions and tensions, of the belief in the natural supernatural character of human experience as a whole, of the insight into the social solitary quality of all religion, of the apprehension that the supernatural endowment is very unequal amongst men, and that there exists one supremely rich, ultimately intimate union with God in one particular human mind and will, and of the experience that an element of suffering enters into every serenity. Thus everything beautiful, true, and good, of whatever degree or kind, is indeed included within Christian theism, but it is included therein according to certain very definite principles. The whole is thus not a guess or a jumble, or a fog or a quicksand. It is a certainty as rock firm as it is rich and elastic, a certainty groped after and confirmed by all that is virile, pure, humble, truthful, tender, self-immolating, and deeply joyous in the depths of man's longings and attempts. Perhaps the most exquisite of all the skeptical minds I have personally known was wont in his deeper moods always to end by admitting with me the substantial unanswerableness of the argument that, if man did not somehow have a real experience of objective reality and truth, he, a creature apparently so contingent and subjective through and through, could never, as man actually does in precise proportion, to the nobility of his mind, suffers so much from the very suspicion of a complete imprisonment within purely human apprehensions and values. It is precisely this ineradicable sense of, and thirst after, reality which, already deeply met by any and every supernatural act or disposition, is developed to the utmost by Christianity with its immense richness of subjective moods and needs, all taken as effects of realities, great or little, as helps from the real God, or as, because out of harmony with the reality of things, obstacles to union with the same divine reality. I take the above 5 intimations to complete the direct content of the supernatural, as generally experienced by man here below. Nevertheless, any considerable experience of this content, as analyzed even apart from any definite Christianity, readily leads to, and furnishes most solid grounds for, belief in personal immortality. Such belief is unchangeably part and parcel of all fully developed theism, and especially of Christianity. Yet the wholly wholesome foundation for my belief in my survival is God, and my need of a future life as the alone adequate environment and condition for the full and habitual exercise of that supernatural life, which here below I can live only admits so much that hampers it, and which nevertheless, even already here and now, alone gives true worth and significance to whatever is nobly human, either in others or in myself. 2 little anecdotes, and I have done. When Friedrich William Faber, the Roman Catholic hymn writer and spiritual teacher, was lingering on in a tedious last illness, he asked whether he might receive the last sacraments once again. But the doctor declared that this was really the same illness as that in which he had already received them, hence the superior had to refuse the sick man's request. "Well, if I cannot have the last sacraments, give me Pickwick," exclaimed Faber. A good homely example of the supernatural and the natural, and of how well they can coexist in the same, in a thoroughly fervent soul. When my eldest daughter, some 8 months before her own death, succeeding in reaching from Rome the center of the terrible devastation just then caused, December 1914, by a specially violent earthquake in the Roman Campagna, she promptly had her observation riveted by a most striking contrast. There lay before her the wreckage and the ruin, the apparently blind and stupid carnage inflicted upon sentient, homely mortals by sheer physical forces, gas and fire, and terrified villagers merely added to the cruel confusion. And in the midst of all this death and destruction, moved about, completely absorbed in the fate of these lowly peasants, Don Orione, a secular priest, a man looked upon by many as already a saint, from and for the humble and the poor. He was carrying 2 infants, one in each arm, and wheresoever he moved, he brought order and hope and faith into all that confusion and despair. She told me that it made them all feel that somehow love was at the ultimate bottom of all things, a love which was, just then and there, expressing itself through the utterly self-oblivious tenderness of this lowly priest. I dwell upon this cleric because, in his long and large labors amidst young people in Rome, he was never happy, as he himself told my daughter, until, in say, 9 cases out of 10, the young man was honorably in love with a pure young woman, and until the young woman was honorably engaged to a steady young man. Here again, then, we have the union of the heroic with the homely, the genial loftiness of Christ, asceticism without rigorism, and love without sentimentality. The supernatural thus proves richly hospitable. There is indeed no expansion, no leisurely happiness, no joy comparable to that of a life completely docile to the God of nature and of supernature. The comfortableness I hope to find for you has thus, I believe, been really found. End of chapter 11, part 2. End of Essays and Addresses on the Philosophy of Religion by Friedrich von Hugel.